Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
And there it is right there. There it is right there. There you are right there. And here I am right there. I can't speak. There it is right there. There you are right there. Here I am right here. And here we are. That's what I was intending to say. So here we are, and here we go again. So here we go again. Good to see you again. Good to meet you again. How are you? How was your day? I hope you had a wonderful day. So yeah. Or at least I hope you had an okay day. An okay day is okay too. It's just a bad day that we don't want. So yeah, I hope you either had an okay day or a wonderful day. But nevertheless, how are you? So how are you? Here we go again. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. This thing is a bit skewed to one side. I'm not quite sure how to position it. What am I doing? You'd have thought that I mastered it by now. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. The subscribe button, if you haven't done that, then please do. So it's really for reasons of the YouTube algorithm. So click on like and subscribe. And then if you want to come to the studio, we're forever come for new and interesting voices. So if you're a new and an interesting voice, then we want to hear from you. This hyperlink on the screen right there is in the comment section too. It says StreamYard. It's your open invitation. It's an open house. All you simply have to do is to click on that, and then it brings you into a studio space. I'll let you onto the screen and engage you in conversations or matters germane to the Nigerian space. So Nothing complex or complicated. Just click on that. Don't be daunted. You know, we always ease in new people. You get the beating the second time you come in. No, you don't get a beating, but don't be daunted. Just click on it, especially if you're a new voice. We're forever canvassing for new voices. So do that. And this, so those 2 clicks, the like button is compulsory, so you must click on that. The subscribe button, if you have not already subscribed, it's also compulsory, so you must click on that. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, you are highly encouraged to click on it. It's not compulsory, but we would like it if you click on it. But now this next button, this one, invitation for you to buy your host cups of coffee, that is entirely at your discretion. So click on that only if you want to. It's an invitation to tip to the direction of the platform. So it's 3 easy steps, and then you can just empty the content of your wallet and all that, or you can use the $ on the comment section. So it's just to keep the lights on with the platform and everything. So do all those. So now it's a fast-changing news space, the Nigerian space. Because we've lined up just a stream of, by we, I mean me, really. There's no we, it's just me. So I've lined up just a stream of things to, let me remove this from the screen, see if it looks better. So yes, I've lined up just a stream of things for us to discuss today. But then within the course of when I lined it up and me now being on your screens, events moving quite rapidly. So we'll be talking about things that were advertised and things that were not. And by the way, there's plenty of space in the studio, so whoever wants to come join us, will book your spot early now. But what are we going to be spending today? Because what we spent yesterday discussing, the acting chairman of the Labour Party, Lamidi Apapa, who wanted to go to the courtroom to assert his authority at the tribunal and was summarily sent packing with his tails between his legs. So summarily sent packing with his tails between his legs. That was just as early as yesterday, and he has now held an interview with their right space, which we're going to discuss at some length today. But it looks as though events may have superseded that. What am I talking about? I'm talking about this. So I'm talking about this. We'll be watching and listening to this. Abure takes charge of Labour Party as authentic. Oh, somebody is saying that the thing is not stable. Can you indicate in the comment section if you can see me okay? Because I have a secondary screen that I'm using to monitor, and it seems quite fine to me. Hold on. Un momento. No, it's quite fine. It's quite fine this end. So Abure takes charge of Labour Party as authentic national chairman. So it looks as though now, as Ellie says, Apapa has a case with the law. So it looks as though just as early as 24 hours, events within the Labour Party has done a 360 degrees. So reverse to where you were or loop round to where you started from. It looks as though it's a case of a loop round and back to where you started from. Abure takes charge of Labour Party as authentic national chairman. So we'll be certainly spending time with that. And then, of course, now with Abure being in charge of the Labour Party, events now circling around that, because the nuisance now constituted to the Nigerian political trajectory is really the goings on within the Labour Party. So enough is enough. They are trying to clear the deck for the inauguration of Tinubu, and that attempt to clear the deck manifest in this way. Why Akpabio went to beg Labour Party, what Julius Abure told him about Tinubu and absolute power. So it looks as though Peter B may have succeeded then in bringing the APC party Oh, okay. So I don't know quite what happened there. It's the obedience they're after me, you know. It's the obedience they're after. They are hopefully the stream is okay and I'm back on your screen. So I don't know quite what happened there. But nevertheless, where was I? So now the APC now goes begging just to clear the deck really for the inauguration of Tinubu. And I'm not sure really that. And anyway, I'm not going to run commentaries just yet. We'll watch the clips and then we'll see just how it translates. But that certainly seems to be the goings on there. Let me share that again. Why Akpabio went to beg Labour Party? Watch what Abure told him about Tinubu and absolute power. So I suspect that it may be an own goal being scored there because it looks as though they may have given those people an opportunity to print and peacock at their expense. And you know there's nobody more adept at printing and peacocking than that Labour Party space. So print and peacock. Let's go on to this one. So now the composition of Tinubu's cabinet seems to be taking shape. Binani, Wike, Ganduje, Gbajabiamila, Fayemi, others considered to form Tinubu's cabinet. So there's a list of 16 out, but it's essentially a recycled list of the tried and failed within the Nigerian space. So I'm not quite sure why some of these names continue to regurgitate. You think with well in excess of 200 million of us, there'll be sufficient enough then to to pull from without having to recycle some of this dead wood. Recycled dead wood. So recycled dead wood. A lot of people will argue that the president of the country or the president-elect to come, or maybe even both of them, are dead woods. But dead wood or not, Sultan of Sokoto sets Tinubu a task. President-elect Tinubu must hit the ground running to end killings, insecurity nationwide. So this is the Sultan of Sokoto now making this news. So quite what the expectation is then of Tinubu. Buhari, who came in under the banner of being a military general, tried and failed. And not only did he try and fail, he actually escalated and expanded that space. Even spaces that had no history of his insurgency have now come to adapt their lifestyle to insurgency. So quite how Tinubu, just some chancer from Lagos State, is able to end insecurity when the much vaunted military man tried and failed. So we see how that works out. But Tinubu certainly coming with plenty of promises. Expect institutional reforms, Tinubu promises Nigerians. So if there's one thing that we all agree on, there is certainly the need for institutional reforms. That is one thing that is categorical, because a lot of the institutions, even though in design, they are perfectly needed for roles to be carried out, but in the actual composition of the functionings of it, they are totally not fit for purpose, completely useless, all of them. We have ICPC and we have EFCC, both of them chasing financial crimes, which should be the purview of the police anyway. So we have three institutions chasing one crime, all of them failing. So expect institutional reforms. Tinubu promises Nigerians. So that's certainly music that Nigerians happy to dance to. But somebody that is dancing, but really more like a jive than a tango. We are under pressure. Don't want tribunal proceedings broadcast live. So this is the INEC space now. Just saying the language of enough is enough. I don't think embedded in that headline is necessarily any urge or need to hide anything. They just don't want the noise that we already saw what played out just as early as yesterday at just a casual. The proceedings haven't even begun yet. It's just introductions and exchanging of documents, and we saw the kerfuffle that led onto a scuffle. Just in a routine administrative court process. So imagine then, off the back of what we saw yesterday, if events were being live streamed, the obedience will be attending with AK-47. So enough. No way. No, thank you. We are under pressure. Don't want tribunal proceedings. Broadcast live. INEC cries out in alarm. So INEC cries out in alarm. So this one now, I'm not quite sure if this next headline is a normal convention or is an exception in this instance. I'm not sure if this is a normal convention or if it's an exception in this instance. What am I talking about? I'm talking about this. Buhari to confer Nigeria's highest national honor on Tinubu on May the 25th. So May the 25th, just a hop, a skip, and a jump to Tinubu taking on the reins of power for the Nigerian state. But certainly he'll be well dressed, certainly with all of the medals that Buhari intends to pin on him 4 days prior. Buhari to confer Nigeria's highest national honor on Tinubu May the 25th. So somebody should tell me then, or tell us really, some of us that are naive to it all, if that is convention or not. So I'll bring you these next ones. And by the way, you're not going to get a readout on all of these things that I'm mentioning, of course, so because otherwise we'll spend the next however long just doing readouts. So this now, we might not necessarily read this one because the headline really tells you all you need to know about it. How court freed acquitted suspected killers of a student, of college student, Deborah Samuel, after police prosecutor absconded from trial. So this is disappointing, though not surprising. Disappointing, though not surprising. So that girl, of course, that was stoned. So that girl, of course, that was stoned in it was in Sokoto State for reasons of blasphemy. Heavens will freeze over before somebody is convicted in Sokoto for defending their religion. So this girl now, a sacrifice to the fundamentalist religious mindset, especially of that Sokoto space, but really some people will argue the wider northern space. How court freed acquitted suspected killers of a college student, Deborah Samuel, after police prosecutors absconded from trial. So there it is, a gift that just keeps on giving the Nigerian state. A gift that just keeps on giving the Nigerian state. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard, your invitation to join the studio. And of course, your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee that is pinned in the comments at the top of the comment section. So let's take a micro little musical intermission before we delve straight into the throes of it. You know where we're going, of course? We're going to the Kegaite. Egbelemu, holy water. Where are they? I'm talking as I'm searching for them. Who's moved my... yeah, there they are. So there they are, the Kegites. The Kegites.
Water, holy water, water, holy water, where they see ma. Water, 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 water. Water, holy water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́. Hobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku ó dìlé o. Petro Sodana ẹ̀yẹ o, ó dìlé o. Petro Sodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀, ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikoko Niriwa Gweche, may death have nothing to do with us. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friend. So a very powerful prayer by the Kegites. So I was going to kick it off with the Julius Abure space, but let's kick it off instead with somewhat of a light-hearted space. I say somewhat of a light-hearted space. It's a serious matter, but when you watch this, then it's a bit comical as well. But watch this. Let me just give you the build-up to it. Seun Kuti's sister, Motunrayo, shares video of how they treated police officers that came to search his house after he slapped one of them. So let's just it's the clip really that's the gist of it. Embattled Afrobeat star Seun Kuti's sister Motunrayo has shared a video showing how the family members treated police officers who came to search the singer's house after he slapped one of them. Seun Kuti was spotted at the gate of his house in handcuffs as policemen tried entering. The security operatives were stopped by the singer's family, who insisted on searching them before granting them access to his house. They had their way, and the officer and the police officers subsequently entered his apartment to conduct a search. Motunrayo added that they treated the policemen like zombie. So let's see now how that played out. Let's see. Oh, it's taking me to hold on. Yes, let's see how that played out. All right. So that was the Kute family giving it to the police officers in the manner they gave it to.
You will allow him to wear shoes because someone I'm allowing you to wear shoes in my house. You put the shoe at the gate. I think what I can't drop it. I know I can't drop it. This gets right. Yeah. It's my mom. Don't put on his I can't drop my money outside. I can't drop my money. So that is good. Of course, nobody wants to drop money now. And they don't even perform. I don't have anything. No, it's fine. Take your phone, baby. No, your phone.
All right. All right. So that was the Kuti family giving it to the police in the manner they gave it to their son. So before the police were allowed on their premises, they insisted on searching them, and you saw really for the purposes of humiliation. So that's the running battle then between Seun Kuti and the police authority. So so from that to more important matters. So the story starts from here. And the story should have started really from the interaction of La Media Papa with Arise TV, where he gave an explosive expose on the inner workings and the backstories of the Labour Party space and his experiences of the obedience space. So that was what we're going to discuss today, but events have since superseded what this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You can address us.
A World Press Conference addressed by Abure Re-Asserts on the day of the National Secretariat of our party. It has become imperative for me to address this press the leadership of the party in their proper perspective. It is pertinent to state categorically and clearly that the Labour Party has no faction in the party. Labour Party has only one leadership, and that leadership is the National Working Committee that is led by me, Barrister Julius Abure. Recall that some few members of the National Working Committee held the office and appointed themselves, precisely 4 of them, as officers of the party, acting upon a restraining court order, an ex parte order granted by the FCT High Court. A careful look at the originating summons, which is pending before the High Court of the FCT, the suspended deputy chairman of the party, Lamidi Bashiru, and his cohorts were asking the courts that upon granting their reliefs in the final judgment, to direct NEC to appoint interim national officers for the party. Out of their own desperation, they are no longer patient enough to wait for the outcome of the final judgment, but employed self-help and appointed themselves as national officers of the party. However, our constitution was overruled by the most of the FCT High Court. He said we filed notice of appeal, and then on Wednesday, 17th May, the appeal was entered at the Court of Appeal, and the appeal number is CA ABJ CV/559/2023. We have also filed our appellant brief of argument, which has been served on the courts, on the trial courts. By necessary implication, the FCT High Court in Maitama ceases to have jurisdiction over the matter, having successfully filed our notice of appeal, transmitted records, and also filed a motion for stay of proceedings in the FCT High Court. The matter is now on the course list of the Court of Appeal, and so what the High Court judge is expected to do in the circumstance is to adjourn the matter sine die. It is worthy of note that in 2021, in the case of Suleiman against APC, reported in Nigeria Weekly Law Report 2023, the Supreme Court overturned the decision of the same Justice Mwanzu, who wrongly assumed jurisdiction in the case involving the APC in the same circumstances, in the same manner. His decision was jettisoned by the Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court. You can avail yourself of that law report and see the details of it. This report, no doubt, was communicated to the judge for him to be well guided in this same matter. However, surprisingly, he went ahead and also assumed jurisdiction on this matter. However, having appealed and filed a motion of stay and all other processes, and since the lower court is now seized with jurisdiction on the matter, I and my colleagues, earlier restrained by the FCT High Court, have now assumed our constitutional duty as national officers. And from henceforth, we shall continue our good work, which we have been doing for the party and for the nation. We have maintained severally, and we wish to put on record, without sounding immodest here, that under my leadership, the party have been taken from grass to grace. We have elevated the status of this party. We have made it the #1 opposition party in Nigeria. Since the history
So sorry, it's not. It's a bit funky today, isn't it? So I was just saying it goes on and on. But what Abure was telling us there is that he has found some sort of a legal vehicle to reassert himself as the chairman of the Labour Party. So just as early as 24 hours, even barely, when we were just permutating about what politics Lamidia Papa is playing. It doesn't now matter what politics he wants to play. It looks as though Abure has gotten back his boots. So it looks as though Abure has gotten back his boots. And then very quickly, then politics then moves to that space as politics never stops. So watch this. Let me see. Let me just make sure it's on the screen because this is acting funky today. So yeah, watch this. Watch this.
Elect of the 10th Assembly that are driving the ABC, that is Akpabio Barrow campaign. That's the ABC, sir. And we are happy that we have your members as part of this movement. Before I go on, sir, I would want to grab your indulgence to give me the permission to quickly introduce us, my distinguished colleagues here, to do a self-introduction. Visit here is visit for appreciation and also to solicit your support in this on this movement. And why we primarily came to thank you is because out of the 69 signatures that we have members of your party. Even though not all, even if you have one, you should come and thank the Father for giving you one of his sons. Besides, we have more than one son. And in fact, one daughter on our team. So if you have one daughter, one daughter, and two sons. So we thank you very much.
Thank you.
We thank you again. May God continue to guide you. God continue to protect you. May God bring stability to this country. May God continue to move us forward. We'll continue to thank you, and we'll come back here again to present another thank you person. By the way, that we have started together, and inshallah, whatever we do, once we walk into that chamber, it's going to be collective. It's going to be united. So once we succeed in this project, it means the Labour Party succeeds too. And once more, thank you. We use this opportunity to invite my executive chairman to make his remark. Thereafter, the deputy will make his remark, and also our own. And finally, we normally do everywhere we go.
Your Excellency, the chairman of the Stability Group of the 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, our own David Umahi, the performing governor of Ebonyi State, an incoming senator from Ebonyi, the DG of the campaigns, a very distinguished Senator Lindume, the Deputy Senate President incoming, my brother Jibrin Barrow, the chairman of the Labour Party, and the secretary of the Labour Party, and members of the NWC, including the woman leader, is it the youth leader? National Treasurer. National Treasurer. It's good to keep money with women. So I have my very distinguished colleagues in the Stability Group who will form the leadership of the next Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That is the 10th Senate. I greet all of you. And I'm very proud of you and the movement. Well, they say the toad does not cross the road in the daytime for nothing. Something must be pursuing it. And as far as I'm concerned, with the differences in political parties between the APC and the Labour Party, somebody will wonder, what is Akpabio doing here? What is this group doing here? The reality is that the Labour Party is composed of Nigerians. And as far as we are concerned, all of us must think Nigeria. If we don't think Nigeria, then there is no future for our children. Where I come from, in my community, when a child is born, they say the child is born to the community, not to the parents. So that child is meant to serve that community. So today, the Labour Party has produced a few senators for the 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And you produce them, not to save Labour Party, but to serve Nigeria. That is why I'm very proud that many of them already belong to the Stability Group to stabilize the polity, stabilize the 10th Senate, and at the same time serve Nigeria. So we came to tell the father, thank you for producing these kind of good children. Am I right or wrong? Yes. And for those that have not yet joined us, please we urge you to make sure that they join us soonest so that we can stabilize the nation.
So sorry, I'm pausing it there only for a microsecond. There was something that Akpabio said that I want you to re-listen to. Is telling us that already members of because his group that is propelling him, that he's riding to the Senate presidency, is called the Integrity Group or the Stability Group or whatever they are called. And what Akpabio is telling us that here is that some members of his group are members of the Labour Party. Hear it in his own words.
For our children. Where I come from, in my community, when a child is born, the child is born to the community, not to the parents. So that child is meant to serve that community. So today, the Labour Party has produced a few senators for the 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And you produce them, not to save Labour Party, but to serve Nigeria. That is why I'm very proud that many of them already belong to the Stability Group to stabilize the polity, stabilize the 10th Senate, and at the same time serve Nigeria. So we came to tell the father, thank you for producing these kind of good children. Am I right or wrong? Yes. And for those that have not yet joined us, please we urge you to make sure that they join us soonest so that we can stabilize the nation, stabilize the polity, and move the nation forward. And I know sometimes they say what is morally right may not be politically expedient. And what is politically expedient may not be morally right. I would have loved to use this platform to call on all the political parties that contested the 2023 elections to shed their swords, and come together and line up behind Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, our president-elect, in order to give leadership to Nigeria in a very fragile situation like this, so that we can stabilize to bring development to Nigeria. With so many issues, we can only do.
Sorry, I promise not to pause it too often, but there are two things here that I'm trying to draw your attention to, at least that I am picking up. So the first thing is that Godswill Akpabio is campaigning aggressively to solidify his place as the Senate president. So he's already acting in a presidential manner, a Senate presidential manner. He's assumed that even the way he's throwing the agbada and you know how rich people talk, like almost like the words are labored to come out. So he's already adopting the persona, but more to it, he's acting on, because what he's making now is a big move on behalf of the party to satiate and calm down the Labour Party space. So that's his move. I'm not sure if he was sent on this errand or this is his initiative, but certainly this move is a self-interest move to solidify his front lead as the incoming Senate president. So that's the first thing. But the second thing is I'm not sure if you've ever watched a wildlife documentary when they chase the herds and then isolate a prey. So this is what is playing out here. What they are doing now is they have gone to Abure, who we know is a man who loves a dollar. We know he loves a dollar. So they've gone to Abure now to have conversations with him and to say that, look, enough of all of this nonsense. And Abure really, he knows, he likes all of the noise, and all of the noise really is for a payout in a lot of instances. At least they play for Abure almost certainly for a payout. They play for Peter Obi, maybe to solidify his clout for political leverage, but is for one form of payout or the other. So what Akpabio is doing essentially here is to invite Abure to give consideration to his own future. He's not going to say it in those exact words, but the total cameo of all of this, the total raison d'etre of all of this is essentially that. That's my reading of it. But of course, if you have a different thought on that, you know what to do. Click on the hyperlink, come join us.
So, by being together. They said, united we stand, and divided we fall. So I want to urge the Labour Party, because I believe that you went into this election as a result of your love for Nigeria. So come together and join us so that we can build a very united and varied nation. On this note, I thank you for your support for us in the 10th Senate that will meet very soon. And I don't want to belabor the issue because I'm talking to Labour. so I thank you so much for this opportunity of receiving us. Thank you, and God bless.
The incoming Senate President, Godswill Akpabio.
So sorry, I really hate to be pausing it, but this is politics right here. So listen to the first opening words of I don't think you have to listen much more, but listen to the first opening words of Julius Abure. The boot of his car is difficult to short just from the amount of dollars they pumped in. Listen to Dollar talking.
The issue because I'm talking to Labour. so I thank you so much for this opportunity of receiving us. Thank you, and God bless.
The incoming Senate President, Godswill Akpabio.
No, it's not easy to even get 8 votes at a time.
And all other senators in your entourage, members of the National Working Committee.
And DSP.
I want to specially congratulate you on your election and re-election. I see election because some are coming for the first time, and some of you are re-elected. I congratulate you for this feat. because I know that it wasn't an easy journey. And for you to earn the confidence of your people to be elected and re-elected, congratulating you. I also want to appreciate you for coming to pay us this visit. It is actually uncommon for political parties in power or a political party in power to take note of others and pay a visit. It's an indication that our democracy is growing. It's an indication that the political atmosphere is gradually crystallizing into a situation where we put the country first before partisan interest. I want to say very clearly that in most of our engagements with our senators, the three of them with you have not made pretenses that this is where they want to be. And in our usual way, we didn't actually want to be dictating to them where they should go. We initially thought of it, but as events unfold, we felt that we should give the leverage at this point and watch the political events and then see how the issues will play out. And I want to commend Right Honorable Darlington until he's sworn in as senator. My own senator representing my state, Neda Imaswan. Ireti Kigibe is not here now, but she has also whispered to me where she wants to be. And Eze1, others. So I appreciate all of you. And for us in Labour Party, we believe in the unity of the country. We believe that the country deserves better leadership. We also believe that we need a dynamic Senate and a dynamic House of Representatives. Because without having a vibrant National Assembly that can truly be a check on the executive, what you have is absolute power. And absolute power corrupts absolutely. And I want to say clearly, without sounding immodest, that probably that's why we had a lot of challenges with the past Senate. I'm hoping and believing that this Senate will be able to be a departure from the previous one, so that we can truly represent the people and stand by the people. After all, what is democracy? Democracy is government by the people, for the people, and by the people. And that's why for us in Labour Party, we believe that every government policy, in your legislative business, in your thinking as those who represent the people must be the focal points. The people must be the reference points. That every government policy must be such that we affect and enhance the welfare of the people. And if we say this, it's not far-fetched from the thinking of our founding fathers. If you look at the Constitution of Nigeria, the Chapter 2 is very clear that welfare and security of the people shall be the principal purpose of government. And they went further to even admonish that the national economy should be managed in such a way as to give maximum benefits to the people. So that shows that the people should be the focal point. And therefore, my appeal here is that in our legislative business, we should put the people first. Because we appreciate that our people are suffering. the economy is harsh to our people. I want to say clearly that the vast majority of our people are suffering. And we expect that with the new leadership of the Senate and the House of Representatives that is to come, that we must critically look at we'll continue to discuss with our senators-elect. We've given them the free hand to make their choices. But this is not to say, however, that when the time is getting closer, that we won't be able to point a direction. But I want to say clearly that you are the first to have taken the initiative to come and tell us what you want. Somebody who does not ask you for a marriage, you won't give your child to the person to be wedded. And so for now, you are the only one that have come to ask us a hand for a marriage, and we appreciate your comment. And when in-laws come to the house, you don't drive your in-laws away. So we welcome you. We appreciate you for coming. I want to quickly put on record here, just for the records, that we are in court in respect of the presidential election. And you know we are challenging the processes leading to that election. In all our campaigns, we didn't make pretenses about it. We said it clearly that we believe in the process leading to the election rather than the outcome of the election. And therefore, for us in Labour Party, you are aware that we are not comfortable with the processes leading to the election. And I want to say clearly that this is not the forum for us to engage on that. But because you have made such remark, it will be unfair for me not to put the record straight. And that's why I want to say it here clearly, that the 2023 presidential election is what we are challenging. We are currently in courts in it, and we are interested in the processes leading to that election and not the outcome itself. I probably feel that I needed to put that on record.
Sorry, I had to pause it there for a moment because that's quite significant what you just said. What we hear from Peter Obi is narratives about a stolen mandate. Even on this platform, we were gathering money to send a probe into Mars to see if we can find Peter Obi's stolen mandate. But what the chairman of the party is now telling us is that they are not challenging necessarily the outcome of the elections, but the process. So it's a lessons learned or lessons to be learned sort of a thing. So there's a somewhat of a subtle change, but quite a significant change in the tonality of it. So I'm going to just put it back like about 30 seconds because I think it's quite important because anyway, hear him in his own words. This is a departure from the kumbayaism and the flipping up and down that we've been entertained by for weeks on end. So somewhat of a departure, but see if you are digesting it in the same way that I've just digested it. Let's just hear it again.
That's why I want to say it here clearly, that the 2023 presidential election is what we are challenging. We are currently in courts in it, and we are interested in the processes leading to that election and not the outcome itself. I probably feel that I needed to.
So you heard him right there.
Before it will be carried that Labour Party is something to no. For us, it's a no-go area for us. So I probably feel I needed to put that record straight. So having said this, I want to appreciate you. I welcome you. I followed the track record of Senator Akpabio, not in the Senate, but when he was governor of Akwa Ibom State. His records are unparalleled. His achievements are there. And most of the people he touched his life are my friends. And so I have no doubt in his capacity to provide quality leadership. Thank you and God bless you.
The outcome, which means he's satisfied with the outcome.
I'm not saying I didn't say so.
I will tap the chair and probably happy with the outcome. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. See you something. Thank you. Let's take a picture. Okay.
All right, so there it is. In Yoruba land, we have a prayer. We say, Ọlọ́run má jẹ́ kán gbé nǹkan gbẹ̀yìn wa kọjá. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́ kí, let me remove this. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́ kán gbé nǹkan gba ẹ̀yìn wa kọjá. That is to say, may the Lord not let them just outwit us behind our backs. So there it is right there. There it is right there. Akpabio has cornered the chairman of the Labour Party, and you know that Akpabio, he moves with a bullion van. So there it is right there. Lamidi Apapa stood accused of collecting 500 million naira, but certainly the smile as broad as it is on Abure's face, if you opened his boot at that event, you will think you were in America, packed filled with dollars. So let me just bring you, I want to bring you a couple more headlines, and then I want to go quickly to the panelists that we have for the moment, because really I want us to explore that space. I want us to explore that space, see if I'm getting somewhat carried away or I'm reading too much into it, because it seems quite clear to me what just happened. But let me just bring you this. Buhari to confer, let me make sure that's shown on screen. No, it's not. Yes, let me just bring you this. Buhari to confer Nigeria's highest national honor on Tinubu May the 25th. So I'm not quite sure if this is normal practice, but there it is anyway. It's not a long read. President Muhammadu Buhari will on Thursday, May the 25th, confer national honors on President-elect Bola Tinubu and Kashim Shettima, the Vice President-elect. Tinubu will be conferred with the Grand Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, GCFR, whilst Shettima will be conferred with the Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger, GCON. Tolu Ogunlesi, Special Assistant to the President on Digital and New Media, announced the development on Thursday. So, you know, people don't really pay, I certainly don't pay attention to the processes. Once a president has been elected, I just wait for him to take office and then see how he performs. So, I'm not sure if this is necessarily a tradition that has always been in place, or if this is a special fiat that Buhari is granting Tinubu. So we'll probably discuss that at some point, and then we'll discuss this one at some point as well. Binani, Wike, Ganduje, Gbajabiamila, Femi, Fani Kayode, others, not Fani Kayode, Binani, Wike, Ganduje, Gbajabiamila, Fayemi, others considered to form Tinubu's cabinet. So there was a list of 16 circulating. I'm not going to read you this because it seems like an essay of some sort. But maybe in the course of when we get into the heart of the session, maybe we'll go there. But I'm quite keen to get the panelists on the screen, and here they are. The legal luminary of the one-man platform, when joins us, the young Turk of the one-man platform, Thomas joins us. The Don Juan of the one-man platform, Adanle Koko joins us. The rising sun from the east, Ekene, he joins us. The man to poo-poo everything that is being said, you know him already, Rational Mind. Darati, he joins us from Gambia. Hopefully the connection a bit better today. Eze makes his rare appearance on the platform, and Hakim, known as the Progressive, he joins us. to delight us with his thoughts. So there is the assemble. Let me take it then quickly to you first, Ogbeni. So Ogbeni, we were all set to, in fact, I had lined it up, the long interview that Lamidia Papa had with Ruben Abati on Arise TV. So that was going to be the pork belly of the session. But alas, it looks as though Abure has found a legal vehicle to reassert himself, and very quickly Akpabio moves in with the dollars. So what are you then making then of those two clips that we just watched?
Good evening, everyone. Good evening from Scotland.
Good evening.
One man, nothing has changed. Abure has seen it that there's a possibility for Papa to assert himself, and there's a possibility for a lot of changes to happen, particularly in the election petition that is ongoing for Labour Party, which has no substance. Because of that, he's having a rethink. Because if you go back to the side of the court, nothing has changed. The order made against him has not been set aside. What he's only saying, which I don't expect from him as a lawyer, is that a court has given a ruling against you. A ruling is a decision, by the way. It's like a judgment, but it's a mini judgment. It's a decision on a particular issue raised, which is not the major issue itself, okay? Maybe you are in a case, the main case is there, but you just need an order, by the way. Then you get that order. Now, this is what is playing out in this case. There is a case. What are the things alleged against Abure, which many people don't really many obedience choose to be selective in their let me say political choice or choice of things. They are saying, one, you forged the seal of the court to forge a document and authenticate the document in your own office, and then you perjured. These are two major crimes against him. And on that basis, these people approached the court, and the court gave an interim order that for you to have forged our own or a serious allegation against you. And mind you, don't forget that that allegation was investigated, or the allegations were investigated by the Nigerian police, and they came up with their findings. Their findings indicted Abure. In a sane society, that alone will make Abure to resign. Right? Is that not the same thing they're accusing of Tinubu? Now, that alone for him, he doesn't see it as a point for him to resign. He's holding to that position. And on that basis, they approached the court and said, when you look at the indictments police has, given to this man or against this man and everything, if you combine them together, this man shouldn't be leading us now, or he should just step aside then before the finality of this case. And the court agreed with them and said, okay, step aside. Today, that order has not changed. But the only thing that has happened is he has appealed against it. Yes, he has his right of appeal. Anybody can appeal against. Then having appeal against is if I what they call motion for stay of execution. Your motion for stay of execution is an application on its own to say stop, don't give effect to what's happening at the lower court. But it is not a stay on its own. It's just an application to a court. And you can't by that or on that basis now say, oh, you have returned to your office. It is still a content that you say you have returned to your office. And to even find him criticizing the court order and say, oh, there was a judgment they cited to the court and the court chose not to look at it on the TV, and you are a lawyer. I don't understand the kind of lawyer he is anyway. All I know is this. Faxism. When Wole Soyinka brought out that thing and then the obedient from their space started criticizing him, what I know is faxism through the obese space is gradually resurrecting in the Nigerian space gradually. And what is it about? It is only me that it is right. All others are wrong. Even including constituted authorities like court. They are wrong. As long as we am the one talking, as long as the obedience space I'm talking from, therefore, all other people are wrong. And I wonder why that is so. That said, now, see what I just played out now. Akpabio has come to visit you. If that had been on the other way around, let's say Akpabio had gone to visit Apapa, you could imagine. I was listening to what happened yesterday and I was surprised at Kulata's opinion. I know he's entitled to his own opinion, but I think with his deep sense of analysis, I expect him to have a better analysis of what is happening on the Apapa space. But I think he fell short of that, or he fell short of that yesterday. Okay, look at what happened today. Akpabio went to see him and he received them. If that had happened, just flip it on the other side. If it's Arabambi and Apapa that have received Akpabio, some of those guys like Tanko and Co, they will be on channels by tomorrow morning and be saying, we said they have collected bribe, right? What do you call them? That one, that Nollywood star that I think is still acting Nollywood in court.
Okonkwo.
What do you call that one? All of them, they will be making noise. Same Okonkwo that was few months ago was still with Tinubu. We saw him standing behind Tinubu and talking. Now he has all this, and that is an element of fascism. If you want to understand this fascism well enough, just go and study the story of Benito Mussolini. I read 1 or 2 books about that guy. It started exactly like this. It is only my way. It is only my way. You see, the brutal terrorists that people talk about, like Osama bin Laden and others, they started like this. They were gentlemen like me and you. But at a point in time, some wrong ideologies started entering their head. And they started believing that, oh, without my opinion, no other opinion should be right. And they took it to an extreme end. And the same thing that is playing out now. Okay, what has he done now that Akpabio has not done? Akpabio has not even done what he has just done now. You have received Akpabio, Aliu Ndume, Jubril, who else? You are receiving these guys. And let me tell you, by the way, he's telling them that the only thing they are challenging is the presidential election. And it sounds very funny to me. Maybe it's a selective amnesia. I don't understand.
Is that dollar talking? Because all I could hear were dollar notes falling on the floor in the course of that interaction.
My brother.
Before Akpabio could have gone to visit him, they would have done preparatory work. He couldn't have just turned up by driving by. So they would have done preparatory work to say that I am, and the optics of it, even irrespective of what they said, the optics of it.
One as long as he's coming from Abure, who is coming from Obi space, is a saint. If you tell them that I has collected money, say never, Abure can never collect money. But a man who has been in your party for 22 years and has stayed with your party over the years, had produced a Governor Mimiko years back, before your obedient enter whatever space they have entered now. You are alleging that guy of collecting bribe. But your own now, that is a saint, just receive. And by the way, do you know that he just told a lie? The same thing Obi did when he went to Rivers State, that they are challenging only presidential. Do you know there are senatorial petitions that are ongoing now, and Labour are petitioners there? There's a petition against Ojuzo, for instance, by Shifin Nnamdi Oji. That man was a candidate of Labour Party, right? In Abia North senatorial election. And he's challenging Ojuzo. So why is he receiving senators now? When his own party is challenging the sitting senate, the senators elect.
What are you talking about, Obeni? What are you talking about?
You understand what I'm talking about? If you
I don't understand what you're talking about. You're just dancing around so many topics here. I mean, you're saying, why is he entertaining Akpabio? Akpabio went to see him because
why is he entertaining them?
Hold on now. This is the same you people now that will be talking here that if they don't cooperate with you people or cooperate with APC, you will find fault with them. Now they are cooperating with you people in the sense that your agreed upon Senate president, which the APC chairman has said that this is our candidate for the Senate, or even your bat himself, Bola himself. That is approved or whatever. How do I put it? The person he has put forward to be the Senate president. Now he's looking for votes because he knows that the block of the Labour Party and the PDP, those two alone, they can upturn anything that APC will do. They will not. APC will never get that Senate president if PDP and Labour come together, and they were able to bring in Abga to their fold. Then forget it. APC will not get that seat. Now, sorry. Hold on, please. He's now looking at it that, okay, fine. Let me go to, if I can get Labour to break rank with PDP. The other smaller parties they already have a caucus in their pocket. If they can get Labour to break that rank, then PDP will be powerless. So he now came to Abure. Okay, please, your senators, we want their cooperation. We want them to vote for our preferred candidate, which is your party, which is APC nominated by Senate president. And then now he went there and he was. You heard it when he said it. He said, "I gave you people audience because it would be wrong." Somebody say, "I want your." Look at how he used it. He even used the analogy of marriage and all of that thing. More like in a figurative way. And now you are here trying to find fault with. I mean, these guys. I don't even know what you guys even want.
Can I interject? Sorry, Gwenny, don't worry, Gwenny. Let me just talk, please.
Goodness.
Sorry. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody.
Can't even say anything good in some things.
Well, yeah. Good evening, everybody. Please, Mr. Rational Man, I want to beg you for something, please. The way I don't know, I don't want to. You're an old man, but I don't want to say you're being hypocritical. When he's analyzing a fact here, like something that is real, this guy is playing politics. This Abure of a guy. He understands the game more than even. I don't know if you don't understand or you are just trying not to understand what is going on in Nigeria now. And you're coming here to debunk to just make Ogbeni look like he's not saying the fact. He's saying the fact. Labour Party they're already staking their games, already arranging their game, how they would follow up the system. And you are here now coming here to just.
What's their game?
This thing you are doing now is not good.
What's the game? Hold on. What's the game they're arranging? What's the game that you know that they're arranging?
Don't you see that he's aligning to what is to the administration already?
He's
about to be ushered in. He's already aligning. Are you here now trying to make this thing look like?
Hold on, calm down. I don't even.
You are part of those people deceiving disobedience. Did you even watch it? To be honest with you,
did you watch it? Did you watch it?
Of course, I watched the video.
What happened?
That was why I came online to come and laugh at the obedience, because to tell them now that they, according to there's this video said they never leave. He has left Labour Party has left. Labour Party has left the obedience. They've moved on. They are now playing the real politics. And you are here now trying to come and paint everything, make everything look like somebody's coming here to lie.
Okay, let me
brother.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Rational mind, wake up and smell the coffee is what they say. Wake up and smell the coffee.
You don't need to.
I have coffee here. You can hear me. You can hear the thinking of my.
Sadly, I don't have coffee, but wake up and smell the coffee.
I want to start washing here now. That's why I have coffee.
So they don't leave obedience. They should move on.
We thought that we just look for anything just to come and talk. I mean, I know this is politics.
But we watch the clip now. We watch the clip.
Even his body movement will tell you that this guy is
can I come in?
No, hold on. Let Solomon land.
Yeah. His body movement will tell you that this guy is aligning. This is to tell you that he has been deceiving. When they say that, sorry, Mr. Rational Man. When they say that the ESCOs in Labour Party has been deceiving these people. Like me now, this video now has cleared. Like this is an evidence for me to show that they've been deceived. They've been deceiving these people. To be honest with you, you see, this man is negotiating. He's negotiating, and you are here coming to paint everything and make everything look like Ogbeni is somebody that, yeah, I'm not trying to massage his egos, but to be honest with you, one of the persons in this platform, Ogbeni is somebody that I feel like he understands I know that he understands the politics in Nigeria.
Don't say that.
So
It will send me an invoice now. Don't start bigging him up.
Yeah. He's analyzing it to you, and you're trying to come out and just play the opposition, sir. This time around, you don't need to play opposition. Please align. Yeah, come in. Come in.
Yeah, one man. Thank you.
So Ekene, it's game over. It's game over, isn't it? Peter Obi is now like that man in the middle of the streets saying the aliens are coming, and people are crossing the streets that this one has smoked something funky. The game is over.
Okay, as far as I respect Ogbeni's submission and Eze, I am very far different from what they're saying. You understand? There is nothing like game is over. This is now that the real politics has started. This just like when you are doing a campaign for general election, it's the same thing with senatorial election. You must seek for vote. And you see the House of Assembly now, without the alignment of other parties, it's not like before you overlook them. If you overlook them now, something bad might happen to you. Even being an anointed candidate, you might still lose that anointed candidate of or whatever. So the man still needs other parties. That is why you see him putting those efforts he's putting. So saying that he's aligning, that the Labour Party has left behind, I expected it to happen. There is nothing aligning there. Aligning for vote or seeking for vote in the Senate is nothing. Or you want them to start to fight. Because okay, maybe when he eventually emerges as the Senate president, when they go there, they will start to fight. Is that what you want? The Senate need to be united, and that is what they are doing. And he really put it clear to him. He doesn't have any problem with that, and me too. I don't have problem with that. So when he brought up the issue of presidential, you see how he told him that is a no-go area. He made it out so that people will not say that they are supporting Asewaju. So how do you explain it?
One man did not say that now. Because when one man was
how do you see it? You want him to fight the thing. The people that want to.
All right. Hold on. Let's have an interjection from Fatai and then back to Ogbeni.
All right.
Ọ̀gbẹ́ni, Ọlọ́run ní pa yìí mọ́ ẹ lára. Ọlọ́run ní pa yìí mọ́ ẹ lára o. Ọlọ́run ní pa yìí mọ́ ẹ lára o. Gbogbo ẹ̀fọ́rí gbogbo nǹkan tó yàn ń gbọ́ lẹ́nu ọjọ́ mẹ́ta ẹ̀fọ́rí ń fọ́yàn ni o. Ọlọ́run ní pa yìí mọ́ ẹ lára o. The APC has not chosen any Senate president, right? So Akpabio going to meet somebody that the court declared should not be representing the Labour Party as chairman. Is that who's going to be? That's a mark of desperation. That's a mark of desperation. If, as you said, Ogbeni, if it was the other way around, if Akpabio went to meet what is it called? Apapa, the Nigeria would be on fire by now. Right. Ogbeni, you're absolutely right. I was so impressed. Actually, I didn't want to comment.
My point, but
I was so impressed. I had to
don't listen before interjection. That's their problem.
So there's no Senate president choice by the APC as a party. Some big boys of APC put out some gobbledygook, deceiving people like the APC chose a party. The same people that chose Ahmed Lawan as a consensus in the primary. Now they wrote some things like they've chosen Akpabio. Nobody has chosen anybody. The party is not allowed to choose somebody. They can zone.
Hold on, which Ashwaju's candidate? Like they say.
There's no Ashwaju candidate. That's why Ashwaju has not chosen anybody. Ashwaju said
no, you can't say that now. Tinubu himself has endorsed him.
No.
Where are you taking us to? Where are you taking us to?
Tinubu did not. Tinubu said zone to south and southeast. Let them go and fight it out. Then they came back the second time to make a list. If you look at that list, it was a statement that some party member meet the National Working Committee and suggest to National Working Committee that Akpabio is been chosen and this. So if there is no ratification, that's not an official party position. The party didn't choose anybody. And Akpabio should not be going to somebody the court has declared is not supposed to be representing Shama. Is that the kind of Senate president? Is that's too much desperation? Anyway, Ogbeni, I was so impressed. I say, Padi mi ló sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn. Mo wá kí ẹ ni, Padi mo wá kí ẹ sílé ni.
All right, back to you, Ogbeni. I don't know why Fatah is taking us to, but back to you, Ogbeni. We'll hear from.
It will be clearer in a few days' time. It will be clearer. The Senate will decide. The Senate will decide. It's not running for president of Nigeria. It's supposed to be campaigning to the senators. That's not Tinubu's choice. That's all I want to make. That's not Tinubu's choice, but Tinubu didn't choose anybody.
All right, let Ogbeni carry on, and then you expand on that space in a moment, because I'm not clear on what you're saying. But back to you, Ogbeni.
One man, you see, when you have a preconceived position, it is always very hard for you to listen to what someone is saying before you interject. And I think that is the major issue with rational mind. If you had listened to me, you would have understood that the area is arguing, the area is going is not what I'm saying. The fact that we have been saying they should try and settle their issue and they should try and leave the case in court is not where I'm going. I started from the issue they had with Apapa, and I linked it to Kulata's position yesterday that Apapa has collected bribe. And I said, if you flip what happened today to Apapa, let's assume Akpabio and others actually had gone to Apapa. These same Chalagan, these same guys, Abure and others, Tanko, Okonkwo and Co, they will be on channels tomorrow and be making noise that they said it, that Papa has collected bribe. But now, he's entertaining them, but he's a saint because he's on Obi's side. And that is my point. And the second point I made here clearly is this. He's talking only about presidential election. Why is presidential election the only thing that matters to him when their candidates at senatorial and rep level are filing petition presently? Do you think the only petition in Nigeria is the presidential election petition? There are other petitions throughout the country. Senate, House of Assembly, gubernatorial, and laborers are in all these petitions, filing petition. And I gave you a simple example. And the example I gave you is Chief Nnamdi Hero Hoji. That man contested against all Jews of Kalu in Abia North senatorial election. He lost to all Jews of Kalu, but he's challenging that election. Is Abure not aware of that?
So you wanted to be touching on everything.
My point is this: if Abure is aware of that, why is Abure receiving the same senator that his party is challenging somewhere else?
Is the senator himself there? Is Kalu there? Is Kalu there?
In Akwa Ibom, I'm coming. Chebi Akpabio is there in Akwa Ibom. LP are the candidate. If you don't know, the man is called Ekpeyong Leo Enobong.
Okay.
Go and check. You see, when I come here and I speak, I have my facts. I'm not one of those that just speak in vacuum. I will give you facts. And you can go and check. Ekpeyong Leo Enobong contested. And they say Akpabio won. And he never believed that Akpabio won. Is it not Abure's party? So why is he receiving the man that they are challenging his mandate? Or the mandate is not missing in this circumstance, right? The only mandate that is missing is Obi's mandate.
Hold on.
Hypocrisy.
Can I respond to what you just said?
I'm coming. Let me land.
Let them carry on. Yeah,
Is the hypocrisy I'm trying to paint here. And I'll give you two examples. I have other examples where Labour Party are challenging mandate of people. And you see their colleague here coming to meet the so-called chairman of the party and is receiving them. Secondly, is telling them what we are challenging in the petition. Now, see what Apapa and Arabambe has been saying. If you conflate it with what this guy just did now, it settles what they have been saying. But it's only the OB people who will not listen, because they have their narrative. And I tell you, that is the Go and read about Benito Mussolini very well. This is an example of fascism. This is the way it starts. Because you believe.
Do you want to educate us a little bit of the Mussolini you're talking about, how it started? Maybe the one I read is different from what you're talking about here. I don't even know how you're drawing, what parallel you're drawing here with what is going on with Labour Party.
Simple, and I've told you.
Give us the summary.
It's simple. No, I won't go to the history. I'm not here.
The summary, I said. The summary.
Yeah. The summary is this: you create a set of people with this an entitlement. You have an ideology of whatever you have in your space is right. Whatever anybody have is wrong. It's an opposing intellectual understanding. Whoever is bringing you are not ready to debate anything. So if I'm the one doing A, I'm right. But if Mr. C is the one doing that same A, Mr. C is wrong. Totalitarianism. And now fascism doesn't come in a way of in a violent way. They come by indoctrinating the educated ones. People are supposed to be enlightened, right? You indoctrinate them with this, I'm the only one right. And what is playing out here is the same thing. And I've given you an instance. If you have flipped this thing back to Apapa, by tomorrow they will be making noise everywhere around. But they are doing the same thing now. But nobody should make noise. See, he's smiling with Akpabio and others, Jubril. This Jubril now, they are still challenging his election in Kano. Akpabio, they are still challenging his own. Same with Ali Ndume and others. But he's here. The same election process they are challenging brought them into power. That is the hypocrisy. And that is my take on this point.
Can I say something, one man?
No. Before you ask that question, let's have Solomon come in because he came in specifically for this. Solomon, let's.
Yeah. See, Ogben is already saying everything that I want to say, and like most of the things I want to say, and he's making sense. Like my brother Uptown there is saying that I don't know what is going on, bro. It's you that don't know what is going on. You've been left behind. Like you're way behind. Like you need to try and meet up and stop being deceived by the people that you say that your ESCOs or your leaders in Labour Party. They've left you. Labour Party now, they are now negotiating, trying to be relevant. This Abure guy is trying to be relevant. And I don't want to talk about Obi. Why have they not filed, or is it allowed INEC to go through their case without 1.5 million or whatever? Why have they not paid it to come and so that we inspect and do all those things? Because they know they don't have anything. Like I'm saying it here, they don't have anything. They don't have anything at all. They would have paid that money and start that process, but they're still slacking. And this is to show you that these people don't have any solid thing to follow up. So this one they're just doing, they're giving their followers false hope, making them feel like they have something waiting for them. The only thing waiting for them is just disappointment, because in 2 weeks' time, the swearing in ceremony will be carried out, and they will swear in Tinubu, and everything has ended. These people now, Abure now as a wise man is taking position. Even a Ebonyi State candidate came out. There was an interview or a video yesterday when the guy was saying that he confirmed that this guy took a bribe of 200 million naira because of Imo State.
Who took a bribe?
This Abure guy now. He said that the guy took a bribe of 200 million naira. I don't know why. See, like Benny said here, Benny. See, after like before now, Baba Jali Coco used to be one of my favorites. Then Madam Zita. But you see, now I have 3 favorites now in this platform that just say the truth. Not just the truth, the facts. Like they say it how it should be.
What about me and Rational Mind? Where do we come in your
Rational Mind is just opposition. They just like opposition. Opposition is still my grandpa like opposition too much, and it's not good. You should try and but grandpa too is an hypocrite too. Sorry to say, I'm not trying to. It's not coming from a point of insult. What he did the day Prince Adewola came here, he just made me know that him too. He has left the obedience. How will you are talking about national level? You are talking about your own state, Ondo State, asking the guy about Ondo State. He did not say anything about the nation. it's just only about Ondo State that he was just emphasizing on. Can you see how?
So that makes me an hypocrite, right?
Of course, because you claim that you fight for the nation, that you are looking for.
Not a year now. Now they look over the year this guy. What is this guy talk about?
Baba, calm down, calm down. I'm not insulting you, sir.
No, I totally understand your joke. No, I saw that in your comment.
Baba, rational, but I'm not insulting you.
No, I totally know. I know him.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Yeah,
I saw your comment the last time when you said it.
No, you left obedient. See, let me tell you the truth. These people were one thing now. There's something that this thing has already shown me now, that it's not about being academically sound that really makes one wise or makes one know everything going on in his environment. Yeah, it's not just about that. I feel like that streetwise thing too is still very, very important.
Do you think that meeting? Do you think it would have been lubricated with money? You said 200 million. Is that what they're saying? In fact, it's quite clearly it has been lubricated with money, hasn't it?
Of course. Before even the negotiation, before they will even talk about this meeting to hold, they know what would have been in place. They know one or two things that would have been in place. Can't you see Abure? This guy Abure said feel leave Obi now for the movement. Obi to me, I feel Obi might be genuine, but man.
Can I interject you?
Okay, come in.
Okay, Wobman, good evening, everybody.
Good evening, Manuel.
Yeah.
Sorry, Uptown.
No, that's not Uptown. That's Emmanuel. But Emmanuel, your system is pushing somewhat. Is this the message to come? Is that your madam?
Yes, one man. That is the madam to come.
Look at that. You this guy. Are you punching above your weight? What's going on here? Carry on.
One man. Yeah, that is my madam and the best of the best of them.
Well done. Carry on.
I just want to make small brief comments based on this, because everybody is talking about collected money, not collected money. I was opportune to know about this meeting and how it was concluded, because we approved this meeting before it was held, based on he legitimized the Senate, the election, the senatorial election, because he said that those ones were uploaded. The process was taken as promised by INEC. He legitimized that process. The results were uploaded instantly, and people were winning we are seeing the results. Both the House of Representatives and this one. So this meeting was briefed to him, so he approved it. And you can see the neck are also represented here. And Abure made it categorically clear that Tinubu process is a no-no to Labour Party. That what they are just doing here is that this one, they accepted this one, but the presidential election is nothing to write home about, and they are fighting for it, and they are going for it. So let's not come here and cook stories and make up things.
Cooking story, Emmanuel. You are the one cooking story. You heard when he just said now that the guy in the same constituency, in the same senatorial district with Akpabio is fighting him from Labour Party. Wait. Let me tell you. Wait. That should let you know that this your chairman or your chairman, your party chairman is not after your interest. He's playing the politics.
It's not a matter of interest, because Obi approved this meeting. Okay. You know why he approved it? He approved it because he believed the process that happened in Senate and House, he approved it. You can see that he always mentioned that why is it that the House of Representatives and others they were uploading it, and they shut down the presidential election results. from uploading them. You see him saying that.
No, don't get us. Don't take us down some long-winded road, Emmanuel.
Please let me ask him a question.
Yeah.
Is Labour Party in the senatorial election petition tribunal at all?
Some are there.
Okay.
But
now, why
yes,
are they there if they believe in the election that brought
they
in
believe that
senators and reps?
something went wrong. But we all saw that.
Wait, before you put forth, wait. You have come here to say that all what I have said is just I've cooked story. And you have said that they are okay with the senatorial election.
I said we are going by what I know
just
now.
If they have election petition in tribunal, you said yes.
What I'm saying is that
between what you have confirmed now and what I said.
What I'm saying different from what you said. No, there is different.
Okay, what I'm saying, sir?
Yeah, the presidential election, they are contending presidential election because INEC did not take the process they promised they are going to take.
Are they contesting senatorial election too?
Senatorial?
Yes.
He don't know. Obedience are
not
informed.
Emmanuel.
Wait. Can I say something, Emmanuel?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me do it this way. I'm going to take that topic round so that everybody can speak on it, about 10 minutes or so for everybody, because it's the biggest news going. So you have the stage. So Solomon, so you continue with your narrative. And then after that, I'll take it 10 minutes round because it's such a big topic. I think everybody wants expression there.
Obedience are not informed. Uptime might be informed, but he will want to just fly around, and he will just want to, when you just, there's this narrative that you just assume and you just feel comfortable and use it to comfort yourself. I feel that is what Uptime, my brother, is doing. And Uptime, bro, you need to stop that for real. But people like Emmanuel is only looking out for Obi for the presidency. That is for the presidential election. That is what Emmanuel is just after. He's not even after any other thing. And this is to show you how informed he is too. He's not informed. Then these people, see, let me tell you guys, find a way and start adjusting now, because you don't have anything to argue. You don't even have anything to prove your whatever narrative you want to come here and say for real. So please just calm down, listen to people like Ogben. If you don't want to listen to Madam Zita, but you need to listen to her, but listen to when he's breaking it down for you. At least Madam Zita just say it like how do I say, like somebody who is talking like in terms of idiomatic expression. But when he will try, because he's a lawyer, he will try and break it down well to digest, like, let me use that term, digest properly to you. So try and listen. Stop all this unnecessary argument you are here arguing. Yeah, one man, carry on.
All right, brilliant. So let me take it to Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, does this meeting that we saw with Godswill Akpabio and his team and Abure and the NWC of the Labour Party, is there is embedded in that some sort of vindication for Lamidi Papa, who had always told us that these people are no good and they're like this?
Yeah, thank you, woman. And greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. You see, there's nothing wrong for politicians from opposing party to meet and discuss issue of national interest. National Assembly is for all Nigerians. Representatives to there represent different group of people across the country, different tribes, different religious interests, and so many interests. So when you have Akpabio visiting the chairman of Labour Party, I think it's because of the reason that is desperately looking for vote to be the Senate president. And Labour Party being a party that have senators in that Senate, is trying to lure them, is trying to persuade them, is trying to placate them. The chairman, who is the number one citizen of the party, who have a very strong influence over all representatives in the parliament representing their party. He believes that he can help, to placate.
Yeah, but Ajale Koko, if Abure agrees to help Akpabio, is that not a tacit endorsement then of the incoming administration? Because of course, is that or am I? Is that not the case?
You see, if not that the obedient and the way they play politics of exclusiveness. They don't play politics of inclusiveness with others. I can understand why people or some people are turning it around against them. That if somebody says, or I've done what Abure have done, you people will have shouted to heaven. If we are to be a papa that they have met to say, okay, can you help us to talk to your senators? You people will have shouted. They will have shouted to high heaven to say, "Oh, our papa have collected money." So, but in the recess of it, the assembly today, the Senate today, is a multi-party composition Senate. It's not between two parties. It's not a Senate that is overwhelmed by one party. So I don't see anything wrong in what Abure have done to welcome them to him, and to tell him that if for the issue of national interest, they are ready, to work with them. There's nothing he has done wrong as far as I'm concerned. But he makes some statements right there. A call for questioning, that call for questioning and interrogation as well. That we are. How did he say it? He said maybe they are married or something like that, What did they say? He said something that
he was saying when the in-law comes to visit, he said he was using an analogy of somebody coming to ask for a bride.
So when as APC become their in-law or something like that, when you have rained all sort of abuses on their candidate, all sort of you painted them as if they are evil against the country and all sort of things. So, but and he is his personality as well, considering the matter of forgery that is being accused of, it doesn't make him a trustworthy person to Nigerians, because Arabambi and Apapan and their own group are saying it emphatically all the time that this guy committed fraud. He forged court stamp, he forged a lot of documents to help the candidacy of the party, haven't taken money from those candidates against the actually elected candidate from their party, from their primary. So it doesn't have a reputation of a trustworthy leader at the moment. So people can interpret the meaning into so many ways. I don't see anything wrong in you people saying that, oh, he has taken money, obedient as well. We say the same thing. If Akpabio have met, what do you call Papa? But the fact of the matter is that there's nothing wrong for politicians from opposing party to meet and discuss issue of national interest. After all of them in that Senate from different party, whether we like it or not, they'll be sitting down, they'll be trashing out issue of national interest, they'll be, they will compromise one thing or the other for each other, for the interest of common good of Nigerian people and themselves as well. They will do things together in secret that you guys not gonna know for themselves, for their own benefit. The Labour and so those of you thinking that the Labour candidate representative in Senate or this thing, maybe they are saying no, they will do things there for their own personal interests against the interests of those of you they are representing. So one man, that's my take on that. Nothing wrong in them meeting, but Obedient has really, they have, they have, how do I say it? They have overheated the political atmosphere in such a way that it's not good for the country, for the politics of that country, and it's not good for us as a country. So they should know that what they accuse other people of, people can accuse them in the same way as well. So I'll leave it there, one man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Daniel Coco. So you're up next, Kene. So the one thing we can all agree on, this image on the screen now is not an image that 2 days ago you would have anticipated to see. They both have their swords out and they are jousting it out in the tribunal. Kill or be killed was what they were telling us. And then barely 24 hours later, here they are as the in-law coming for a bride. So what are you then making then of this meeting between Akpabio and the man in the hat?
Well, one man, thank you very much. You see, the politics of today is no longer the politics of yesterday. So I don't think anybody listening to news these days doesn't know what is happening in the politics. See, let me tell you, APC can no longer do it alone in the Senate. That is how it is. It's not lost just like maybe the other time they're having just the majority. You know, PDP, Akpabio might not be able to meet with PDP for some reasons. And the PDP is the second largest in that Senate. And followed by Labour Party, then NMPP. So if PDP is able to garner this Labour Party, NMPP, and all those SDP, you see something bad might happen to the ambition of Akpabio. So that is what you see this man working for. He needs to, at least, he might not be able to meet with PDP, but those small parties, he needs to work with them to add to his own party number to be able to actualize his dream to be the Senate president. And that is how I see it. So there is no other thing. This is like campaign. It's a campaign period. They will still have their election in the Senate. It will happen between the senators. So he knows what is happening in the Labour Party, and he knows that he needs to meet with the hierarchy of the Labour Party to be able to convince most of the senators to join them. You understand? And these are the people leading his campaign. All those Ndume, so many of them, that are the people leading his campaign. So anybody making argument out of it, I don't see the argument to make there. Then another thing is saying that if it would have been a papa, what would the issue is that for me, why didn't they go to a papa? Was there a papa the men chairman that elected that fielded these candidates and campaigned for them? The answer is no. So why they know? If I know that before this meeting, the judgment that came out.
Sorry, Ekene. What if they had gone to Apapa? What would the narrative have been? How would the obedience have reacted to that?
No, they would have gone to Apapa. That's my take. Then they will know the narrative, because I don't think nobody will talk to them. The obedient might crucify them but I'm saying they would have gone to Apapa for the first place. So they don't know what they're doing.
Well,
they're supposed to know.
Can I answer one man?
Yeah.
If you listen to what Oseni asked about this morning, who are the neck or NW?
We can barely hear you, Rational Mind. There's a lot of. Are you in a windy place?
No, we are in summer here. It's very hot here. We're getting almost.
All right. Yes.
It should be spring, but then we haven't already early summer. It's crazy. So anyway,
it's global warming, isn't it? Carry on.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. So I'm just sweating here. Yeah. I don't want to turn on the AC because of the cost of energy. I'm just trying to. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So my point is this: that they could, if you listen to what Oseni told him this morning, I mean, when Oseni asked him, who are these? Was it Oseni or the other girl asking, who are these? Whatever is it? NEC, National Executive Council. And normally, National Executive Council usually they are like, it will be like 10, 20, depending on how they large. But he only named 6 of them. Even the 6, he was even struggling naming them. Now, imagine now Akpabio now went to him. They had this kind of conference. How many of the senators? Because these senators, those who are elected under the platform of what's it called, of Labour Party, they were all here at this very event that this guy went to meet Abure. None of them would have, they wouldn't have even heed any call if he called on them, because they don't respect him, they don't see him. Because the point you need to understand is this: how party works is that, and Ajani question, other people can correct me on that, is that it is the crowd, the elected office there, especially those who have having. If they have governors, if they have House of Rep members, those who are councillors, who are chairmen and all of that, the party, I mean the faction that they align with, will at the end of the day carry the majority in that party. But Apapa, if you look at how many of them turn up at the court there? How many people do you see were fighting for him, or was trying to shoot around him when they were trying to hit him, or were harassing him there? Don't get me wrong. I don't say harassment or the way they treated him is good. I don't support that. But what I'm saying is that he wouldn't have gone to Apapa. Apapa does not have the crowd, the labor crowd, those who are holding political office. If he called NEC, nobody will show face there. So it is the Abure faction that these people still recognize, even despite the court ruling, as Benny said, which I know I heard about, but this morning I heard when it gets to my thought. So I just want to answer that your question, that they won't. Apapa would not have been able to do anything. They wouldn't have even get anything because it doesn't have the power. It doesn't have the influence on these elected members. That's just
I know that. I know that. That is why I said he would have gone. That is why I said. Let me finish.
All right. Finish your thought.
No, so that he's straightening his thoughts. One man, they are not answering the question.
All right.
They are not answering the question you ask, and it's one of the things I always say. Let's listen to question and engage.
Oh my goodness! So what was the question, one man?
The question is simply as is:
no. Let one man ask the question.
Papa, what would have been the narrative? Please answer that question. Not to create your own question. You simply created your own question like, oh, they wouldn't have gone.
Hold on now, my friend. Hold on.
If they had gone, what would have been the narrative?
That was the question. Rational mind. Yeah. If they had gone to Apapa, what would have been the narrative?
The issue is that there is no.
Hold on, let Rational mind go first.
That question is open-ended, because what would have been the narrative? And I'm giving you my own perspective. I don't know what Colin is talking about.
You didn't answer it.
You didn't answer the question.
Answer the question. It's simple.
Maybe if he had streamlined it very well for me to understand where he's going with that.
It's a straightforward question. Okay, let me ask you it again, so you know the heart of it. So there are two factions in the Labour Party. The obedience favor the Abure space. but they loathe the Apapa space. They've accused Apapa of corrupt practices. Abure is in court being charged with corrupt practices. So now you have the opposition now led by somebody who is notorious for corruption, Godfrey Akpabio, for bribing people and looting money. He then goes to Abure. And in the course of that interaction, it was a jolly good fellow sort of a meeting with analogies of in-laws coming to ask for a bride and everybody showing the work of their dentist and all that. So if that scenario that we just saw, if you substituted Abure for Apapa, how would the obedience space have responded to that?
Okay, one man.
No. I think they asked me that question. Can I just give me make an answer the question. Now that you are asking me now, I understand what you're saying. You see, allow me to just say this. I don't know why call it. I mean, I don't know, maybe the way I asked him this question, I confronted him this afternoon, my time. Maybe that's why it's coming at me in this way. Because the question you asked
now. It's asking you to answer the question.
I'll answer your question. I'll answer your question. But
okay.
The way you now explain the question now, I now get it. Because that question you ask is should I say it's an ambiguous question. I can spin it anyway. Right. So now that you're saying it now, I'll answer your question. Yes, a lot of obedience would have said, okay, I'll be one of those people that will come here and be telling you that, you see, when we told you people that APC were behind this whole thing, we could use that as an evidence that to say that, yes, this is what we're saying. They didn't go to meet Abure, but they went to meet Apapa. Likely, I'll be saying that. Very possibly, I'll be saying that. Because I will see that as...
Almost certainly you will be. Yeah.
No, one man, let's do that. I'm giving you my word. You don't need to what I'm saying. My point is to answer your question. Yes, you will say that we've been saying it now that APC are behind the trial of the problem that Labour is going through. Look at it. They just look at the guy who's looking for to become Senate president. He went to Apapa instead of going to Abure, the Abure faction. So these are some of the so I'll answer that question with that way. But my point is this: that if the narrative were to spin it another way, he will not dare even go and meet Apapa because you know that Apapa does not have the crowd. That's also why I ask you. I refer to go and watch that interview that Arise had with Akpabio this morning. He doesn't have the crowd. So that was why he knew that the Abure faction, they have the elected members under them. One man, maybe when I get to my turn, I'll be able to speak more. Let me not take the Ekene time.
All right. Round off your thoughts, Ekene, and I'll go on to Kulata.
Okay. Apapa, the issue is this. If he had gone to Apapa, what would have been the narrative? The issue is that you people continue to make that statement.
Hold on. Don't say anything. Hold on. I thought I heard somebody snoring. Carry on. Yeah. Carry on again. Sorry, I beg your pardon.
So what I'm saying is this: Apapa, there is no Apapa in this argument.
Is somebody sleeping where you are?
No, I don't know. I don't know who is doing that.
Okay.
So the issue is that there is no Apapa in that Labour Party space, and the APC knows the right thing to do, and they have done the right thing. So when you do the right thing, nobody to argue. We know that Abure is the chairman of Labour Party. I'm also a member of Labour Party. So when you want to come to Labour Party, we know the people that you go to, whether an opposition or anything. So when they go to Abure, we know that they have done the right thing. So when they go to Apapa, we know they're trying to turn things around for Labour Party. These senators were not registered by Apapa. They were not elected under Apapa. At least you can see the last list that came out from INEC from the primaries in Imo State and Bayelsa, Kogi, and all that. It's Abure primaries that we are putting there. His candidates were the one that were put in there. So where is the Apapa there? So there is no Apapa and there is no faction. No matter what they are fighting in the party, if they have gone to Apapa, I personally knows that something has went wrong because there was no Apapa. That is my take on that. You
All right,
understand?
brilliant.
So what they
Well
did
put.
is the right thing. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So up next, Kulata. So Kulata, when I was when I saw the image, it took me back to the theme music of when Donald Trump was doing that program, The Apprentice. I don't know if you remember. I think it was a song by the OJs. Mean Green Almighty Dollar. So mean green.
Almighty dollar. I know
Yeah.
it, of course now.
So there it is, Almighty Dollar. So did you anticipate, as you are seeing on your screen, just as early as 2 days ago?
Well, I mean, let me put it this way. The leadership of the Labour Party right now, depending on the latest judgment, is either with Apapa or this Abure guy. And based on what I've seen from Akpabio, he's going around. I saw him also go to SDP. So him going to Labour Party is no surprise. He's trying to cover all the bases because, I mean, at the end of the day, it's a parliamentary, no, not parliament. It's a Senate-wide election to pick the Senate president. Even though Tinubu has kind of endorsed him, there are no guarantees that the opposition can still pull out the what's it called, Isaraki 2015. So Akpabio is covering his bases, is going to PDP, going to Labour Party, going to SDP, because I just saw him also go to SDP. I didn't even know SDP had senators. So he's covering his bases. So it's politicking. Now, is Abure corrupt? Most likely, is a Nigerian politician. Could Akpabio has given him money? Perhaps, maybe, because Akpabio has that notorious reputation. He has that notorious reputation from every area that he's worked in the government. So, I think as of the latest today, looks like there's another court case that's now giving Abure the chairmanship. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. I think there was another judgment today. If I'm wrong, correct me. So,
we played the clip. Yes, carry
we
on.
played the game. Yeah. So I mean, I'm sure. Okay, I heard some people talking about it today. I've not really paid too much attention to the news today, but I heard another platform talking about it
They are
today.
on flog. They have those floggers. But the mainstream media has not picked anything yet.
Yeah, well, is an obedient space that we're
Which
talking
obedient
about.
now? They even interviewed this man. This man right behind Abure now on Arise TV this night. Is the public
Okay,
TV.
let me
They
ask
interviewed him on Arise.
a direct question. Has any court overridden the last judgment that gave Apapa the chairmanship? Yes or no?
Sure. Yes. Now. Yes.
When?
Yes. Today.
When? Today.
Today.
Okay.
Yes.
Which of the court, please? Which of the court?
Should you say you play the clip here?
What I saw was appeal court.
The appeal court now. Even they even said that
Wait. Now, appeal doesn't just work like that. Now, they have appealed against that ruling. Won't they will transmit this?
They've just appealed, no judgment. Okay.
When you appeal, won't you
forget.
transmit record? Won't you find notice of appeal? Won't the other party
they said they strike everything out. Even the court that gave the judgment to Apapa, that the court doesn't have the power.
I think I understand what's going on. I don't think there's any judgment. Looks like they just filed an appeal.
will make a decision within
Because I heard it in an obedient space, and I've not seen it in any newspaper or anything.
All right, hold, everybody. Let's just here is this guy calling a global press conference.
Barrister Julius Abure.
Wait, Abu.
Oh, sorry. Did I remove it?
Yes, you did now.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Let me just.
To properly put the legal issues surrounding the leadership of the party in their proper perspective. It is pertinent to state categorically and clearly that Labour Party has no faction in the party. Labour Party has only one leadership, and that leadership is the National Working Committee that is led by me, Barrister Julius Abure. Recall that some few members of the National Working Committee burgled themselves into the office and appointed themselves, precisely 4 of them, as officers of the party, acting upon a restricted court order, an ex parte order granted by the FCT High Court. A careful look at the originating summons, which is pending before the High Court of the FCT, the suspended deputy chairman of the party, Apapa Lamidi Bashiru, and his cohorts were asking the courts that upon granting their reliefs in the final judgment, to direct NEC to appoint interim national officers for the party. Out of their own desperation, they are no longer patient enough to wait for the outcome of the final judgment, but employed self-help and appointed themselves as national officers of the party. However, our objection to the court's jurisdiction was overruled by Justice J. Moazu of the FCT High Court on the 12th of May, 2023. On the same day, we filed a notice of appeal. And then on Wednesday, 17th May, the appeal was entered at the Court of Appeal. And the appeal number is CA ABJ CV/559/2023. We have also filed our appellant brief of argument, which has been served on the courts, on the trial courts. By necessary implication, the FCT High Court in Maitama ceases to have jurisdiction over the matter, having successfully filed our notice of appeal, transmitted records, and also filed a motion for stay of proceedings in the FCT High Court. The matter is now on the court list of the Court of Appeal, and so what the High Court judge is expected to do in the circumstance is to adjourn the matter sine die. It is worthy of note that in 2021, in the case of Suleiman against APC, reported in Nigeria Weekly Law Report 2023, the Supreme Court overturned the decision of this same Justice Mwanzu, who wrongly assumed jurisdiction in the case involving the APC in the same circumstances, in the same manner.
All right. So give us an interpretation of that, Ogwene, and then Kulata carry on with the other.
One is very simple, and I've explained before. Let me repeat what I just explained now. He has appealed against that ruling. No other has set aside the ruling till now. He appealed to Court of Appeal. He transmitted his record. He filed a brief of argument. That's on his side. Then he'll be waiting for the other side now to file their own. Now, he has filed what they call motion on notice to stay execution, meaning that he wants the Court of Appeal to say that ruling should not take effect for now, pending when they will finish that appeal. That application has not been taken. It's just an application to say, please, look at this thing, let them stay it. So he's by his own interpretation now saying the implication of this is that the court at the lower court must hands off for now. So the implication of this, legally speaking, is that that order that court made If he has not been set aside by anybody at all, he's still effective. No court has set it aside yet. But everything now is before court.
So in effect, Apapa still remains the acting chairman.
Legally speaking, except for the the radical, we have a lot of people, a lot of because he's a lawyer, so you should understand the implication,
All right, carry on, Kulata. So there it is.
So that's what I get for listening to Obedient Obedient News Network, because I've not seen anything like that in the news, but all of them were jubilating, but apparently they're just jubilating for someone filing an appeal. Anyway, what did I expect? So I mean, at the end of the day, Akpabio is lobbying. And if he has to pay cash, he will pay cash. I mean, that's the way it works in Nigeria. Let's not pretend. Nobody does anything for ideology or principles in that country. So he has to pay cash. And to Ogbeni, that Abure, I say Abure, Apapa too, I still stand by my suspicion that Apapa too has been bought. So I don't know why you guys are going on about, like, I mean, why won't you get paid to do what you love to do? So I still stand by my yesterday's suspicion.
Can I interject a bit?
You don't both of you have already interjected now. I mean, I have no basis for it.
No,
it's just
on this point,
it's my gut feeling.
If you allow me on this point, not to convince you. Not to convince you, just to let you serious.
You can't convince me. It's my gut feeling.
I know. You hardly get convinced. Okay.
Particularly
on things that you feel very strongly about, and you are entitled to that, which makes us a human being that we are. But Kulata, have you been following this Arabambi issue? When did you think this issue actually starts from?
I won't lie. I've only been here. I did not pay full attention to it. I've been hearing about Arabambi for a while and issues in Ogun State. And then that fat guy, whatever happened to that fat guy? What's his name? Doctor, whatever. You know, that doctor, Okupe.
Oh, okay. There's another one.
Yeah, the dust up with Okupe in Ogun State and all that stuff. Yeah.
Now, if you've been following it, you know that their issue is not today. As at October last year, if you go on Google, you go on YouTube, you will see where this same Arabambi was lamenting that they are southernizing Labour Party.
I saw that.
Has not even taking place.
I saw that. He almost said they're Igbonizing Labour Party. I know he said South. Yeah, I know he's used South
last year. Now,
I saw that.
Before that last year, as at 2021, this guy had been having issue with this same Abure. And that is why when emergency political analysts will just come and think their problem started because of Obi, no, they have been fighting far before Obi entered that party.
But that is mutually exclusive from still getting cash.
What has happened now, which I think Babadale Kubo made that point yesterday when I was listening to the review of what happened yesterday. What has happened now is that they feel it is time to get back. Since now they have a court on their side, and there's a police report that indicted Abure. They feel it's a fight to finish. You can't hijack our party. Do you know, Arabambi was even saying that Obi, till today, they are still holding polling agents. See now, Obi has refused to finance and release.
Obi no dey pay shishi now.
You say, and same Obi has released money to his own people around, but he has not released money to the party agent. That he asked Oshintokun, and Oshintokun was saying that then they don't have money now. So you should know that their problem, the problem has been. So now, whether they are now compromised or not is what we can suspect, but not to be conclusive about it and say the reason why
I said it's my suspicion. I did not say I have facts. Okay. I said I heavily suspect, because everything you've articulated still does not absolve Apapa from going to get bribes. He still
Well,
does it.
same,
It just
same way
all you
to
proved.
absorb, same way to absorb Abure for
Me, I know send
receiving his
Abure
nomination.
or Apapa waiting concern me. Both of them will make. They have to make
That's
money. They have family
Even
to eat.
Kolata, even what Collins Obeni said does not even, for me, does not even answer the question that we're talking about. Because
He doesn't address it. He's just laying out that they have issues. Fine, I agree they have issues, but it doesn't mean you still won't get paid.
No, it's just to tell you that is that he you that accumulated into this,
No,
so
no,
that
no,
don't just think.
One more, please. Can I ask Obuni a question? I didn't want to interject, but I mean, I have to just drop the question. Obuni.
Yeah. Hold on, you can, but
Okay.
Ogwene, I think you may be missing the point. Outside of the backdrop that you've just excellently described, what Kulata is saying, which I somewhat agree with, is that this particular cameo that is playing out is a window of opportunity, and they'll be stupid not to cash out, and they almost certainly have cashed out. But have that interjection uptown.
So it's not really an interjection. It's just a question of wisdom with what Kulata is saying to Obeni. Obeni, if you are a meddlesome interloper, if you are somebody that have a vested interest in a party that is challenging you, and you want to infiltrate the party, who do you want to look for? It's not people that probably have a little bit grievances standing already. Are they not the best tools? Do you have to look for very loyalist party members to compromise? No. You have to look for people that already have some grievances.
What do you mean by that? Did Apapa had any grievances until Abure was removed?
It is very simple. If you look at that coalition, which this guy called the coalition of nuisance people with nuisance value, you find out that it's an umbrella of every person that has always fought within Labour Party. We talk about the former
All of them have been
leader.
suspended,
We
even
talk
the
about
youth leader, all of them.
all of
Please,
them
let's
collaborated.
narrow it on Apapa. Tell me the you Apapa
No, it's
had
a group.
before today.
No, the only reason why Apapa is heading is because Apapa is the only person that is a deputy national chairman that they can use. So
Why do you think they are using? Why do you assume on your own that they are using him?
Why do you assume that they're not using him?
All right, let's not do that.
That's the question now.
That flattens your argument. You can't be authoritative about it again. So it's an assumption.
But you are sounding authoritative now.
But I'm telling you, it sounded like the law anyway.
Uptown is simple. You have mentioned those ones that have been used already. The Arabambia and others. And I ask you, narrow it on Apapa. Apapa has never had issue with them. Apapa simply has a way.
Hold on, please. Sometimes I lost you sometimes. You say so many things.
You lost me now because
no, he's a lawyer now. You should know lawyer.
Hold on, because I think we are all somewhat slowly lost. But so make that point and then Kulata rounds off. Yeah.
I think we should even leave this space.
No.
Let's leave the space. Kulata, back to you.
Well, look, for me, it's very simple. The timing is right. The circumstances are right. I mean, after this period, when Tinubu gets on a grade, where are those men going to make money after? Like this, the opportunity is just there for me. And I put my 2 and 2 together, and I told you it is baseless. So it's just me suspecting. So don't try and be calculating whatever. This is my gut suspicion that they are paid. And Abure too can be paid. This is rainy season. Make hay while the sun shines. That's how I'm going to leave it.
All right, brilliant. So from Kulata to you, Uptown. So a 5-minute monologue to the image on the screen. No matter how you square it, so it looks as though the conversation is leading to this is Akpabio just lobbying to be a Senate president. But what you have there is a senior functionary of the APC party and the lead person of the Labour Party, both of them duking it out in court, but you wouldn't know that they had any issues from this image on the screen. So a lot of people feel that dollars have changed hands, and not just for the Senate presidency seat. Just a 5-minute monologue on that. Uptown, good to see you. Uptown.
Yeah, Oman, good to see you as well, and good to listen. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can now. Carry on.
Please, one man, go to the next person. I will go after the person. Sorry.
All right, brilliant. We could hear your network struggling there. So Fatai joins us. He's been patiently quiet, but quiet no more. So Fatai, I often like to say, and that is the end of Solomon Grundy. But it never more apt a place to place that phrase. Now, this surely now the end of Solomon Grundy. So I mean, the picture tells its own tale. You have Jubrin Barao, the incoming deputy. You have Godswill Akpabio, the incoming lead. You have Abure, the outgoing rascality, and then he's all enwrapped by APC functionary. But the biggest smile in this image is on the Labour Party chairman. So why do you think he's grinning so sheepishly like a Cheshire cat?
Hello, one man.
Okay.
I think there are only two things that that one can say. I can say that become certain from that meeting. First of all, that nobody the deal they should have made long time. What they should have accepted. Only thing about Bakadero and Magbakodoro. They should have accepted long time before that the election is over. I see. It seems like okay, everybody seems to say now the election is over. We don't care about the outcome. We just care about the process, whatever that means. Okay, so that's there. Then the number two is that two desperate people are meeting up, right? So you have Akpabio desperate to become Senate president, and you have Abure desperate for his problems to go away. But his problem could have gone away long ago, right? That was not, like Ogbeni said, it's not today. This problem has been there, right? Agbalagba, I mean, two old people, you can call each other one side and make a deal. And all these nonsense doesn't need to come in the open. This dirty linen or whatever they call it, don't need to be washed in the open. Before the election, this problem has been there. So Uptown said now, infiltrator, interloper. This is what is angering those people. So people that have been in the party for 21 years, okay, there is a milestone in this election. The Labour Party jumped up in relevance, national prominence, right? But it doesn't matter. It's been there before. It's always been there. It's produced a governor. It's produced people before. So you come in the party and you think they are nobody. Okay. If you have to, everybody, when people are fighting for self-preservation, they will go anywhere. They don't need to be, they could be paid. They don't even need to be paid. So the man, they are saying, oh, he's a poor man, he's looking for money. Everybody is looking for money. You are looking for money too. The whole world is looking for money. So what is this? You know, if you use Olagba, slap the man face down, the man will fight for himself. Okay, if he just, so he's been there for 21 years, he's risen up through the ranks, and now he's deputy chairman. And now what do you want him to do? To leave the party and go and form a new party at 78 years old? This is the only thing he knows, to have his own space, to eat his own, drink his own gari within the political space. So he's going to fight for himself. It's possible he's got some money somewhere. I mean, it's politics. It's possible, or maybe not. Maybe he has to fight for his own self-preservation. You can't be calling him an infiltrator. You don't infiltrate your own home. This has been his home for 21 years. And also Abure, yes. And he's not fighting Abure, right? It's just like, okay, you are the edge, okay. But now, if you've been stepped aside, both of them are just hustling. Basically, Apapa and Abure, they are just hustling. They are all hustlers, right? Apapa is not categorical, the decision from the court that Apapa should step in and become acting chairman. So there's no clarity from their constitution But the only thing that is categorical is that Abure should step down for now, right? And filing an appeal does not mean you have a decision. You wait for the appeal to be
but
heard.
hold on. If it's categorical that Abure should step down for now, then it is automatic that the next in line assumes an acting capacity, and the next in line, of course, Papa.
Yeah, but that is what our Papa is arguing, that by osmosis, it should be the one that steps in, because there can be a vacancy, right? But it seems to be the case that in the party's hierarchy, there were 3 deputy chairmen. 2 of them have left, right? So there were 3 elected deputy chairmen, chairpersons. I don't know whether they were all men. So 2 of them have left. Only Apapa is left. The 2 of them have left. So only Apapa is remaining. So the 2 vacant positions were filled by appointees of Labor Union and TUC. So Apapa now is saying, so it's supposed to be one of these 3 should be acting, depending on the board of the Labour Party. What is it called? National Working Committee or whatever they call it. So, but now he's saying, like, I am the only elected person standing, right? There's no, even if they don't do, the board does not ratify, does not elect, I am automatically going to be. So the Abure wing are only canvassing for, like, oh, since it's not automatically stated that it's you, then it cannot be you. But by natural occurrence, it's going to be him and no other person, because he's the only elected deputy left that is standing. So it's going to be him. But they just want to play out the court, whatever, to play out. All of them are just elongating the whole situation. There is no emphatic court order that puts Apapa as the acting chairman of Labour Party. But by osmosis, it should be the acting chairman of Labour Party. And there is a vacancy. Somebody needs to head the organization. So since the court has said Abure should step down. So it's only this back and forth between them, something that 2 old people, they could go inside. Even if all of you have collected money, you can share it. They're just making a mess all over the place. They go to court, all of them making a mess, beating up an old man. And I saw the interview of the man or whatever, and those ones arise. Their skin was standing up. I wish they interview Abure like that. They were just beating up the man with, okay, calm down. It's not
the partisanship of that Arise space is barely, in fact, I was going to say it's barely disguised. It's not even disguised at all. You know?
I was looking at it, it was unbearable. Like, okay, cut the man. And the man was so smart, right? You might think he looks like Babalawo. Doesn't matter. That you knew before when you came into the party that he looked like Babalawo. So whether he looks like Babalawo now or not, he always looked like Babalawo. So what does it matter? What does it matter? The practice is life fluid. So you can't tell him to get out. He can't get out. He's not an interloper. He's not an infiltrator. Right? He's been there 21 years. You are just coming in. How can somebody come in new call me that I've been there, interloper, infiltrator? Yes, my brother.
Do you hear Akin Oshuktogun even saying that they don't look like people who can even afford money to fly into have
yeah.
Can you imagine the arrogance?
It's disgusting. Yeah, they don't have money. So what?
I'm a bit disappointed with Akin Oshuktogun. I've always been a huge fan of his. So eloquent, so knowledgeable. So yeah.
Oshuktogun has always been like that. When Benjamin Adekunle died, he wrote one article like that when he said he shouldn't be celebrated. Go and read that article.
Pẹ̀lẹ́ bàbá olówó, àwọn tó lọ olówó ayé. Pẹ̀lẹ́ àwọn nǹkan ti ní àwọn kan, àwọn tó ní àwa tá nínú àmà ní. Àwa náà tiẹ̀ ní, àwa náà lówó, àbùsọ máa lówó lọ́yọ̀ kan. So because the man don't have money, so what? The man is legally deputy chairman of the party. And they say, oh, we don't know him. No, you don't know him now. You know him. They said, the man said, he prayed for them. They said, apart from prayer, what did you control? The man said, do you want me to change the prayer and turn it upside down? That one was killing me. But that's the way it is. But I think the larger point is, the larger point that I see, right, is there's no need to shove it on everybody's throat, right? If you want to go and meet Abure, like Akpabio, we don't need to put it on camera. The court said the man should step down. So why you put it on camera? Oh, I'm meeting the man somebody said to step down. So what's the point of that?
I don't think it's actually playing to the domestic politics of our Labour Party. I think it's playing to the Obi politics and his politics. So what is signaling? What this image is signal? Akpabio.
For Senate presidency, obedience are not going to elect him Senate president.
No. No, you were saying, what I am saying is that I don't think Akpabio visiting Abure, I don't think he's essentially interested in the domestic politics of the Labour Party. He's not interested in, but he recognizes that Abure is the main figure there. And what he is signaling with this image is that he has gone to capture Abure. That's just how I read it.
No, Abure certainly has the influence. Would have if he wants to court the senators in Labour Party. Certainly, Abure would have the Papa wouldn't have that influence. So it's not that it's wrong for him to go and meet Abure. If he goes to meet Papa, I don't think if Papa called those senator elect of Labour Party, I don't think they would answer the phone. Babalawo is calling. I beg Jadanu. They will tell him they will not answer his phone. So certainly it's not that it's not wise. It's not that it's unwise. It's wise to meet Abure if he wants the favor from the vote of the Senate elect of Labour Party. So that's nothing wise there. But it's too much over glorification of nothing, right? So what's the point? So what? So the court, because there is a court order that said, even see Abure, the way it was the convoluted this thing. Oh, today the leadership of the party is the neck, and I am the leader of the neck. Okay, why don't you say I'm the chairman of? Why don't you just say? See how he roundabout to say he's the leader. Why don't you say you are the if there was a court order reinstating him as the chairman? Why didn't you just say straight away, I am the chairman? You dare not say that now. You just went roundabout the neck and the blah, and I am the head of the neck. Okay, all right. Whatever that means, But the bigger point is one man. I think you should take care of your audience. Right? Tinubu did not endorse anybody. Tinubu said when Tinubu came back from Paris, well, if you remember the day we were talking about these Tinubu flying back to Paris for medical or whatever, and I said, well, my own from looking at it, I think they rushed him back for one of these situations of the Senate presidency, and then he left them and said, okay, you guys go and deal with it. So he came back, they come to meet him about this. And I even remember one man, you played it here, that Tinubu said, okay, since I am here president, the North is the vice president. The next position should go to the South. And in the South, because I am from Southwest, so let's take Southwest out, let it go to South and Southeast. That's all. That's all Tinubu's. That's all of Tinubu's decision there. Tinubu did not endorse anybody.
Oh, but there was an endorsement in Port Harcourt. In Port Harcourt,
how is it endorsement?
It played out visually and audibly as well. You saw it. Well,
I saw it.
Yes.
It was a photo bomb. So photo bombing is endorsement. So they organized a gala night for Tinubu, and Akpabio came to photo bomb it. Akpabio is not the news of the night. He came with, I have 40 senators. Well, actually, we are 60, 20. Weekend, you didn't give us bigger aeroplane to bring the 60. Hey, they are senators. If they want to go and sleep with their mistress from Abuja to Lagos, they fly aeroplane by themselves. If he has 60 senators and they wanted to be there, they can buy air ticket and go there by themselves. Yeah, he doesn't have the numbers. That's the reality is that Akpabio doesn't have the numbers. All this one optic. He goes to there and he says, what is Tinubu going to do? Kick him away? No, he's not going to kill him. It's politics now. If you come, you smile to him. He shook hands. He shook his hands. So how is it endorsement? Doesn't mean he endorsed him. He's a senator elect. He was going to work with him. When everything starts, he shook his hands and that's it. He didn't say he endorsed anybody. And a few days later, okay, imagine. So when Tinubu went back to France, how long did it take? It wasn't the next day that Akeredolu came out angry that the party is trying to destroy Tinubu's administration. It wasn't the next day. Because Tinubu is not a Tinubu was a senator. The party can have their favorite and they will play the politics out. You don't write it on paper and say, oh, we choose this, we choose that. We zone here and we micro-zone to this person. Why? They are not babies there in the Senate. They can choose whoever they want. You can go and play out your influence, but they're not your baby. You say, I choose this one for them.
I think we actually played a clip here yesterday where Abdullahi Adamu was also concurring with that endorsement.
No. You have to listen carefully. He said, Akpabio, make sure you come early to the floor on that day of the debate. That day of the voting, if you come late, you might not be Senate president. They are giving him signal now. Work harder. They will go and consult me. There's a lot of people who want to contest. It's not even only Ojude or Kalu that is coming out of South. Even Osita, Uzin Aso, I don't even know his name very well. That one also wants to. He's been in the Senate or whatever or National Assembly for a long time. This Senate situation is not a easy fix here. It's not a simple situation. So the president is from the South. The judiciary, the head of judiciary is from the South. And now the executive branch of the government is from the South. The head of the judiciary is from the South. And so the head of also the legislature also from the South. The North also are crying. All the three cannot be. For a brief moment, it happened under Buhari. For a brief moment. So they are saying, why not? And so it's not some easy stuff like, oh, somebody didn't give us number. Somebody didn't give a number. Peter Obi winning in the Southeast is a favor to Tinubu's election. So if Peter Obi didn't win in the Southeast, Atiku will sweep all those places. PDP will sweep all those places. It will be dangerous to. So when you look at number is dynamic. Number is not a one-directional look at something, right? And like I said the other day, I was saying everybody was jumping at me. The number from the Southeast, are you even sure that is the number? And I'm not saying it's not a denigration of Peter Obi or Labour Party. Even if you put it up here now, they are challenging even Ojude or Kalu's number. So the election is crazy. It's crazy for anybody to just look at it one direction. The Senate is going to vote is going to be so wide. It's going to be nobody has a clue where it's going to go. The party they are starting to withdraw, is an own goal. And also, by the way, all these Akpabio does not have the consensus of the South. He has consensus of the Southwest. I don't know So Southwest has the presidency, has the judiciary, right? Hey, what's your own going to endorse another picking for the other zones? Let them go and let their people go and fight for themselves now. The same South that didn't go 100% for Tinubu. Now you see everybody now is a Tinubu Pro Max. Tinubu Pro Max. So is very attracts a lot of people. Everybody now is Tinubu Pro Max.
Fatai, wait.
Brother,
Shetima said 6 days ago. There's an article that I don't know if they interviewed Shetima, and Shetima is called "Why Tinubu Picked Akpabio to be Senate President." This is by Shetima, Kashim Shetima. So, I mean, Tinubu,
he just sorry. I don't even know what to like.
Rational were you there when Tinubu picked Akpabio?
Because this is May 13th, Premium Times. It says why Tinubu picked Akpabio to be Senate President by Shetima, and he said,
"Pop it in the private chat." So I put it up. Yeah.
I'll send it to your Instagram.
Shetima came out and said, like you say, he said it. Except maybe all this thing we're reading in the newspaper, because I'm getting it myself. I'm getting so tired of them said this in this newspaper. They will later find out that it's not so. It's getting me like, wait, what are we even doing here? So I'm not. Well, don't get me wrong, Fatai. I'm not saying what you're saying.
No,
We are
no,
saying
Rational
based on what we read online, seen in the newspaper articles, they've said it, and we've even seen a video like the woman was making reference to what happened at Port Harcourt. All these things are the things that we see, and we come to that conclusion that yes, Tinubu has endorsed this guy. Because hold on, and if you look at what Shetima said, when some people were going off on
no. That is not the headline. That's not the content. If you read the content, I'm sure you will see gobbledygook there. I don't think it's not a quote. It's not a Chetima's quote.
But then Shetima said something. He said something about
rational mind. Rational mind. There's a lot of woofing sound.
Okay, I think it's my fan here. Let me just turn it off. Yeah. So, and if you listen to what Shetima said, when some people had to rail on him was because when he said we cannot have Muslim down the ballot, I mean down the hole like that. So they cannot have
That's
Muslim.
maximum he said. That's the maximum thing he said. That's the maximum thing he said. He never said Tinubu endorsed Akpabio or Tinubu picked Akpabio.
You see,
hold on. Let me bring you this. Maybe you'll be able to read it. Let me just give you a few paragraphs. It says, why Tinubu picked Akpabio to be Senate President, headline Shetima. Vice President-elect Kashim Shetima has disclosed that the President-elect Bola Tinubu picked Godswill Akpabio as his preferred candidate for the position of Senate President to avoid the negative narrative of Islamization. Akpabio spoke, Akpabio spoke on Friday during a meeting with some elected lawmakers, including Tajuddin Abbas, whose ambition to be House Speaker has been endorsed by Tinubu and the ruling party. Mr. Shetima said Mr. Tinubu wants to prevent a situation where the President, Vice President, Senate President, and Speaker of the House would all be Muslims. Masas Tinubu and Shetima and Abbas are all Muslim, whilst Mr. Akpabio is a Christian. The same fate ticket of Masas Tinubu and Shetima already created a situation where the President and Vice President are Muslims. There have, therefore, been calls by many Nigerians for the APC to ensure religious balance in its choice of presiding officers of the parliament. Mr. Tinubu and the APC picked Mr. Akpabio South-South and Barau Jibrin Northwest as preferred candidates, as preferred Senate President and Deputy Senate President, respectively. They also picked Mr. Abbas Northwest and Ben Kalu Southeast as Speaker and Deputy Speaker, etc., etc. So this is Shetima, and you don't get more Tinubu than Shetima.
No. You have to listen. He didn't. The Shetima is talking about Muslim, everything being Muslim. He's not saying. They are reporting the letter. They are inserting the report from the letter that was sent by some APC people, in which, if you read the letter says the APC,
it's quite straightforward. Now I'm not quite sure what's going on here.
It's not straightforward.
Hold on. All right, send the video in.
I listened to the video where I have to search for it. I listened to the video where Shetima was speaking. Shetima didn't say Tinubu picked Akpabio. Tinubu cannot pick a name. They can only zone it to somewhere. They can say we have zoned it to South. Okay. Whoever is there will go and find it out. But in this case, Tinubu said South, Southeast. Let them go and find it out. That's all he said. They came back the next time to you.
The statement. Can I 5 seconds? The statement directly attributed to Tinubu, he said he's only to the south. That came from his mouth. But this reported, I don't know if it's interview or whatever from newspaper, is where everybody got the Tinubu endorsing Akpabio. It came from Shetima. So if his vice president is speaking something, are they not aligned?
All right, it's starting for that clip.
I will search for the clip and send you. I listened to the clip. Shetima did not say Tinubu pick anybody. We were speaking about the religion problem that will be everybody is Muslim. That's all. It's not even who cares about who becomes their Senate president. But the APC did not endorse anybody. Some people in APC suggested to the national working committee, whatever they call it, and that's how the letter came out. The report to national working committee is that Akpabio did blah blah blah.
So, sorry. What wider point are you making? I'm not sure the wider. What's the wider point that's been made here?
My wider point, the Senate presidency is going to happen on the floor, and APC as a party did not endorse. There's too much. A lot of desperation is reported as endorsement. Desperation is different from endorsement. There was no endorsement at Port Harcourt at the weekend. There's no endorsement.
Hold on. So the narrative is that Tinubu has endorsed Akpabio. We've even now had hold on. We've even now had this article to say that from attributing to Kashim Shettima that is the case, but we've not had a rebuttal. So if you are saying that all Tinubu said was that it should go to the south and southwest, if Akpabio, everybody is saying is Tinubu's choice and there is no rebuttal, does that then not give him an unfair advantage and disadvantages the southeast?
I don't get it. I don't get the point. Sorry, because I was searching. Can you repeat again?
I'm saying that we've just read the article. Kashim Shettima as effectively saying that Akpabio is Tinubu's endorsed choice. We saw the optics from Port Harcourt, Akpabio Tinubu's endorsed choice. Akpabio aligning all the dogs as the endorsed choice. So the narrative coming from the APC is that Akpabio is the endorsed choice of Tinubu. So now, if that is not the case, and if your assertion is that Tinubu's position is that the South and the Southeast should go and duke it out, why has Tinubu not come out to quell this narrative that Akpabio is endorsed? Because the narrative gives Akpabio an unfair advantage and it gives the South an unfair advantage. So if his thing is that they should battle it out, why is he not pulling back this narrative that he has endorsed Akpabio?
So Tinubu should go and why does he have to? Even when they said consensus was Ahmed Lawan, Tinubu did not come out to say no, consensus is not Ahmed Lawan. Buhari did not come out or whatever happened in that game. He's not a. He's happy for
the narrative to subsist that he has endorsed.
No. He will play his game. You don't jump in the. You need everybody. It's politics. You're gonna play out.
It runs contrary to the level playing field narrative that you are trying to promote.
But Tinubu's people also have been coming out. Akérèdọ́lù came out immediately after they say that list is they are trying to. I even remember it was a strong that they're trying to destroy Tinubu's administration or whatever it was. However, I don't remember. It was a strong whatever. Immediately after Tinubu left Nigeria, right? There's a lot of people coming out after Tinubu left Nigeria. The Northeast are coming out and saying, "What the heck? Where is us in this so-called list?" So the list is very problematic. So where is Northwest?
All right.
I mean, northeast. I mean, northeast. Where is not? I mean, no, not central. Where is not central? 2 northwest in 4 positions, right? And 2 of them are northwest. Where is not central?
All right, bring it home, so Fatai, and then I'll go on to Enigmatic who joins us. Bring it home.
Yeah, I just actually, basically, I was just impressed with Benny's analysis. Whatever, I was about to go to sleep. Actually, sometimes I just listened to your opening, see if just to keep abreast of Nigerian news, and then afterward I go to sleep. But then,
so am I now mainstream media according to the obedience? Kulata, we there it is. We are mainstream media now. according to the audience. This is where Fatah is getting his news. So let's don't be
No,
misled.
because I'm brought to be. If I just open YouTube, if I see anything interesting, I click it and that's it. I'm brought to be searching for news. The election is over. I'm brought to be searching for news everywhere. So okay, what is going on there? That's it, and I go to sleep.
All right,
Yeah.
don't go to sleep. Don't go to sleep just yet. Hear from Enigmatic on D, who joins us. I suspect you are joining us with a victorious tone, Enigmatic, because this seems to now be the crescendo. You know, they say it's not over till the fat lady sings. Well, maybe Akpabio will substitute as the fat man. So the fat man.
I know Enigmatic loves Akpabio, but it doesn't matter. It's my bro. You can be opposite. I see too much desperation. I don't. Too much
Oh, right.
desperation.
Your objection is actually to Akpabio. Okay, now I get it. So, all right. So, Enigmatic, the image on your screen, I'll pick it up from there. Good to see you.
Yeah, thank you, one man. And I salute everyone on the platform. And then I believe I've listened to a couple of, the panelists, and a couple of them. There's nothing that we are seeing now that is not more or less that we've not actually pontificated in the past, except those who still want to wallow in their delusional, mindset. These are politicians, and they are doing what politician knows how to do, politicking, and then, Kulata said it, Solomon said it, almost everybody who can reason properly without primordial sentiment and with no reservation in their mind. They said it. These people are cashing out. It is cash out season for them. And then obedience should wake up, like somebody said, that they should wake up to smell the coffee. Look, a lot of obedience are in the US now buying properties. A lot of obedience are becoming millionaires. Abure status from just an ordinary, a pauperized, low-level political party chairman of 8 months ago. It's not an elite political player now in Nigeria. As you can see, Abure is a billionaire in Naira now. So, and I know a lot of obedience who actually contributed financially to this. You folks should focus on your lives. You see all those guys that you elected to the Senate, to those offices, they will make their deals because at the end of the day, those are protest votes that actually got them there, not because of their competence or because of any trajectory or because of any. Just look at the guy that defeated Banky W and Obanikoro in Lagos. Nobody knew about the guy, and the guy actually was not even the candidate ab initio. The guy paid the initial candidate to get the ticket, so it was one of those business dealings that Abure has been accused of. So people can come over here and try to sanctimonize their feelings or probably calm themselves up. But people who knows how to read politics before the events start happening is what you are seeing now. Akpabio, all these people in the picture, Akpabio, all of them, Atiku, Tinubu, Obi, they are just showing you the color of politics. You either wake up or you keep, dying in your, in your. I don't know what to say. I'm trying to be very conservative how I address them because there's no way you address them one man than to basically describe them as what I've always called them, political Lilliputians, political babies. And unfortunately, we have old men around, among them who should know better than this. And those are the ones, those they are even the worst. At least we can spare the ones, the young ones among them who are probably experiencing their political baptism of fire for the first time in their lifestyle. Not the ones that they are old men and they probably grandpa or whatever they are. You know, they should know better than all these folks. Look at Abure. Look at what Abure is doing. Let's put Apapa in this picture now. One man, put Apapa in this picture, and let's see.
They will stone him to death. Was it just a beating they gave him in court? They will stone him to death.
And let's see the story change. Apapa never met anybody. We've not seen his picture. We've not seen his camaraderie, his convivial, optic like this with Tinubu and everybody. But they keep accusing that old man to the point that this set of fascists, they wanted to kill that man yesterday, an old man. What is the cross of the matter? The same thing that is happening to Labour Party and Abure, every political party in Nigeria, they've had their own, issues like that. Recently, PDP, IU has suffered similar fate, and he has some from his ward. He was probably fired from his ward. A court injunction came. There is no injunction from no ruling from the court, fired or ordered expressly IU to step down. But by natural political osmosis, what will happen is once you have a situation as Abure is having now, you step aside, then the next person in line take control of the political party. It happens in PDP recently. It happened in APC, Oshomole. It happened in almost all the political parties. We did, even when it took almost 9 months of Alimodu Sheriff and Ahmed McCarthy, going to court back and forth. We never see them, reduce themselves and the reputation of Nigeria's political system to what we saw yesterday in the court, pulling the cat out of an old man like that, almost lynching the man. We never saw the situation like this against PDP versus APC versus APC in the imbroglio that ensued when they eventually culminated in Oshomole vacating his office. We never see the same situation until IU left office. These are political matured minds. These are and when we say these people are there, but my own concern is, why are these people actually concerned about Labour Party? Because they are not even Labour Party members. They call themselves obedient. They say they care less a hute about the fate and life of Labour Party. But they won't leave Labour Party alone with their business, do their business. How would you accuse members of a political party who have been holding the fort for this political party for over 20 years, right, to be the people who actually want to crush their ambition or probably to pull the house down? You guys are the instigators. You guys are the usurpers. You guys are the thieves. You came to Labour Party less than a year ago and you're already messing the party up already, right? And then we can actually attribute this to the leadership style of Obi. We cannot we can't absolve Obi of this situation going on in APC in Labour Party. Atiku, of course, we blame Atiku for his ambivalent leadership when they were having issues in PDP. Is APC not having issues now? Did they not have issues before the election? Did they not have issues after primaries, before primaries? But you could see the attitude of the poster boy of APC now, the president-elect. You could see the attitude of major political leaders, even as young as Omoyele Sowore is. You could see his attitude when he was battling his case in court. Obi has always been absent when his attention will be needed most. And then, when it's quite unfortunate that people are still trying to rationalize this situation to be a normal one. Obedience needs to wake up and understand that Apapa and his team, they are fighting for the soul of their party, Labour Party, because they know Obedience are not part of them. Obedience are just bunch of, some bunch of, as Wale Soyinka called them, fascists. They don't care about nobody, And I'm sure you people will understand what Midas touch is. A king that was called Midas touch. Whatever it touches, it turns to gold, right? It's a medium which is used to probably, basically describe people who have a luck with fortune, and then wherever they go, it lightens up. And then there's another king that is called Sardine. Whatever it touches turns to dust and crumbles. This is what Obi is. Obi has basically
you've described two now. So you've described Midas and then you've described turn to dust. So which one is Obi? Is it Midas? Does it have the magic touch? Yeah.
Obi is the sudden touch that whatever it touches turns to dust and it crumbles it. It did the same thing in Abga. Abga, a thriving political party that was actually probably experiencing one of the best moments of their political patronage in Nigeria, especially in the southeast of Nigeria. What did he do to Abga when he went to Abga? We all know the story. One man. We all know don't you know the story? Who doesn't know the story? He went to Abga and crumbled Abga. Abga, who he met Abga as one of the most formidable parties in Nigeria then, especially in the southeast, in Anambra State, which was formed probably being spearheaded by Ojukwu then. May his soul rest in perfect peace, with the basic dream of and the ambition of making it the champion of the East, and the one they could actually use to negotiate to Nigeria's political prominence. Basically, what did he do with that? He turned it into dust until he ran away to PDP. Even the Anambra that he was a governor in Anambra State, a promising city. What did he do with that? Double their became a capital.
Enigmatic. That Anambra State is one of the biggest mysteries of the Nigerian space. It's a state that should be glistening and glowing, but it just seems to, I don't know, it just seems to be like a basket case.
Yeah, I'm just explaining what he has touched, and he has practically messed up. He was in court yesterday, and he saw how they were up. Has he made any comment as we speak? No, that's how he would do. Don't be surprised probably if people prevail on him and he goes back behind the scene and starts saying, my brother, going to see my brother, Papa, trying to, and that's just to show you that anything he touches, it spoils it. He was in PDP. He touched PDP, a party that has been favored for years. They made him running mate to their presidential candidate. What did he do? A party that has conveniently is thriving on glory, and they captured the whole of entire Southeast and everything. Basically, they couldn't even muster 2% of the vote in Southeast now because when he left. And then what is he doing with Labour Party now? As you can see, what is he doing with Labour Party? The same party that has produced Adams Oshomole, Mimiko, and some other senators, and the whole lot of them. He has turned it to almost a carcass of his own within a year that is in Labour Party. We've never heard of this situation to this magnitude in Nigeria's political system, except when Obi came with his bunch of unpatriotic, lunatics call themselves obedience, trying to kill somebody in the court yesterday. There are ways you can actually do this, but these are the people that says they want to rescue Nigeria. They are the new breeds of Nigerians. They are this, they are that. Did you see PDP trying to lynch Ayu or trying to lynch anybody claim to Ayu's position? Did you see anybody trying to lynch Alimodu Sheriff? When this River State man, what's his name? This guy that used to be Nyesom Wike's party man.
Tonyeko?
No, the former PDP chairman from River State. I forgot his name.
In your chair, are you?
Mm-mm.
No, secondos.
God bless you, one man. Secondos have similar issues. Now, when he stepped aside, and the next person in line took office. Nobody tried to embarrass Secondos or try to whip his ass or whatever. But these people, they don't care about nobody. The only person they care about is that their OB, the pretentious OB. You know, I think when I really have time, I will address that Papa's situation, because I felt so bad for that man. I felt so bad that we could have this bunch of people, right? I can't even see them as humans in our midst as Nigerians. You know, it's quite unfortunate. It touches even the Christendom. Look at what he has turned the churches into now. You know, the Christendom that used to be one formidable, one united, and one indivisible entity, the body of Christ. He has left it degraded, you know, divided, and it has detached from the usual respect that, so you know, all these things abound, and he will just he will just calm down with his mere fiefdom, and then like pretending as if nothing is happening, and you are taking side at the height of IU and we in Wiki and all of the crisis going on in PDP. There was never a time that I saw Atiku, I may be making a mistake, taking sides. When it was the same thing in APC, no, you wouldn't see Buhari taking side. But this guy actually came to the a public TV. I don't know Apapa, I don't know all of them. Now somebody, what's his name? His spokesperson or Koronko, we call Apapa and all of them rodents, call them clowns. People who just came to the
you know, there's a unique skill for name calling in that space. I've never heard such a foul language, you know, politics ever before. Yeah.
I mean, it's quite unfortunate, one man. How would you feel, anyone on this platform, how would you feel if you see probably your uncle or your dad being treated like that as Baba Papa was treated yesterday? Forget what actually happened. There are ways to settle scores. There are ways to handle a situation. They are talking about forgery. They are talking about executive recklessness. Talking about bribery and corruption. You guys are you want to preach against that, but absolutely it shows you are the antithesis of actually what you are preaching. Abure has suffered the worst form of executive recklessness, but because of the fact that he's your Peter Obi's Man Friday, you wouldn't see anything that, as you are seeing him here with Akpabio. Akpabio does not move empty. That's what you guys should know. Akpabio is like on Wiki. Wherever he goes with the foreign currency, and these people are leaving you behind. You can be there. Solomon, as young as he is, he knows better than a lot of gray-headed people on this platform who should be thinking straight and thinking right. These people are cashing out, and don't be surprised. All their senators, all the House of Rep member, when the game starts, they will align with APC, and God will save you guys if you don't lose them to either APC or PDP midway into their administration, into their tenure, because they will be looking at their political survival. They barely came into power by the Obi wave, by Labour Party wave, and then by the protest votes. It's not going to happen in 2027. So by the time they start seeing the handwriting on the wall, they will have to pitch their tents where it will be beneficial to them. If they have the understanding that they're not coming back, for probably there's a possibility of not making it back, they will cash out as much as they can. Who don't want? Tell me how many the legislators who do not want to be a member of a prominent committees in the Senate or in the House. So look, one man, they've just worked for Atiku, they've worked for PDP and APC. At the end of the day, we know Obi is not going to stay in this party. But the likes of Apapa, they know too. They are seasoned and veteran politicians, but they are not trying to allow Obi and his rats, right, to condemn the reputation and to spoil what they built over the years. because Obi will soon move out of Labour Party. So where he's going, we don't know. I don't know if they're gonna give him room back in APGA or in PDP. But there's everything is pointing to the fact that Obi.
That's the only space left for him, and it will be somewhat a retirement from politics move as well. He can only really go back to APGA.
APGA, if he has to go to APGA, then he will have Soludo to contend with. If he goes to PDP, they are really mad at him and people who do not actually understand his politics now, they know his
He
politics.
can't go back to PDP. It cost them a presidency.
So where is he going? And is he going to go to APC to slug it out?
No. He can only go back to APGA. That's the only. And then he will just go and they go and do the Igbo thing. He go and do the Igbo thing in APGA.
How about he's done? It's done.
Okay, Kulata, I don't want to make the obedient cry yet because I just want to
But boy, you know anywhere now. It's done.
Of course, it's done. It's done at the door, but I just don't want to go there yet. And I just want to speak to the fact that look, that I'm really still mad at what happened to that man yesterday. The attack on Baba Papa yesterday was mortifying. It was ignominious. It was reprehensible. It was despicable. It was contemptuous and contemptible. And no leader should pretend not to see that. No leader who yearns to lead Nigeria as a president should still be keeping quiet since yesterday about that. And I think this is actually speaking to the identity politics of Peter Obi, because it's either
sorry, enigmatic. Is there any point to wait in anticipation of Obi speaking on it? We already know what he's going to say. It will say that the obedience and law-abiding people and the people that attacked Lamidi Papa, they were APC infiltrators disguising as obedience. That's what he says every time he speaks. That's what he said to Wale Soyinka. So who is Papa that will say the same thing?
Let me just give me maybe the next trip to just even address this, because look, I believe we are all Nigerians, but we know some Nigerians who are pretending to be Nigerians.
One round. I thought you said for 5 minutes for opening.
I just seek for 3 minutes now, maybe 5 minutes, if you don't mind, one man.
Okay. All right, go on. Bring it home. I want you to hold your thoughts on Papa because I want you to give us the fullness of it. But everybody wants to speak on this clip, and then we'll really open it up and let it read.
Yeah. So I'll then leave it then. But what I can tell people now is that politics is what you are seeing on this screen now is politics as is. Who could have imagined, one man, that the vociferous nature of the obedience, causing, because there are these slangs that they use or whatever they use. If you vote for APC, you are pressing my neck. Your choice of APC is gonna cost me. There is this thing that they always say. But look at the APC now. One man in convivial optics, pictures, and everything with the Akpabio that they even regard as one of the most corrupt people in Nigeria. So this will show you the type of people they are, right? When it's okay for them, and I'm painting a picture now. Take Abure out of that picture and insert Apapa in that picture. They would have actually cemented the fact that, oh yes, Apapa is working for APC. Would you have the same courage to say Abure is working for APC? Nothing stops Labour Party to tell APC, look, we are not working for you. You are anti-people. You are a party of corruption, as you've been saying, as you've been grandstanding. There shouldn't be any reason why they should even allow them or even welcome them, right? But look at all of them now. They are rationalizing the fact. They are rationalizing the reason why they've given them the room, why they've taken pictures with them, why they've seen them. Abure said, all my friends that know you or whatever it is, you've done good to them. It means he has, behind the scene, he has one or two relationships, with Abure.
And these people are on several platforms, Twitter and everything, cry all over the day. Oh, Abure is becoming a billionaire right in your faces, and you guys are still crying all up and down. So you guys need to wake up and smell the coffee. Those guys you've sent to National Assembly, both the upper chamber and the lower chamber, they will do their bidding. They will cash out. Ireti Kingibe is already cutting you guys out. A lot of them are already cutting you guys off, and they will do their thing. And the governor, the only Labour Party governor that you guys have in Labour Party, you guys should be praying that he doesn't defect to APC, because the guy is a cash man too. He spends heavy, like Akpabio, like Wike. If you know Alex Oti very well, you know the type of politics he plays. So I will just leave it at that. You guys will be ready for the root shock of your lives.
All right, brilliant. Always excellently delivered by Enigmatic. So you can put your dictionaries away now, at least for the moment. Let's go on then to Uptown. So Uptown, there are certain idiomatic expressions that are a moment in time captured so succinctly. It was as though that expression was made for that moment. So let's take, for instance, the final nail in the coffin. So there is no moment that captures more data expression than the image on your screen. So is this now the final nail then in the coffin of the Bulabalu and the Bulaba that we have been hearing from the obedience space? Uptown, Europe. Uptown, I thought you said you were ready. All right, let's go to Rational Mind then. After all that build up, Uptown. Can anyone hear me?
One mark. Can you play that video?
I can't play it now because it would deviate the conversation. I'll play it once we go through this phase. Yes. Yes. Up next, Rational Mind.
Yeah. I talking about the video, right? The events that happened. First of all, there's so many things I want to address, but I'll see how far I can go. First of all, let me address Eze when he said talk about hypocrites and hypocrisy and all of that. I'm not one of those. I'm one of those people that comes here to talk about things the way I see them, and I believe I'm entitled to my opinion, even though sometimes my opinion or opinions could be biased in some ways. That does not mean deliberately.
All our opinions are. All of us were biased.
No, I'm speaking for myself, woman. I'm speaking for myself.
All right.
Rational Mind saying now cooled. I feel cooled, no.
Cool, Bao. So what are you talking about? All right. So anyway, so yeah. So I don't even know what you're talking about when you said I asked our friend the other time, the SDP guy, about my own state, and he was saying, but I'm an hypocrite for asking me a question. I mean, I don't have to repeat other people's questions. I know other people have asked questions that I would love to ask. And my own question was just that. I don't know what hypocrisy has to do with that. I just believe you're just talking, maybe you don't even know the use of the word hypocrisy. That's in that context. That's for easy. Then Mr. Colley, I heard the analysis, and it makes sense to me to start asking that question. Why would Abure, knowing that there are some of their candidates for Labour, why would he want to sanction or seemingly like say he's approving of this guy's Senate president candidacy? So it raises a lot of questions, which I mean is one of those things. One of those self-reflection I've been doing lately, which I think I shared with one man in our private conversation yesterday. Yeah. So my point is that these are politicians. That's the conclusion I just come to, and they will do anything for their own self-interest. It's not the interest of you and I. I mean, if really the common man on the streets in Nigeria, like we see here, where citizens are important to the government, if it's the same way in Nigeria, maybe most of us won't be. Maybe we'll only come here and just criticize their policies towards this common men. But all we criticize about these people are just their own internal politics, their own self-interest politics. So which kind of made me start wondering and start asking myself, am I not even wasting my time? Not even Yele that I was even touting some time back again himself too. He has even gone worse in some ways for me. So I'm beginning to have some kind of reflection on all of these things. Well, let me just address the issue of Abure. Yeah, Kole has a point that why would he endorse Akpabio, knowing that they have, well, I want to go by what he said, and I want to believe that he knows what he's talking about, because why I respect his view is that some of the things he said, they are later confirmed them to be true. One of them is when he was arguing about the application that was made by Abure, and he was using that as like he has obtained a court judgment restraining what's his name, this Apapa from acting as chairman. Now, from what he even said, so after you play that video, one man, it is glaring that he only got just.
He only filed an application. Yeah.
Well, I don't know what that means, but though for Brown, his only legal opinion, or perhaps I would say that opinion, maybe that would be the opinion of many other people, perhaps many other legal practitioners, that that doesn't equate to you having gotten a court judgment restraining a papa. But I think that as we go on, we shall hear other legal minds as they trash that out in the coming days. And also tomorrow, I think they're going to be at the court tomorrow. We're going to see if that's going to stand, or they will be able to present that before the lead justice or the lead judge as an evidence that Abure can continue acting. We shall see how that plays out. So for me, I start asking questions about Labour Party. It's like so many shenanigans too. The same way people were criticizing in APC and PDP. It seems that same corruption too has crept into Labour Party. So what I just make of all of this is that for me, I just at this point, I think I might just have to start rethinking my whatever. I mean, don't get me wrong. Doesn't mean I'm for Bola or I'm for whatever. I've never. I was because this is the same corrupt people that has brought that country to its knees.
Rational mind. Sorry, can you be for Ahmed, but not Bola?
Who's Ahmed? Ahmed Onie.
Or maybe just Jagaban. You don't have to be for Bola, but just Jagaban.
What is different between Jagaban? What's different between Ahmed? What's different between Bola? You call him Aswad, you call him whatever. I mean, for me, I call him Bola. So that's whatever. My point is that I think, like I've said so far, I will only want to just express my own view based on what I see. I don't think we should. I mean, when people come here and label
rational mind. What you are looking at, the man in the Fandora hat, that's a compromised man, isn't he? We cannot escape it. This is a man that's been compromised. This is what we're saying.
One man. It's very hard for me to say it's not compromised or if it's compromised. But what I would just say is that all this politics playing out that we're seeing is like it's all about their own interest. It's not about the interest of the common man on the street. You know me very well, one man. My personal beef with when I mean personal beef, my
from what you're seeing on your screen, do you feel that the Labour Party man, does it strike the image of somebody that is confident that they're going to win any mandate at the tribunal? Is that being signaled from this image?
You see, man. I mean, like I was saying, you keep really taking me so many questions. I keep losing my thoughts. I mean,
because what this image is telling me is game over. But
you can interpret it well. Like they said, a picture has what did they say? A picture has
tells 1,000 tales. Tells 1,000 tales.
People can interpret. That's why a lot of us we have divergent opinions here. We might see something and we read it, or we see a picture in an image, and we just give our own interpretation to it. But then, but the truth is the truth, and the truth will always come out at some point. What is the reality will always surface So, but then my point is that the general thing I'm trying to say here about Abure is that I see this as politics. Is it right? Ethically, I think it's wrong. By ethics, by what Colley said, I mean, if you have in this posture of, no, we do not want to be like the opposition who have ruined our country. Now, why are you similarly making an alliance with them? Yeah, that's another question we should be asking there.
Abure told us that this is a visit of his in-laws coming to us for a
yeah, I
bride.
said that woman. I said that even before I get people brought it up. I used that's what he said, and I want to see it that way. That this person comes to him. I mean, Akpabio is we can refer to him as a statesman, even though he's no longer a governor. He's a he's a statesman in a way, in some ways. Even he's a minister. I mean, he was minister of Niger Delta, right? So I don't know if he's still serving. I don't think he's not serving anymore. So anyway, but my point is this: that he said he wants to come and see him, and we know what he wants from us, but it will give him audience. But if you listen to what he said, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to justify because I come to that conclusion. I don't want to continue justifying anything anymore. But if I want to take it by his word until when I see anything to the contrary. Now, by his word, he said that, you come to me, you say you want to ask my daughter hand in marriage. It doesn't mean I've given you my daughter in marriage.
He said my incoming Senate president. That's how he greeted you.
I get you. I mean, let me just be honest. I want to ask my daughter hands in marriage. I will not just chase you out that no, but I will hear you out first. It's not left for me to determine if I'm going to give you my daughter's hand in marriage. Yeah, he said it that my incoming Senate president. But he said something which I think you did not even emphasize, is that we're leaving it up to the senators. He said initially we had a meeting that we should all go one direction. But later they had the routine. He said, well, let everybody decide on their own. Let their house members and their senators. There's a part of the clip here. Maybe if you play it, you see. Our house members will have to decide for themselves where they want to lean. So it's not a done deal that Akpabio is getting a total approval from the Labour Party, because he said it, and even you have to say, let me put this on record too, that your visit here does not mean that we are sanctioning Bola's, we're not legitimizing Bola's election, because we still have this contestation in court that we are contesting the process that
if it's endorsing Akpabio, which he is, by calling which clearly he is, then by extension that's a tacit because how can Akpabio be the Senate president? Is that going to be Senate president on that? I mean, that is a tacit endorsement of Tinubu, is it not? This whole optics of it all.
This is what we do here. We all like.
One second interjection, if you don't mind.
Carry on.
Go on.
Yeah. So remember, he mentioned, I think, 3 senators. I think maybe they are one of those people in the lobby right there, right? And then he said, an Erecti Kingibe, who probably was not there, that equally, I think she has whispered to me where her votes or probably how she will be voting. Those who can read with between the lines.
Yeah, we go again.
And those who can understand political, let me say, political patronage, right? And political bargainings. You understand what Akpabio and Abure, what they were doing over there. This is just a comprehensive endorsement. And I want us to do one thing, one man. Probably by the time Akpabio, when the vote actually came up, we should focus on Labour Party's votes and see who they voted for. I can assure you, they will, all their senators, they will vote for Akpabio. Akpabio is not here. These people are big men, one man. These are
that's if they've not even crossed over to APC. You know, because the tribunal would have been over by then. That's if they've not even crossed over to APC.
For you to see Akpabio here and this team, right? And then Abure speaking in glowing words. Is it possible that you will see Akpabio with Omoyele Sowore? Can you imagine that? It's not possible. So these people are dealers, right? And then I think I said one second, so I won't take Rational Mind's time. But Akpabio and then Abure too, he said they were just challenging the process. The outcome is actually not probably, I don't know how, I'm trying to paraphrase. The outcome is probably not, their goal or whatever. So it's whatever he's saying now is contradictory and contradicting what Obi is looking for. Obi said he wants to go to the moon and launch Elon Musk to find this lost mandate for him. Is delusional obedience too. They said they are looking for mandates, but their national chairman is saying something in absolute contradicting to what they are, the party, the candidate, and disobeyed. So you understand that Labour Party is different from Peter Obi. So Labour Party is more or less like an SPV vehicle that Obi is using, and they've seen Obi now that Ogbeni, look, as you did, they find what they find. They find what they find. We are done with politics and want to start cashing out until, because when Tinubu comes to office, one man, no more time to cash out. If you want to cash out now, cash out before 29th and before the inauguration of this Senate. Or else Obi is a billionaire already, and Obi has cashed out already.
Can I continue?
Enigmatic, sorry. Whenever you're, I don't know when it's going to be your turn next, but can you address what Obi went to do in France?
Obi to cash out now.
Here we go again. I mean, what is going on?
I did not say anything rational mind. I told Enigmatic to address what Obi went to do in France.
Obi did not use Labour Party's
come here with this propaganda.
It went to Nice, and there's no train between Nice and Paris.
Obi did not use Labour Party's account for his party donation. He used different account, different from.
I wasn't aware that Obi went to France. What is that?
You didn't know?
Okay.
He went to France.
All right.
Go and look at the video of when he went to meet this guy. What's his name?
Dele Momodu.
Was showing him his flight ticket, how his itinerary is. The connecting flight that he has to go, say maybe from London to Nice, and then Nice, I think to Lagos. I don't know.
He went to France.
Let me hear you.
The $5 billion. My God. I've always said that he was angling for a payout. Everybody is collecting. So Abure is collecting in Abuja, Obi is collecting in France. Everybody is collecting.
You see, I said something
earlier. As they say.
So I said something earlier. I said, I don't even know what to believe anymore, because we hear one thing, we hear another thing, we hear this, we hear that. People can always spin things. And just look at just listen to how anybody just said something now. He said something like, oh, because, what was that you said again? I said something like about Abure cashing out and maybe, what's his name? I don't even understand.
But Abure is cashing out now. Is there on your screen now?
I don't know. I won't vouch for it, like I said.
What do you mean you don't know? It's on your screen now.
Listen.
Do you want to see the image of Akpabio handing over the dollar? It's there on your screen now. It's cashing out.
No, you didn't see him with dollar. You seen dollar with him? Maybe it's Babari.
Okay. It's in the booth now. They've moved it from Akpabio's booth to Abure's booth.
Let me not vouch for these guys. I'm not going to vouch anymore because it seems like like somebody's trying to use the connecting flight he had from Nice in France, and then he's using that as maybe as something to suspect that maybe he went into a kind of meeting with Tinubu in France.
Yeah, the one that used your mouth to say it.
No, you are the one. You insinuated it now, and I was laughing here.
What did I insinuate? I said someone went to France.
And he said he went. Then I was trying to make you understand that. He said,
so there are no direct flights from London to Lagos anymore.
It depends on what you can get in the market. It depends on what
really?
If you want.
Obi is shopping for discount flights. Ryanair. I'll be Spirit Airlines.
Spirit Airlines. All right. So my point is this. Let's not go to, because I almost forgot of my thought. That was why I said I don't want him to interject, but I don't want that long.
Carry on.
My point is that that Abure said that don't misconstrue this your visit here to mean an endorsement of Tinubu because we hear you saying we should work with Bola, whatever. No, we have a case in court. We're challenging the process. But I don't even know what he's talking like. This guy was saying, a guy from German-speaking Yoruba guy. What's his name?
Fatai.
Fatai. And I don't even know what that even means. I mean, what you're talking about, you said we're challenging the process, not the result. If you're challenging the process, then you're challenging the result. I don't even know how we Nigerians even use English, or how we you see that countries. I don't even know how we think. Maybe this is our so-called madness. There are people corrupted, so many people. They don't even know. No. In a good way. In a good way, Fatai. I'm not dicing.
Ọ̀gbẹ́ni náà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, èmi nìkan kan mo sọ bẹ́ẹ̀. No be only
Fatai, the German Yoruba.
I'm only saying that
from Cyprus, the German Yoruba from Cyprus.
I see eye on eye with you on that. When you said, what is he even talking about? I don't even know what he's talking about. I want to try to quote what you said, that we're challenging the process and not the outcome. I mean, if you're challenging the process, eventually it invariably means that you're challenging the outcome, because the process that brings that outcome is what you're challenging at the same time. So I don't know what play on word is trying to do there. I mean, these people are also, that's why I'm beginning to have a rethink about their whole thing with their seemingly going to bed with APC now. I don't know what's going on here.
Okay, now I get the operation.
I'm going by what I'm seeing, and I'm basing my analysis on what I've seen from that video, that they are only visiting them, and they see that, okay, as a mark of respect, you said you want to come and see us, like our person in the chat is talking about, what's his name, Simba from Saudi, saying like, how do you call somebody an in-law? Sometimes we misuse words. I just give an example now of how some people misuse words. I mean, sometimes you can misuse word. Anowa does not mean that you're really giving in Yoruba. We can call somebody Ano, even somebody who you're not even giving your daughter to. If somebody has my daughter hands in marriage, I can refer to him as Anowa. But in the real sense of it, we know it's not your in-law first until eventually you give your daughter in hands to her in marriage. But we usually refer to them as Anowa, even when you've not even given your daughter in marriage.
But that's an indication of intent now.
Yeah,
if you say Anowa, it's an indication of intent.
My in-law does not mean that. Well, I know in the real sense of it, we should not be saying my in-law until you give your daughter or your son or whatever to that person.
Yeah, but if you say then that shows you are willing to.
Yeah.
Assuming it's not the Yoruba demon, cha.
Yeah. So do they have that in America too? They have that here in every Yoruba man is a Yoruba demon, especially under the age of 35. You know.
Yeah. So one man. So for me, my analysis is just based on what I'm seeing. I would take him by what he said. That is just simply, you want to see us, you want our senators to vote for you. And I think I remember where Matic was going with that when he said something about taking Ibe. He only said taking Ibe only told me where he's going to vote. He did not reveal it. And we're all here, we heard it. And I think but
if he wasn't in favor of the people present, then he wouldn't have said it.
Well, he only made it in person. He said he's not here, but because there are other senators that were there that were present. I don't think this guy was even there too. Ume, what's his name? That Ume guy. Was he there? I don't think Ume was there because Ume is championing. I think he's aligning with Kalu. That's what I think he's doing. So I don't think
rational mind.
Yeah.
I want to ask you something.
Real quick, please. Go on.
Yeah, in this aspect now, this dragging of these people meeting the Labour Party. What are they expecting before? Are you expecting Labour Party to produce the next Senate president?
No, I'm not.
Is it not the ruling party that will produce the next Senate president?
Of course. Yeah.
So what is wrong for them visiting the?
There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong.
Labour Party. When you already know that you cannot even produce the Senate president, you have to align with the party that can produce it.
Yeah.
They're not going to Senate president to fight. They're not going to Senate to fight. They're going there to make law, no matter the party you come from.
Yeah.
So when they go, are they going there to fight themselves? All of them are elected Senate. No matter the different parties, no matter the party differences, they are all senators.
Yeah.
You understand? And Labour Party is not expected to produce the next Senate president. It is the APC that will still produce it. Are you going to stay aside and say, let them vote? Is it done that way?
No,
you cannot stay one. You cannot just exclude yourself and say, let them vote.
Hold on. They can abstain. They won't abstain. If they don't want to vote, they won't vote. They can do that.
It's not possible. It's not possible. You're there to make law. The only thing is that let your ideology, as in your policies, make difference. Is maybe when they have elected them now, when they start to work, we begin to look at their antecedent, what they are offering. That is when you begin to judge them. They're still trying to form a cabinet, and you not expect them to be excluded. Don't you know all these things they have effect in the house?
Yeah,
These senators have something to go with. That's into their constituencies, the people they are representing with. If you don't align, how do you take those things home?
Hold on. Hold on. We know
Yeah.
what this is. Like I said earlier, it's all about their interest. And the reason why I'm saying all of these things is that, you see, we have people like Enigmatic, One Man, and the rest of them. They come, they said that, oh, this is what is going, this is where it's going. They are this, they are that. That's why I'm speaking to it the way I'm speaking to it, because we need to state the fact, and the fact is staring us at us in the eyes. But the thing is that we can tell stories however we want to tell the stories, because, like I say, a picture can tell you many, can give you a different
a thousand tales.
Stories. So yeah. So same thing with the video sometimes. But then we just need to stick with what we're saying first, by what they say. I'm going by what he said. So Ireti was not there. He said it, but does not mean that he's telling them that I know where Ireti is voting, that he's going to vote for you. Say, I know he has intimidated me.
Is that not implicit? Is that not implicit in when he's saying that? Is it not to indicate that?
I like what you said. It's you can deduce that. I mean, but then it's not a fact, because it didn't say that yes. If you take that to court, you cannot say that you use that as a court in court and have a judge give you that ruling that yes, he said he was going to vote for him. He only said it, and he never said it to anybody or in front of the camera that he was going to vote for Akpabio. So, and I just give an example of Umetu. I think Umetu is one of those senators under Abga. I don't think Ume was there, and if he was there, I think Ume is with what's his name?
Ume is contesting for Southeast EC with Ojo Zokalo.
Yeah. So I think they're both of them. They're aligned. So my point is this, just to answer Ekene's question too, about, you see, all these people, they're all fighting for what they call how do they call it? To head committees. They want to head committees. They want juicy, like they put it for defense. You know what it means to be under defense, or to be under finance, or to be a committee, to be the chairman of a committee like finance or defense, or like maybe some other petroleum, whatever. All this, these are juicy portfolios. Mind you, this subcommittees too. That is another conduit for corruption within the House of Rep and Senate. So if they align with Akpabio eventually become the Senate president, he can give them this juicy committee heads. I mean, they made them chairman of some of this committee, or even put them in that committee. They're all fighting for their interests. We know. But for me, I just want to speak to what I'm saying here. And subsequently, when we see what plays out after that, if they do otherwise, then we know that these people too, they are what's different from them from APC then and the PDP they are claiming to even fight against. So, let me just conclude. Yes, it's seeming we can spin it that way, that yes, these people, they are this, they already bought. Yes, it's seeming like that. But I'm speaking to what I hear from them. But if they do otherwise from now going forward, I will be able to say, okay, yes, you guys were right. But for now, I hold on to my side. And I will say, yes, it's all politics for now. They can't deny Akpabio. If Akpabio will say, I want to come and see you, come, see us. We'll talk to you. We'll have a chat with you. But like he said, in the final analysis, these senators will have to vote for themselves. They have often said they were going to vote one way, but later they had to have a reconsideration. He said it in that video. I don't know if you played that part. He said, we've now left it to the senators to decide for themselves and the House of Rep members where they want to vote. And that's what we should take it. You should take that word for what they are. But if you do anything after that...
Rational mind. Yeah,
what is
that statement.
That's...
to me, indicate that they are a party that lacks sense of direction. If a party, and him particularly as a party chairman, cannot coordinate their senators that are representing millions of their people on the basis of the manifesto that they sold to the people that they marketed to the people before the election. Now, at the critical time for them to go and really represent their people well, he's now saying, oh, we just tell them go and do whatever they like. It's as good as saying, go and do whatever. If you want to cash out, or just go. We are not monitoring you. Political organization that really want to represent, political party that really want to represent the people well, doesn't operate like that. It's unfortunate that these people are showing to you that they are not there for you. They got to position, boom, relationship with you ended there. This is what this chairman is telling us, that they tell them to go and do whatever they like. It shouldn't be like that. The political parties should be able to know who they want to align with. If you don't want to align with the party, ruling party, that you believe does not represent their people well, you believe that they got there through fraudulent means, what are they telling us? Rational mind, that statement from that man is so ridiculous, and it just shows that they are a party with no vision, purposeless, no sense of direction, and no coordination at all to represent the people that voted them well.
Yeah, you're right. I agree with you on certain aspect of what you just said. Not much of the things you said. They are not coordinated. They it seems like it's seeming like they are fighting for their own pockets. I'm talking about the chairman, the House of Rep members, and the Senate. They are all looking for whatever they can get out of this their opportunity right now. But you see, one man and everybody listening. This is just my opinion.
I'm not blaming them. I blame all of them, particularly the
No. You don't have to say. There's a fact that what you're saying.
To even say that in the public, the people of the public, the people of the party, should go after him and say, "What did you say?" They should go and do whatever they like.
Hold on. Yeah, hold on. You see, enough of this name calling. Like I said, I think I had Enigmatic said it, not just Enigmatic. I think Colin was the one who first of all used the word. I'm not first of all. One of those people that used the word today on this platform, calling the obedient fascist. That word is a very strong word. And when he was using Mussolini,
I think they were referencing Wole Soyinka.
Well, he was.
Yeah.
So, but the point I'm trying to make is that it's a very strong word. If you know what the fascists do in the real sense, even though we know some obedient, some
are their conduct not fascistic?
Some obedient, yeah. Well, let me not say yeah. Some obedient.
I'm not a fascist in the platform, so that you.
No, not you. I was going to say with the exception of Uptown.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm not an exception. I'm an obedient too. I'm a fascist. So any time I come, you just see me as a fascist.
You're not a fascist, so you're a gentleman.
Man, when you call a group or a political party fascist, it's a very strong, it's a very deep word, because the people we saw who are fascists in history, it's a whole political ideology of that party. But Labour Party does not stand for that.
Hold on, watch this.
Nobody knows this man. He's too old for this man. Nobody knows him. We don't know him.
Is that not right-wing extremist fascism?
So, like I said, I'm a student of political science too. I did a little bit of political science, and I know what I'm talking about. When you say fascist, fascist is a group of people. Now, when you say a group of people represented by a political party or a name, an umbrella which they come under, which they perpetrate, or they kind of like I'm even running out of vocabulary.
We're not looking at the literary the dictionary definition.
Yeah,
We're looking at the manifestation, contemporaneous manifestation.
Yeah, we need to educate our audience here.
No, they are not illiterate. They are not illiterate. They don't know what a fascist is.
Yeah. Man, don't take my word out of what I've not said, what I've not insinuated. I'm not saying our audience are illiterate, but we need to put things in perspective for our audience. They can go and check the stats, go and check the whatever I'm saying. If it's more,
rational man, in educating our audience, right? This is a global platform.
Okay.
I shoot my word carefully.
Okay.
I did not say Labour Party is an elegant political party. It's a party of comrade. It's more or less like they've been existing before this mob of fascists, came to Labour Party. I'm not saying Labour Party is a political party of fascists. I'm saying obedience that have invaded, the peaceful. We've not seen Labour Party, washing their dirty linen in the public like this for the past 20 years they've been existing. They are shouting they don't know Baba, they don't know Apapa, they don't know all the legacy members of Labour Party, those people who came two days ago into Labour Party telling people they do not know them. So obedience are the fascists, they are the unpatriotic, they are the terroristic mobs that they are. They are nurturing nitwits as they are. So not Labour Party, you have to demarcate and make a difference. So Labour Party is different. Obedience are the ones I'm referring to. And
even at
can I say something?
Okay.
Can I say something?
I just don't want one man to say.
Yeah, I came to align with the Labour Party during this campaign period. I know that Labour Party has been existing, but I came to align with them.
Are you registered? Are you a registered
member of Labour Party?
I'm a member now.
You've registered.
You've registered.
Okay.
Yes.
So
there's no conviction behind that yes. Say that yes again. Are you a member?
I said yes, I'm registered. I'm a member of Labour Party now.
Look at this guy.
What I'm saying is this. I came to Labour Party during this period of 2023 election. So calling all of us a fascist, at least I know it's from obedience that I became a member of Labour Party. And most of us contributed to the success of this party. You cannot deny that. You understand? Without that obedience and without the people we are calling a fascist, you cannot be seeing all these senators. You cannot be seeing Akpabio coming here to meet all these senators.
They've had senators in the past. They've had House of Rep members in the past. They've had governors in the past. They've been existing before.
Have they have this number? Have they recognized them nationally before like this?
That is not the cross of the matter. The cross of the matter is that you guys.
That is the cross of the matter. That is the cross of the matter. What I'm saying is that you are calling the people that contributed to this success. Now you are calling them fascists.
What is the point of contributing to a political party that you guys are basically dragging in the mud now because of your fascist nature? The fascist nature of
who is dragging it in the mud? Is there no people in the APC that are still doing that are acting almost in the same manner?
Okay,
so we now begin to call them. What do you call those people?
Have you seen PDP or APC or any one of them?
One month, can I
when you go out to vote and somebody tell you not to vote because you're a member of this party or this party, what does that mean?
All right. Leave that.
When you know you can still find the same characters in other parties.
All right. Leave that rhetorical. Leave that rhetorical, enigmatic. Wrap it up. Rational mind, and then instead of interjecting, when rational mind lands, you take the floor. Uptown.
All right, one man. In fact, yeah. So I think we cannot call. I think I say enigmatic use a word. It says something about something. Some part of them are. I think that's what. Maybe that's what that's what we should be using. Some of them are fascist. Or they're fascist in nature. I think that's what he said. Now the political party that I just call Labour Party. I mean, I little I've seen about them and I've read about them. They are not fascist. their candidate, in the presidential election, is not a fascist. That some obedience, they are fascist in nature, like Eddie Maxey said. Yeah, I agree. Some of them are fascist in nature, but no, that does not mean they are fascist. Because a fascist, in the true sense of it in political science, they are kind of people that is their ideology. But the obedient, that's not their ideology. Their ideology is that they want a better Nigeria. But there are some people who are taking it to the extreme among them. There are some zealots among them, some fanatics among them. And that's the one, the like of what we saw that played out yesterday, or the day before yesterday, some people's time, when a former member or a member, there used to be a member, or maybe still there's some factional member, was brutally, or should I say brutally, was harassed, and the way they treated him which is not fair, which is not right. I condemn it. So that could be a fascist. That's a fascist tendency there. That because somebody does not align with you, then you have to go and start beating them up. No, that's not the right thing to do. I think Obi needs to start addressing some matters right now. He needs to start addressing some matters because, woman, there's a lot to say. I just don't want to infringe on other people's time. But for me, that word, I would not call APC a fascist. But that there are some members of them that are fascist, that exhibit fascist nature, like Ekene was trying to bring out. Yes, we saw that in the Bola attack docs. To tell people not to vote, to start labeling one ethnic group, circling them out. That's fascist. That's how fascism began. Even the Nazis in Germany, that's how they started. So we need to start knowing where to draw the line here, all of us. We can analyze things, but I don't want to sound preachy this time because I know maybe somebody calling me an hypocrite too. Maybe I've been guilty of, in some ways, being an hypocrite in some ways. But for me, I just know we need to start knowing where to draw the line. They are not fascist, but some people may be fascist in nature. Yes. Well, man, let me let other people talk, please. Sorry.
All right. Thank you, Rational Mind. So, thank you, Rational Mind. So, so you're up next, Uptown. So, Rational Mind says that they are not fascist, but are they right-wing extremists? The obedience. Uptown, you're up next.
One man, thank you very much. Yeah, here I am again. One of those times I have to just steal like 10 seconds from my time to please urge the viewers to click the like button. This one for Uptown, for the culture. You know how we do it. And subscribe if you have not. All right. On the fascist space, one man. These days time is very costly, so I don't spend a lot of it on some kind of things. But then I'm just gonna dedicate a few seconds to it. And it's a rhetorical question. I'm not asking anybody a question. I'm just gonna ask our listeners and our audience. Dear listeners and audience of One Man Platform, I'm going to give you an assignment. Since you've been listening to this platform, even if it's today, and you've been listening to all of us speak, I want us to analyze our language, the language that we've used, our choice of words, manners of interaction, tolerance for other people's opinions, manner of arguments, general mannerism and extremism. Out of everybody in this platform, who is fascist? Is a question. Take one question for everybody.
Don't call Kulata names. No, are you calling Kulata out? Carry on.
No, I gave an assignment to our viewers, to just, just a take-home assignment for them. Every other person I'm sure they will know the answers to their questions. So that is it on the space for the fascism. There's something Obi said a couple of weeks ago. One man, he said, anywhere you guys go, we will meet you there, in the air, in the water, and in the sea. And this is what I'm going to do with my few, I think 5 minutes or so. I'm going to meet you, Enigmatic, and the rest of you.
So sorry to interrupt you. That anywhere you go will meet you there. Does that include France as well?
Does it include what?
Does it include France, Paris? Does it? Will you meet them in Paris too?
Paris,
Don't
France
worry.
is
Yeah, it's a
France
joke.
is
Maybe you didn't get.
One man, if it is possible, we'll also meet them in France. Nothing happened.
yes. Now that's what I'm saying. France is
We are not
land, so
running
we'll meet you air, water,
anywhere.
and land anywhere. So my dear brother Enigmatic, one of my favorite voices. I think he's my favorite right now. I know he will be scared to hear that, but don't be scared. Um, I think my brother is only casting his wishes and aspirations and presenting it as a political view or analysis. Because most of the things he said on the platform, at least this a couple of hours, a couple of minutes ago, he's just repeating the playbook of the APC on social media space. The things they discuss on their WhatsApp group and then they bring it out to Twitter space. So it's almost like he has a book and he's reading it out. And we've heard it a couple of hours ago in the morning. Garuba Shehu, they said, Adamu Garuba, they said the same thing. They spewed the same exact narrative. So I think he should get creative. I didn't know him as somebody that was not creative with his arguments. Just get something that is personally yours. So, but on the space of the
In what perspective? I need you to actually address that in a clear cut perspective. Okay, don't speak as if you are speaking to somebody who is having a political campaign with you. Explain what you just said, and then let me understand where you're coming from, and then the context in which you are making your point from. Because from my from what I know, there's nothing that I've said over here that is out of line that people are not aware of. It is a clear-cut understanding that obedience are tyrannical and they are fascist and they are mob of terrorists who actually do not care to take the country to the gulag. They don't care to. Is it the same people that actually be proud to the election? We know where they were, and then after the election, we know where they are. Are they not the same people who are calling for interim national government? Are they not the same bunch of bunch of of lunatic asylum somewhere wanting to burn the country down because they lost an election, while they already have a process, a judicial process in court? Are they not the same people in the eyes of the world, that the same people that they are begging the court to allow them a live transmission of a tribunal, and they almost lynched an octogenarian in a public space yesterday in the hallowed chamber, in the respected chamber of Nigeria's court? So you can come over here and speak like a typical obedient fascist as you guys are, but you have to talk to me straight away, because there's nothing over here that I'm saying that is out of place. We have seen your national chairman now, who is involved in plethora and avalanche of corruption cases. He's been accused of forgery by two gubernatorial candidates in Imo State, in Ebonyi State, and a couple of them. He's been accused of forgery and then using some instrumentality of court documents to procure, So we can go on, and then you guys have a presidential candidate, right? Who basically is a pathological liar and who goes everywhere to destabilize a seemingly peaceful environment. Wherever he goes, he comes with his baggage of ethnic chauvinism. Why is it that all of a sudden they are accusing him of satanizing their political party? Labour Party has been in existence before this man. All of a sudden, Labour Party is in turmoil. The imbroglio that is actually emanating from Labour Party now cannot be a departure from what Peter Obi has come with his baggage of political. I can go on. I have to be conservative, but if you actually want to speak the way you speak almost every time, coming over here to rationalize, illegality. This is illegality in our face right here. This is a political chairman who is hobnobbing with the same political party that you guys have been reprehensibly and then viciously campaigning against for the past how many months? Would you see Omoyele Sowore in this picture right here? So we cannot, and Nigeria will not actually, succumb to the whims and caprices of you guys, nihility and mobocracy. Never. Nigeria is a democratic nation, and you obedient, you've done your part. You've done the worst you can do. You've written to all the global villages, all the presidents, all the United Nations, everywhere, trying to rub the name of Nigeria in the mud because you guys lost an election. You guys, once again, are a bunch of rabid, devotees of terrorists masquerading as patriotic Nigerians. You guys are not patriotic, and I'll leave it at that. And one man, look, there's a reason why I believe some of us come to this platform. Elections, we've had it's come and gone, but we know the enemies of Nigeria. Tell me what part of Nigeria has moved on with this election. Atiku has run. This is probably his 5th time as running as a president. Same as a general, an army general, so for that matter. They go to court. They go quietly. They stay within the ambit of the law, and they do what they're supposed to do. Who, in his right senses, will see what happened in court today and be happy? This is a replica of what happened in America over here 2 years ago. So when we speak, we are not speaking in vacuum. We are speaking about what actually happened, right? You guys have often shifted blame to everybody, to oppositions, and you will never take a decisive decision to understand that you guys are making this country almost a laughingstock in the political annals of the world right now. Who is the person who wrote Biden? Who is the person who wrote this and who did not have moved on? Even the closest people to you guys in the Southeast over there, the South, they're already moving on. They're already negotiating their future Senate presidency out here, and you guys are still here trying to put the country on its knees because of an election. While you guys are still in court, are we not following the tribunal cases? Tell me one political party that has called for adjournment, 3 different adjournments, and you guys are look. Nigeria is bigger than you tyrannical fascists, and I say it again: Nigeria is bigger than you guys, and Nigeria will see the end of you guys if you do not comport yourself and be Nigerians with heart and mind. You cannot come as a form of some kind of Akpabio, morphed into a political party that has been in existence for 22, 21 years. Within a year.
I thought you were only doing an interjection.
It's like you want to come and do the whole. It's like they will call the whole obedience for you so that you begin to block them one by one.
I want
so that you begin to beat them. You beat them one by one. That is how you stand. You sound like it. Let them give you cane so that you begin to flog the whole obedient.
One man, I've said.
So maybe that is the next thing they will do. To give you cane. You begin to flog the whole obedient.
We know the enemies of Nigeria. We know those who do not want a democratic process in Nigeria.
Who are the enemies of Nigeria?
We know those who are Atiku, who is a political gladiator, is in court, quiet, matured with his team, not riling up his team to burn down Nigeria. But we see all these folks.
When did they burn down Nigeria? When did they burn down Nigeria?
So I just want to make this submission, one man. Once again, a lot of us over here cannot pretend to be Nigerians when we know where they were before the election. And after the election, we've seen where they are already.
So because I have a political opinion.
I'm not talking to you, rational
mind.
No. If you are one of them, welcome to the party.
Because I have an opinion that is different from yours.
No, I'm not talking to you now. If you are one of those,
wait, everyone. You asked. Hold on, wait, everyone. You asked when they burnt down Nigeria. What phase?
It's supposed to. See, one thing is that I was happy to know what they did. Now Shitima they want to no be him. Shitima will give this one.
Abuna done well. If that hand over no go work for this country, no go work.
Even though the PDP can still like a
I think we won the election. P2P go come. Then go. You're not supposed to do that handover.
for better.
Come on.
Wait now, when they
If
Obi go come, everywhere, no.
Obi go come now, just watch am.
Obi go come now.
Obi still dey go round. The whole fact dey his hand. The whole fact dey his hand.
And if they to come outside and testify for
I said, if they want to do it well, every polling unit should come out. And I have the 3 polling units.
They suppose cancel that election. The handover cannot work.
If they no wan follow it the way masses want, let them cancel it.
They suppose cancel it. How we should Labour Party go come out like this now? They go cancel them now.
The day wey Labour Party go come out and they hungry follow them.
They go come out.
Most of the people where they here now, Labour Party people they here.
Now when Obi, you go see now.
Labour Party people full here. As you see this protest now, people where they find trouble, where go cause problem now. I'm telling you, they find waiting go cause problem. May they know say they people on this country.
Do this thing, make we share, make we not separate.
So what's the point of this woman?
No, you were asking. Hold
on, let me address one man on this.
But this is PDP rally now. What? This is PDP rally now.
Yeah, so I don't know. Woman,
PDP. Why are you bringing it up?
I don't
you heard the man. Labour Party people fool. It wasn't PDP.
But is PDP organized? Is PDP organized now? Whether Labour Party food or is PDP organized?
Atiku personally led it. Atiku personally.
You have seen Atiku go for. Have you seen Obi? Have you seen Obi going for riot or all these demonstrations? But you have seen Atiku now. And somebody saying Atiku is the uncle. Obi is this, Obi is that. Atiku has led this thing, a protest.
Hold on, yeah.
Yeah, so woman, the question I asked Enigmatic was, which you were trying to paint with this video. You see, this is what we say. I mean, I'm not trying to accuse you one man, but please, you just have to vet videos, and if you have to use videos, use them in the context of which you're supposed to be making.
That was in context. You were asking who was threatening. You heard the guy said, and Labour Party and I can play it again. Hold on. What the guy said. No, I won't play it. He said, "Now Labour Party people for here. This are inauguration no go work, and young people for here. We go burn down the country."
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Now let us see. This is what I like to do very well. Everybody listening across the world. Let us put on our thinking cap. Let us not go by anything. What we just listened to now. Who was protesting? PDP were protesting.
Now Labour Party people full here.
Hold on, one man. I allow you to explain yourself. Let's not.
Yeah, go on.
You can entertain me, please. But please let me just
go on.
You just watch the video. Atiku was leading the procession. And there was no burning down of Nigeria. They were only protesting, which I would like to emphasize that. Now, some side commentators who were videoing in their own ignorance or whatever political leaning or whatever, and they were making side comments.
An eyewitness with a both side view. Eyewitness with a both side view.
You and I heard something Atiku, something Atiku. That was what they were saying. The people that were going in their procession.
But rational mind is not even that. Even the commentators say that this is PDP. Imagine when Labour comes out.
So let us inform our people based on what we're seeing, what we're
reading. No, we don't have to inform them now. They heard the video.
But we need to accentuate it. We need to emphasize that point so that we don't.
One man. Look,
nobody's born in any country down here. So please.
We have to stick to the
but he was threatening too, wasn't he?
Who are the people? Who are the people who tell me? Who are the people who on? I believe they won't be able to lie about this. Tell me those people who insulted His Eminence, the Sultan of Sokoto. Tell me those people who insulted Prof. Wole Soyinka. Tell me those people who insulted the cradle of Yoruba's, traditional stool, Ooni of Ife. Tell me those who insulted Pastor Adeboye. And tell me those who will continue and will never cease to insult any dissenting opinion regardless of your social strata in Nigeria, as long as you are not on the same you have a dissenting opinion. And who are those people yesterday in court who actually replicated the insurrectionist attitude of the MAGA extremists that we have in America? Now, who are those people? Tell me one man. Who are those people?
Are you done asking question, or you
So
want to?
if all these things are steering up everybody, at least we cannot say they are PDP. Atiku will not open his eyes. Why is PDP supporters are doing this? He wouldn't do that.
But the last time I checked, one man, whoever sent you this video was the person talking to you right now, right?
Dude, let me speak. We can't accuse Kwankwaso of doing this. Okay? We can't accuse Kwankwaso of doing
You see, one man. I don't like going head on head with.
Hold on, Numatic. Let Rational Mind come in. It's your space, actually.
I don't like going head on head with.
And I will leave this.
Every time we butt head, and I don't think I want to do that anymore. But sometimes when we come,
I will leave this Rational Mind to keep whining his mouth. I'm done.
Oh, you see, here you go.
No, Rational.
Here you go. Can you hear him? No. When people. Everybody, listen. Everybody, when people come on,
rational mind. Let me say something.
No, don't say anything. Let Rational Mind speak, but let's not degenerate the language.
No, you know me, woman. I will never go low. If they go low, I go high. You know, that's who I am.
Right.
I will never go low. I will never sink into. Well, God, I'm trying to hold myself back. Because even my kids are here.
Rational Mind títí di ọkọ Michelle Obama nìyẹn o.
Michelle Rational Mind. Micheline Rational Mind.
If they go low, we go high. So the point is this: just imagine how somebody who is calling somebody fascist, or simply because we don't see high on his own whatever. Listen, I'm trying to restrain myself from using words that will be very heavy on your platform, one man. Because you see, sometimes you see, somebody coming here saying I'm running my mouth, all because I don't see high on high. Who is the fascist? Everybody. This is just the beginning of a fascism.
I already gave the take-home assignment to our listeners. I guess they're taking notes.
We see these are the same people who singled out an ethnic group, who tell them not to come and vote. And you can give me instances of people saying Sultan of Sokoto, they insulted him. They insulted somebody, the Nobel laureate.
Even the same people that are in platform with you, label them a fascist.
But Rational Man.
Let me lie, Joe.
No, I just want to ask a question. Yes, you will learn, please. I'm sorry, but from everything that Enigmatic mentioned, anything that a lie.
A lot of it is twist. It's twist. Let me not degrade. I mean, I don't. You see, I'm holding myself from using. I'm going to be nice to him. I'm not a nice person, though.
Oga Johnny Coco. My question is,
hold on, Ekene. Let Alajande Coco ask that question.
You guys are taking 1 hour of my time.
Yes, Rational Mind, you address it, and Uptown waited patiently for his time, so let him take the floor.
Please answer the question very quick again, please.
So this guy did not lie from everything that he mentioned.
Everything you're talking about,
yeah. I will mention it again.
Okay. All right.
Who are those people that rain curses on Oni of Ife? Who are those people that rain curses on Wole Soyinka? Who are those people that rain curses on Sadana? I mean, what's the name of that?
Sultan. On Kulata on one man show too. Who are the people that rain curses on Kulata?
Who are those people?
I'm still traumatized by some of the causes, but I'm still traumatized by it. But carry on.
Everything that Enigmatic mentioned concerning misbehavior.
One man, did they insult you?
Not only me, my mother, my children, my wife, everything.
There is no
serious.
There are a bunch of anyway, let's
sorry about that. Be strong. That is your work, so you have to be strong.
Don't worry. I mean, it doesn't affect me,
Yeah, there's no single lie. No single one.
Hold on.
He did not twist anything. Everything is
twisted.
Hold on. Mentioned
in totality,
and just calm down. I get you. Listen, I can come here, I can tell you many things, I can bring something as evidence and twist it to support whatever narrative I want to spin here. Listen. But we need to speak objectively. Truth is objective, but these days it's becoming subjective now. And that's why a lot of us come here, we are so annoyed. I was saying that in the private conversation I had with one man yesterday. I mean, I'm getting to my people are here, they can hear me. I mean, this is not how it's supposed to be for us. But it's so sad that this is how it has generated to. Now, somebody calling me a fascist, and he's himself, because like I used to tell some people, I said, look yourself in the mirror. When you're saying somebody does something, look at yourself in the mirror for that. You're asking yourself if you're not also being an hypocrite, referring to other people as hypocrites. Now, I get it. Yes, these people, they insult these people, and I condemn it. The leader of that movement, which is what's his name?
Yeah.
Maybe yes. Maybe
he exonerated them.
Hold on. Maybe he did not do a good job in warning these people or telling them. And one thing I won't chastise him much for that, because there's hardly anything he can do much, because even these people, I've seen where they even insult Obi.
Since yesterday.
Hold on. Can you hold on? Let rational mind just land. Somebody has to land and let it be him.
I've seen where they even Obi himself.
No, I want to tell rational mind something.
Now I can
let him allow me to tell him something.
Hold on. Because one man just want us to streamline this thing. You talk maybe later. I'm sorry, I'm not the one leading. I mean, just let me land first. Now, I've seen where people they insult Obi. I've been on some space where people are, obedient to say, if you do anyhow, you go see anyhow. She been saying her head correct. People were insulting Obi. Obi himself knows the kind of he knows that these people that are supporting him, some of them are so radicalized that they are so bitter. Even Obi himself acknowledged that in one of his interviews when he had on Arise. He said
rational mind that are Nigerians not already radicalized citizenry.
Well, so my point is this: that you will come on platforms like this and you call people fascists, no problem. But are you not also yourself exhibiting the same fascism that you are accusing other people or the group which you belong, the so-called Batified group, which I would say
it was rebuking fascism, not
Yeah, but then
was that not what was doing? It was rebuking.
I still want to say something.
Can you hold on? Ekene, you must hold on. Now, when I say hold on, then do that.
One man, you were here. The first thing, even myself, you roped me inside it, because he said something. Even some people that call themselves grandpa on here. Some people, they've been calling me grandpa here, which I know. I mean, even in comment section, I've seen it. Even, Thomas can bear me witness. There was a day here, Thomas said, he said something in the comment section. I just ignored it. So I know where enigmatic is coming from sometimes. He came here, he started running his, and I say if I go high, I go high, I go low. He came here, he started with some name calling and all of that. I mean, who are these fascists here? What are we talking about? You know the meaning of the word fascist?
No, fascist is not name calling though. It's a descriptive.
It's part of you put people down, you beat them down mentally.
I did not call you fascist. If you are referring to me, I was analyzing.
Not calling you.
I was
Not
analyzing.
your name anymore. Call it Joma Binumo. I just said.
I'm a fascist, yo. I'm a fascist.
But I was the one.
As far as you are obedient, you are a fascist. As far as you are a Labour Party, you are a fascist. I'm a fascist. I'm obedient. I'm a Labour Party member.
Don't simplify it like that. This is a platform where we clarify issues.
That is how I see it. There is no that.
I brought in issue of fascism. I said, Wole Soyinka said fascism, and many obedient were not happy. And I said, look at what happened to Baba Papa, that man in court. That is where we start breeding fascism. So I didn't call you fascist, please.
Well, I only said that in passing, Colin. I didn't say maybe you. I just said some people said some people are fascists.
Okay.
Let me just leave that.
Right.
But I'm only on. You see, I don't want to go head on head with Enigmatic, but it's like ever since sometime I've known him on this platform, we've been butting head, and I want to take him as a friend, and I also to have a very good conversation. We can disagree on something, but not to go down low and start. Using words and. You can express yourself. I'm not telling you how to speak, but this name calling, this way of you must accept what I'm saying, and you have to beat people down with words. Come on. And you just tell me now I'm running my mouth. Like, is it because we come here and talk? I'm not like usually playing this kind of elderly person here on this platform. I'm very young at heart. One man could maybe attest to that in our private conversation. So my point is that when I come here, I talk to people. I have a 28-year-old daughter. I'm a grandpa. And if I come here and talk the way I talk, I might sound like young. I know some people call me.
They are old, though.
That does not mean I don't know my age. But that I will come here and then degrade people or say things that will make them look like as if they are just so stupid. This is a platform we're only just having our thoughts.
Sorry, rational mind. Let me just come in for a microsecond. We've been. I mean, you know how long we've been together, all of us, enigmatic included, and in the course of all of that, I think we've come to identify each person's for their personality. So enigmatic. That's just is. I don't know. You know the phrase "young Turk." So enigmatic is sort of like a young Turk, and they move with an acerbic, cutting sort of a delivery, and that is what people love about him, and that is what people love about him. So he tries to moderate his language, but his style of delivery is his style of delivery. Sometimes it's in the cut and trot of these conversations, sometimes the language spills over. But hopefully not excessively so. But if you were somewhat offended, then I can only really, apologize. Yeah.
Well, man, for me, I think I just don't. I don't think I don't want to continue with enigmatic every time like this. But for me, I just feel like we just need to manage how we talk. Manage how we talk to people, because I don't have any problem. If you come here, you talk down on people, fine. It's not fine, but I'm saying, well, if people give it back to you, because that was how this whole thing spiraled. What's his name? Uptown was saying something that sound condescending to enigmatic. Enigmatic had to give it back to him. Now, if he give it back, or now that I'm not taking it myself, I'm not taking it. I'm not having it with him. I'm giving it to him, and then he gave it to me back. We go like that. We flow like that. Then, but when you are making it sound like, oh, you are the only one doing it, I don't do it. That's where my problem is with people like him. So if we give it to ourselves, let's give it to ourselves. Then let's start it then. But I will never.
No. Now it's a goronite badon. It's a goronite badon.
I don't like that kind of thing. It's only going to make us look like, what are these people here doing? So that's why I'm saying that.
All right. Even Uptown knows how to digest enigmatic now, so he knows that you just have to. That's his style, and that's just unless we have him change significantly. And then he will lose that free song that he brings to the. We can, but yes, I don't really know. Ajale Koko, come in.
Well, I think except you are listening to enigmatic with
prejudice.
Yes.
No, that's not the right word. The right word is if you are listening to him as the subject.
Okay. So, but if you really listen to him with a clear mind, with everything that he said, you will take home messages that are, factual based messages. But if those messages contradict your politics and you don't have the thick skin to absorb it, then maybe you will digest it as, a personal. So what I would just advise is for us to listen clearly to enigmatic. listen to him with clear mind if what he's saying are factual based or he's just talking, out of fact. If everything he says are factual based, then let us just accept it, and for the betterment of what we come to do here. But truth is bitter. Everything is said today. There's no one single lie in everything. It did not lie about it. They are out there. The facts are there. And we've all seen it. And since yesterday, particularly for what happened to that man, for what they did to that old man, 78 years old man, they almost lynched that man. And Obi have not spoken since yesterday to that issue. Bad leadership.
Can I say something?
Let me learn. He has not spoken. So, but in conclusion, I think we have to warn Enigmatic not to go personal on anything, on anybody, particularly using language on anybody. You should not do that.
I wouldn't even say it's foul language, more robust. I'll probably say robust.
What to Rational Man? He said something bad to Rational Man, like maybe he can continue to do something. Or what did he say? He said he can continue to run his mouth. I can't remember what he said exactly, but he said something. He used a foul language against Rational Man, which is not good. I think that is where Enigmatic should be able to control himself sometimes by not using foul languages against people. But in the delivery of his messages with fact and I think you should concentrate on that. Deliver your message, bring it home, back it up with fact, but don't use foul language or languages against anybody that you seems to be going contradictory to your messages or what you are saying. So that is the only advice I can give you. So, but so far today, he has not said anything wrong. Everything is said are factual based, and except people want to lie, twist, or spin things, that is when they will said everything is said are not, doesn't come with fact. So that's my take on that one, man.
All right, brother.
One man, please. I'm very sorry.
No. Sorry. Let Enigmatic come before you, Thomas, and then you have the last word, and then we'll move from there. We've kept Uptown long enough. Enigmatic.
Thank you, one man. Oh my God, Enigmatic is here again.
Yeah, look at that.
But Baba Aja, thank you once again. And I've been very, very like I said, I try as much as possible, regardless of how I felt I ensured that I was cautious of my comments, well selective and well selected. And then the discriminatory selection of this language as amnesia, as I speak most of the time, is even betrayal of trust. The way I feel that people just want to be subjective minded about probably whatever primordial sentiment they have about listening to my voice. And I find it very even disrespectful to the public, who we are given the opportunity to listen to our voices. My criticism
of the movement of this nascent, fascism movement of the obedient is not based on any undeniable evidence whatsoever. Mr. Calder is here. There's one thing we call res ipsa loquitur in law. This fact speaks for itself. One man. I did not, and I want anybody to I'm putting it on record, and I want anybody to challenge me tonight. I did not mention anyone's name on this platform. I did not, address a single individual on this platform. I did not say anything untoward, derogatory, either subliminal or either by any side comment to address a single individual. If I address is if I'm making a general address, oh, that's okay. If I address if I speak generally, and then you have the this mental audacity to subject it to a personal insult. Woman, how would I can't help that. I'm sorry. And when I say certain things in certain way, and like Mama Zita said, and you personalize it, you subjectize it, and then you believe it is being directed at you or to you.
It was directed at him. You said it was him to run his mouth. So I think that was where the offense.
If you talk about
that was where the offense was taken.
Oh, okay. If you talk about that, I was trying to make a point because you've been trying to interject over and over again, and I have certain few minutes before. I'm not going to be here for. Just let me make my point, and you can go on. But he was pushing us, and it's part of what I was speaking about. I was making a general comment, but he was having this feeling that probably I was directing. I was talking to him directly. I'm not talking to you directly. I'm not talking to Labour Party directly. I'm talking to Obedient that has become an existential threat to our political landscape in Nigeria now. I'm not the only one saying this. Every Nigerian who can be reasonable, they know we have an existential threat in our nation now, who are probably culminating themselves to be another terrorist group in the Obedience, and those are the people that I'm addressing. So if you find yourself within that crossfire, I don't have any apology for you, and I'm going to say it because I will see you as an enemy of the nation if you have to march yourself to the military headquarters to be calling for interim national government. Omar, do you know what that means? It means we have to suspend our democracy. We have to suspend our democratic process because of a single individual who lost an election. And I've given exceptional examples of bigger individuals, right? Bigger personalities than him. Buhari lost election 3 different times. He did not call for all this fascism. Atiku, who is in court now, is in court quietly, matured with his team, with his followers. He has followers. He has people who voted for him. We are not seeing all this kind of stuff. These are the people who wrote almost all the global networks calling for no inauguration on the 29th. We have to vacate our constitution because of what? What is that not an element of fascism? Is that not an element of terrorism in our political system? So have I called anybody's name now? Have I said one man, you are a terrorist? Have I said one man, you are a fascist? So if I've not said that to you, if you take offense to that, how do I address you? You want me to apologize for what I've not done? I'm not going to do that. Okay? There's a reason why I come to this platform, and I come to this platform not basically to address 9 people or 10 people listening here, right? There are people who listen to our voices, and then people who can reason even beyond Nigeria. Like I said, they know the enemies of Nigeria. If you do not want a democratically elected government to be inaugurated, you are an enemy of Nigeria. If you want Nigeria's constitution to be suspended, you are an enemy of Nigeria. If your political party or your political movement or whatever you call it, you march yourself to the army headquarters and you are calling for interim national government, you are an enemy of Nigeria. You are a fascist. You are a nitwit.
you are calling for mobocracy. You want everything bad to happen to Nigeria. It's not going to happen. So if you put yourself in that category, if you define yourself within the cacophony of those, lunatic terrorists, then so be it. And I'll end it at that. I thank you for giving the platform, one man. I appreciate you, and I love everybody on the platform. But I have not disrespected anybody. If you think I've disrespected you, calling you the enemy of Nigeria by this,
you know what, enigmatic. I think you should apologize to Rational Mind.
Okay,
just for that comment of running his mouth, because he was offended by that.
Okay, I don't want to make my contribution on this platform to be a Rational Mind, a Rational Mind recipe. Okay, I don't want that to happen. I'm not here for him. And when I speak, you should have an open mind to listen like every other human. And I say, if you feel offended by saying you are running your mouth, I believe that could be hurtful. I take it back and I apologize for that. So,
all right.
However,
if
anyone on the platform now, if you fall within the confines of that definition of the enemies of Nigeria, as I've just highlighted it, then no apologies for you. Nigeria is bigger than anybody, and Nigeria shall survive, inshallah. I rest my case on that. Good night.
All right, thank you. Have a good rest, enigmatic. So there it is.
One man, can I carry on?
Yes, carry on. You opened up that space, so you are the guilty one, really. Yeah? You opened up
man, I'm here.
Sorry. Let Thomas come in. Sorry, apologies. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I'll be listening. I'm at work. I'll be listening. The problem I'm just having is Enigmatic spoke all the way through. He didn't mention anybody's name. These I don't know even what to call it. These are fixated mind on Enigmatic. I don't think it's right on this platform. He spoke. I listened to him 100%. He didn't mention anybody's name. So when he's speaking, when you think you fall in the category of who he's speaking with, that is your own problem. He didn't mention one person's name. And people can debunk me if he did. So please, let's give everybody, if Enigmatic speaking is not right with you, just let him be. That is how he speaks. You can't take that from him. I know how I speak. I know everybody speaks here.
I'm forced to talk, to say something to address.
Can I finish, please? Can I finish, please?
No, hold on, no. Bring down the tone. Bring it home, Thomas, and then you have the final word on that space. Rational Mind, and then apologies to your uptown, but we just need to tidy this up. Yeah, go on, Thomas.
Yes, I'm still speaking, please. Thank you. So if this fixation about him, I think he has to be stopped. He's one of us. When he speaks, let him speak. If you think what he's speaking, it doesn't run with your school of politics or thought, that is your own problem. Please. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. So have the final word on that space, Rational Mind. Bring it to a safe space, and then we move on.
I don't think I'm going to be safe. I've been avoiding to address Thomas for some time, but I think I'm going to have to address him today. And Thomas,
it's Rational Mind. I didn't mention your name.
Just hold on, Thomas. Thomas, please, just hold on. I want this to round up quickly.
I know you said you didn't mention my name.
I didn't mention your name, so I don't know why you're calling my name.
Thomas, I'll set you to the
back. You know what, man? Let's just move on. Let's move on.
No. I want you to have I want you to have a last word. Have a last word.
Let me just leave it at that. Let's move on. Please. Let's move on. Let's just move on, please. Sorry.
All right. Let me have the last word then. And to you, Rational Mind, is the cut and joust of this space. So sometimes it can jar the senses in some instances. You've been around long enough. So it's the ebb and flow, the cut and joust, the serve and parry So it's just you know, they call it I don't know if it's a phrase in America, but they call it rapier weight. Rapier weight, RAPIER, then weight, WIT. So it's the cut and joust of weight. Sometimes it spirals over sometimes into spaces that we don't want. So we'll talk offline anyway, rational mind. But there it is. All the blame goes to you, Opta. You.
Are you trying to do countdown here?
I don't know. I don't know. It's you know, it's just gotten funky all of a sudden. All thanks to Uptown, who was mischief making. So carry on with your mischief making. Back to Uptown.
I think one month issue. I deserve a lot of accolades for my conduct, at least in the last 1 hour.
Yes, you're a gentleman.
And because I want to show who an obedient is. My conduct in the last 1 hour is who an obedient is.
No, you're an outlier. You're an outlier. Yeah.
And I heard when people say the hypocrisy is flying around like bullets in the middle of Second World War. That's what's been happening in the past 1 hour. The hypocrisy, I was laughing. Like I've never seen hypocrisy fly from left, right, and center. And it is it's very funny. What is going on in the Nigerian space is just like we are a family that is known to be a lousy family. Everybody, maybe 12 members in the family are all lousy. And then all of a sudden they divide into 2 divides. One divide is 6, one divide is 6, and they are both lousy. And then all of a sudden 4 from one divide join 6. It becomes 10 versus 2. Then 10 is louder than 2. And then 2 is accusing 10 that they are lousy. Whereas they are all lousy. So the funny thing, and again, Babaja and some other people, respectfully, sorry, some of the takes I beg to disagree in some of the takes in defending some things. For example, when people come to public platforms and use words like lunatic, rabbi, terrorist, tyrannical, liar, hypocrite, and what have you, and then one man dismissed it with the word robust. He said, no, that wasn't an insult. It was just being robust. And then Baba Aja is like, no, not really. It's just how he talks. And why didn't you massage obedience like that? Why didn't you say, no, don't worry, obedience is just how they talk? No, don't criticize them. So it's the hypocrisy in this.
Why don't you go and call them obedient channel? I go and preach that to them. I go and massage them there.
No, we've enigmatic leaves Mike enters.
These guys they are just annoying. They will come here to come and be teaching us how to be taught. But they are obedient, but they won't come on obedient channel to go and preach their obedience how to talk.
All right, from frying pan to fire. Back to you, Uptown. So let Uptown have the floor. He's waited long enough. Uptown, to you.
Okay, thank you very much. One more. And so that is that on that space. When, for example, when people are saying, saying things like Buhari is the next best thing after bread and butter in terms of being an opposition. A Buhari that called for parallel government in 2015, calling for parallel government in a democratic nation is straight up insurrection and straight up fascism and straight up everything. Nobody has called for a parallel government. That means we want to form another government apart from the democratically elected government. But somebody just used it as a bread and butter now to say, oh, Buhari was a wonderful opposition. He loses election. He does not talk about the blood of baboons spilling on the street. He just goes home and sips coffee. But I mean, it's the hypocrisy. But then we'll move on from that. But there are just a few things I want to address. When I started earlier, I gave an assignment to our audience. I said, go and just watch all of us speak, and then
go and verify. Go and verify.
Go and verify. You know what I'm saying? But what made me laugh is that I wanted the program to continue for the next 5 hours, 6 hours, so that people can use their pen and paper and start pinpointing, okay, this is the fascist, this is not the fascist. But so fast, the people that are guilty took just a few minutes to expose themselves. I'm like, okay, that's faster than I predicted. But that's by the way. Somebody say, I want to address a few things. Some
Uptown.
people
You
say,
need to debunk whatever enigmatic said that are not factual. That is what you need to do. You need to debunk them and show to us that enigmatic is not saying the truth. That is when you will be on the right track. But without saying that, but rather beating around the bush, that means you are just trying to paint a picture.
Sorry. Also, Uptown, try and navigate back to the topic at some point.
Yes.
I mean, we're back on track.
If I'm going to speak to what some people have spoken to, it's definitely within the context of the topic because everybody has spoken to the topic. But then to Baba Aja, I didn't speak to what Enigmatic said. My dear elder brother Enigmatic, what he said, I didn't say it was a lie. I said some are lies, which I'm going to speak to, but I didn't say everything is a lie. I'm going to speak to the ones that are lies. But what I spoke to categorically was the hypocrisy. So if you say it's not hypocritic, then tell me how, because I backed it up. For example, when people are saying, I just told you about the Buhari lies somebody told, and again, I'm going to tell you when somebody come and say, who talked down on Shoyinka? Who talked down on Bishop? This? Allow me, please, guys.
Yeah,
who
carry on,
talked down
Uptown.
on that? Who insulted this person? And then people come and line up behind them and say, yeah, that people that's doing it. I'm going to ask my own question. Who attacked Pa Adebanjo, 94 years old? Since we are now talking about elders and people attacking elders. Who attacked Adebanjo for taking a free political view that says he's doing Ateno, that says all sorts? Who attacked Obasanjo? Baba Ajani Koko on this platform for almost 2 hours defended Obasanjo against the real fascists that wanted to tear down Obasanjo just because Obasanjo wrote a letter that is pro-Obi. It was Baba Ajani Koko that was defending, saying, no, you people should not be saying that about Obasanjo. He took this on principle. He defended that Baba Adebanjo. No, don't say those derogatory things about him. It is a principle. He wants power to go to the east. Baba was the one defending against the real fascists. People talk down on Oyedepo for taking his political position. People insult NNC online. Chimamanda only wrote a letter stating her position. She didn't take cutlass to somebody's house, but they dissected Chimamanda on APC. They dissected Chimamanda on Twitter. They called her feminist. They call her this. Some people are even calling her Lexibian on Twitter. Just because he expressed a political view. A reputable writer that is making us proud on international space. We finished her just
for a
for
woman
taking
on the
side.
face for voting for making her position
They
to vote.
insulted Chimamanda Adichie.
Who stabbed the person?
You know what I'm saying? People like Professor Sam Amadi, if they're finishing him on Twitter, go to his comment section and see what APC is turning that place to Yaba left. Every manner of insults. What did they say about Oyedepo? Then people are talking about go to Reno Mokri's page. He's not obedient, and see what is coming out from his mouth against anybody that is anti-article. What's it called? Dino Melaye went to a campaign. A man that's running for governor now. He was singing "Hand the Shake" and was falling and demonstrating it in front of even children. And is not obedient. Go and listen to what FFK, the directorate of a media of a ruling party, officially named Director of Media Affairs. Go to his page and see what he's saying about everybody that is anti-Tinubu. The kind of words he's using. Go and check Bayo Nonoga's page and see the kind of words from the pit of hell they're using for all oppositions against Bats. Go to Gabra Shehu, Adamu Gabra. So it's very easy for us to come and throw around hypocrisy as if we're in the middle of Third World War, where we are not using bullets, but we're using hypocrisy. So it's, you know me, I don't easily call people out. I just calm down and listen to you. And if I see your hypocrisy, I call it out. But what I'm not going to do is to start saying that somebody is running their mouth because I do not agree with what they are saying. I'm not going to say that because my principal will never sound like that. I'm not going to say this person does not know it. This is talking bullshit. I'm not going to come to this platform. Imagine how it's going to sound to hear from Uptown's mouth saying Baba, oh, this thing you're saying, you're running your mouth. No, I might not disagree. I might disagree. But now I'm talking to Baba, say, Baba, this is where I feel this is hypocritical. This is that and blah. Very nicely, in a civil manner. And if anybody have objection, I close my mouth. I don't force my opinion down their throats. I don't bully them into agreeing with me. And I don't bully them into agreeing that they're the devil. That is fascism. And we need to know who is the fascist and who is not the fascist. That is the end of the space on that. One man, let me just talk about the senatorial space.
All right, brilliant. Well, yeah. So to the dollar-loving chairman of the Labour Party.
It is instructive for us to know what is that there is a difference, very clear difference between executive and the legislature. So the executive arm of government is a winner-take-all space. So when a particular party captures the executive arm of government, they are in control. You know, they appoint the ministers, they appoint everybody that they choose. They don't share it with other parties unless on their own discretion they want to run a government of national unity. But when you're talking about the legislature, it's an all-comer affair. It's an all-party system and an all-party space. That is why people that are not legislators do not get to vote in the election. So the votes are being done by the legislators themselves. And every legislator will cast a vote. Now, in a legislative space, it is clear the ruling party that has the majority in both chambers, lower and upper, they are the ones fielding candidates. That means that the other parties will have to align with either of the different candidates that are fielding, unless the other parties has a single majority, which is not the case. But even though in this particular situation, the House of Rep, when you combine all of the opposition parties, they have a majority over APC. But then it's not a walk in the park, because we all know that even within the opposition in the House of Rep, there are oppositions that are loyal to a faction of PDP that is loyal to APC. So it can also go either ways. Then we also have Kwankwaso that might choose, okay, I'm not going to run with the oppositions. Now, oppositions are in talks in the House of Rep that, see, we can actually field our own opposition candidates. Since we have the numbers, if we can muster our numbers together, we can vote in our own opposition candidates. But that is obviously not a very strong argument, because I've been following on that space. I don't think it's going to work, and I think they know it's not going to work. But then let's talk about the Senate, which is the bone of contention. On the video you played, one man. The people running for Senate are APC. Whether it's Akpabio, whether it's Oji, or any other person running for Senate, they are all APC members. Because APC has a majority, not overwhelming, but their numbers can get them through. But then it's very tiny compared to the 9th Senate. It's tiny. So if they can't get a consensus as it is today, of course, you know that Oji Zokali is still on the race. That means that some APC senators are pro Akpabio. Some other APC senators are pro Ojuzokalo. So it is unavoidable for Akpabio to do what he's doing right now, because the 10th Senate provided a rainbow assembly. We have never had a rainbow assembly since 1999. This is the first rainbow assembly we are having. So Akpabio, being a tactful person, understands that he has to do this. Enyinia Baribe earlier today on an interview called it the uncommon campaign. He said Akpabio is doing an uncommon campaign, that all his years in the Senate, he has never seen a Senate president, somebody running for Senate president, going to past leaders, going to traditional rulers, going to church leaders that are not going to vote on that day. So if he's going to go to church leaders, traditional rulers, is it the actual people that will now vote on that day that he won't go to? And he has gone to NMPP. And he said clearly, if you are listening to the group that is the pro Akpabio group, which is headed by Ebonyi State Governor Omai, he has been on TV for the past 2 days, making his media rounds. It is clear the agenda. He said they are going to meet all the parties that have senators. And for somebody bringing up the argument saying, why would they meet with Labour Party? Do you think Showore, they will meet with Showore? Please, Showore does not even have half a senator, not even one left foot of a senator. So the way people bring arguments, that is very weird as a way of presenting facts, that somebody is backing them and sharing them at the back and saying everything he's saying is fact. That is really very funny. Somebody is saying, so we're using so we have a senator. Does AAC have a senator? So what will Akpabio be doing there? If AAC have a senator today, they will still have to vote. And they will not, guess what? They won't vote for AAC senator, because no AAC senator will be running for Senate president. They will cast their ballot that day on the people, on the paper, or wherever that is running. And it's most likely from the ruling party, from the party that has the majority in the House. Now, two things. Having established that, there are two reasons why Labour Party will eventually have to align with one of the. For now, I think the two major candidates are Akpabio and Ojuzokalo. Two reasons. One, they have to vote for one of them either ways. Enyinia Baribe, according to his interview in the morning, it is clear from his body language and everything he said that is backing Akpabio. There is a lot of APC senators that is not backing Akpabio, that is backing Ojuzokalo. Now, if Obi is going to retrieve his mandate and he's able to retrieve his mandate in court, that does not it does not mean that Obi wins the presidency and people are like, they say, since the president is now a Labour Party president, all right, let's bring Victor Ume to be Senate president. It doesn't work like that. It's another arm of government. It works on basis of single majority. You can no go get a Labour Party senator. So there's no room for that. Either ways, Obi becoming president today, they're still going to have to work with an APC senator. Now, if you are hopeful that you're going to retrieve your mandate eventually from the courts and your candidate is going to be president, if you're a political strategist, you want your candidate to have in the Senate House a Senate president that your party senators contributing in voting in. You don't want to be on the other side of the divide, even if you make it to the executive arm of government. So everything about Abure said was very tactical. I heard a lot of arguments, people saying, no, he said in love. It's really very funny. I listened to the whole clip, and funny enough, this is not the entire clip of the meeting today. There's another clip before that he addressed the people there before Akpabio came in.
Can I ask you a question if it's okay?
Can you allow me to just finish this, what I have, then maybe you ask, sorry. Okay, thank you. So he said clearly in this clip now that initially we wanted to take a party position, but we said, okay, let's make it flexible first. Let's allow the senators, let them express freely, first of all, to us which ways they want to go. Like you can see, some are already making a body language of pro Akpabio. Some are already making a body language of pro Orji's Okalo, which is obtainable in every party. There are some PDP members that are pro Akpabio. There are some PDP senators that are pro Orji. There are some NMPP senators that are pro Akpabio. There are some NMPP senators that are pro Orji's Okalo. But when it gets to Labour Party, people start spinning as if they are in an amusement park. Now, what did Abure say? He said, we can see that some of our senators are obviously, some are tilting maybe towards you, some maybe towards another people, but it's fine. We gave them room to express their free opinion first. But we are monitoring the situation. Eventually that day, we will give them a signal to follow. Now, how do you run elections in the Senate or generally in the legislature? A lot of people, there is never a concluded decision of which way to go till that voting day, because most people now watch, especially people in the opposition, that want to make sure that whoever they vote for is the person that will end up on the seat. Now they wait. On that day, they are like, if you come and meet them, if Orji come to meet them, or you tell Orji, oh, thank you for coming, okay, you're proposing for us to vote for you, it's fine, we are monitoring the situation, maybe some of our senators like you, some don't like you, but let's see what's going to go on, thank you for coming and all that. Akpabio comes, they say the same thing. On that day, if they probably see the majority is moving with this guy, they key in there, because whether they key in or not, the guy is going to be Senate president. So people coming to say Abure is going to APC because this guy, maybe they didn't listen to the full clip. He commended Akpabio. He said, well, this is really very uncommon for you to come here to come and see us. And that shows on the level of, which he said in the other part of section of the clip that is not part of the one man played, where he was speaking to the fact that what his leadership has done for the party. He took them into an election against two formidable parties that had governors and sitting senators and have all available finances to state resources. And some of them have access to INEC and DSS and military and the police. This is the people they went into the field with. And under his leadership, they captured 12 states. And these other parties captured 12 states as well. He was making that clear for, okay, look at somebody running for Senate is coming to our office to come and lobby us. Please, that day when you want to vote, look my way. Labour Party in 2019, did anybody that was running for Senate go to meet them? Because they were persona non grata. So somebody coming to use the word Midas touch, and that was the position where I say that people are not getting very creative again. But I wanted to analyze it, but I was immediately being shut out, and then I didn't speak for the next 30 minutes. And somebody was claiming they were just interjecting. You see, Midas touch, the same Midas touch that in the last 48 hours, every APC member, be it their influencers, be it Adamu Gaba, be it FFK, all of them on Twitter has been spinning around the Midas touch narrative. That's why I said, if you want to come to the platform, come with your own version. Don't come with the one that has casted on Twitter already. Unless you're just, I didn't know you for that. I didn't say anything bad. So somebody say Midas touch, Obi destroys everything he touched. A Labour Party that got 5,000 votes in 2019 and they got 6 million in 2023, and he destroys everything he touches. A Labour Party that didn't have any governor or any senator in 2019 now has 85 elected officials across the country. A Midas touch. And somebody was coming to say Apga was next best thing after sliced bread before Obi came and destroyed it. Really? Apga was formed in
I
2003.
was just laughing. Uptown, I was just laughing
Wait,
the people analysis.
let me finish. Because why I wanted to address these things are because people like Baba Jan Likoko respectively have come to back down and say, no, everything he's saying is fact. It's based on fact and logic and blah. No, let's if Rufai will always say let's speak to it. It's easier to come and just paint things in the surface and hoodwink everybody that is listening to think you're making sense. But me, instead of going to attack personalities like some people would do, I will attack the substance. And that is what triggers some people that do not like it. You know, they don't want that substance to be attacked. They want people to believe it blindly. Now, you see, Apga was nothing before, was the ruling party in Nigeria before Obi met it. Apga was barely 6 months old. They couldn't even boast of a councillor in Anambra State. A councillor they couldn't boast of. Obi
till all his pay.
Yeah, wait. Obi took that party into the battlefield.
How many governors did your party win? How many governors?
What do you mean by how many governors do we win?
How many governors did you win in the last governorship election?
How many governors did we lose? Did we lose governor?
Did you win?
Because other parties lost governors.
Hold on now. How many governors?
No, it's simple mathematics now. It's easier for people to want
forget
to
about other parties. Don't let us talk about other parties.
No, we can't forget about other parties. It's not an island.
I had a question. How many governorship positions did you win in the last election?
It's one.
Yeah, we won one governorship. So what's the point?
One out of 36, right? One out of 36. And you know what position of governor represent? It represents the grassroots.
Okay.
So when your party cannot win more than one governor, what does that tell you? Does it tell you that your party is a party that is on the ground? We know all the factors that are responsible.
No, Baba Jan, you could speak to what I said now. You're not speaking to anything I said.
I'm speaking to what you said.
In fact, he's speaking more than to what you are saying.
You are trying to claim that your party, this is what Obi have done. This party have got so much representative now. And I'm asking you the question: how many governors did you win the last governorship election? Just only one. So
how many did the party win in 2019?
No, allow him now.
We've lost Zeta. She couldn't wait anymore. Zeta come back to have your say, but let Hakim have the interjection. I thought you were going to open the window for him, but you did not. Let Hakim come.
I want just
one man. I just didn't want to interject anymore, so he don't continue to overstretch his own time, because if he doesn't want to take it, there's no need giving him the time to continue.
No, okay. I think
you might as well finish his submission.
Let me yield for you. I will yield for you. Say whatever you want to say.
No, I was just going to say, because Uptown was putting out some information out there, and it was questioning people's facts. So, but I lost that thought anyway. So because I've already taken my mind out of the interjection.
All right. Bring it. Bring it home, Uptown. Yeah, bring it home.
All right. So it's easier. It's simple arithmetics. You took a party from 0 representatives across the entire 36 states to 86 official elected representatives across Nigeria. 85 as at now, and all so many in the tribunal. We all know what is going on in Enugu State, and he's going to win that election. Labour Party is going to win in court, and when we win, we'll come back and add that one and continue from there. But then it's easier for people, because you already have a prejudice about somebody, for you not to recognize something just because you have a narrative you want to protect. And it's always more painful when you used to be somebody that used to be very objective, respectfully, and all of a sudden, people see white and they call it black. So, but I'm not gonna go there. I wanted to speak to that, but let me not go there. So, as I was
So when
saying,
Angelico agrees with you, is objective.
Okay, let me say this.
I don't necessarily want anybody to agree with me.
Hold on.
If you see white, just say it's white. If you see black, it doesn't have to be in agreement with me.
Hold on. Your party, the governorship position that your party won, it is not by the virtue of Obi that guy won. That guy won on his own popularity and good work that he has done for the people in that state. He even said it on national TV that I won on my own personal record and political sagacity and
he gave Obi his credit. Don't twist it, sir.
Hold on.
He gave Obi his credit.
Hold on. And political structure that he had built on the ground for several years. That was what was responsible for his victory. It's not Obi's phenomenon that won the election for him. He was in PDP before. He was in APC before. He had his people with him. He had the structure across the country, across that state. That was what won the election for that man. So
then the senators that won, what did to them in that state? Because Abia State.
No, not
all right.
What happened to the senators that still won in that state?
One man.
All right. Bring it to uptown so we can go on to Hakeem. Yeah.
Let me bring it to him. Why I quickly slided that in, because some weeks back I actually heard somebody that came on the platform and said something like that. That person saved my mind because Baba Aja is somebody I respect a lot, but immediately after the elections, he changed, and I'm not saying that in a derogative way. I'm saying that in a way of my call for some introspection. I mean, to benefit all of us if the introspection with some fruit. But then, not necessarily always. I've heard Baba argue things that are not necessarily pro my view, but I see it's common sense and I don't attack it. Some are pro my view. I've seen him defend Obasanjo against the same people he's backing now and saying, no, nobody insulted Obasanjo. What Baba interjected, I thought he wanted to tell me that when I said that he was defending Obasanjo against the attacks of people here, that it was not true. I thought that was an interjection. Or maybe when they were attacking Baba Adebanjo, an 84 years old man, 94 years old man, that he was defending, but people were attacking him just because he didn't choose their own political divide. I thought maybe Baba would say, no, that's not true. It's not true. They didn't attack him. They were kissing and hugging him and all that. That was the kind of interjections I was expecting. But then, when objectivity has been shelved up, I think it should just be opened up and for people that are fans of it, people like me, I was a fan of it. I think we missed it for a long time. But Apga, I'm winding up in that because somebody saying that I was saying people that came and say Apga was bread and butter before Obi. It is not true. Apga did not have one councillor, not one, not even half a leg of a councillor before Obi came. Obi took that party to an election, won that election, even when everybody said that it was impossible for him to do because PDP was so entrenched into the DNAs of Anambra as of 2003. Their structure was deep-rooted, political structure. Apga was just chieftains and Ojukwu that couldn't even win anything in presidential election he ran. So people thought it was, this was silly. You don't have councillors, you don't have House of Rep members, you're running for government, you don't even have a political experience. But he took that party confidently, moved into the election against the formidable PDP under Olusegun Obasanjo's government. We know how strong PDP was then. Won that election. His party was bullied out of the election. The victory was taken. Obi said, no, I'm going to get it back. They said, no, nobody has ever done it before. He said, we're going to do it. We're going to get it back. He went to court. On his way to court, go and listen to Bianco Ojukwu. I'm landing up on this. This is the last topic I'll address. Listen to Bianco Ojukwu when he talked about the experience they had in Apga that year. How a lot of Apga chieftains After the first year and second year, they started decamping to PDP to join the government of Chris Ngige because they lost hope. And this guy told them, please don't go. I will get this mandate for you guys. A lot of them left him, abandoned him. In the third year, he fought like a lion. No governor has ever done it as at then. Brought that mandate for that party, got into power, entrenched the DNA of that party into the people of Anambra State. And he worked with almost 90% PDP, but as a next 4 years election, the whole house was almost APGA. That means he cleared almost the State House of Assembly to his party, APGA. He left that party until today, 18 years later. APGA is still in control of that.
We are losing people,
Yeah. 18 years later, APGA is still in control of that mandate Obi fought for 3 years to secure for them. If Obi had given up and PDP had continued, maybe there won't be APGA in history again. PDP will still be in control the way they're controlling Abia State. Until now, that also on Obi influence had to break the genes in Abia State as well. And look at how the LP guy performed in Enugu State, which obviously, if you look at the petition, he's won, he's going to return. The margin is just 3,000 votes. And nobody knew that guy. So did he also have a political structure that he hijacked from Abuja to come and win with LP in PDP State, Enugu State? Let's give credit. It's not of the time. There are some people that will come and do all these things. I will support them because we don't know them as spinners.
He's taking Anambra back. He's taking Anambra back in the next election. And anybody here can go and write it down.
It's easy for one man. Let me just conclude on that. It's really very simple. He came back, repeated the same thing, came and picked a party that did not have any senator, no House of Rep. As at 2022, no governor. As at 2022, no councillor, nothing anywhere, no structure. No. What I learned, I'm landing already.
You are going to. Yes, it's very lengthy. It's very lengthy.
So now I was very patient for everybody. I was very patient.
Understand your point.
Yeah. So wait now. When some people were speaking now, they were undisputed. Give me an extra 1 minute, and I want to pass that. You can put a time clock.
No, carry on.
Yeah. This guy came back again 20 years later, because when he did the first one was 2003. The second one, 2023 election. 20 years later, picked another mushroom party. Only the courage alone to dare to pick a mushroom party to challenge 36 governors of Nigeria. Because he didn't have one governor, not even half a leg of a governor. Not one senator, not one House of Rep.
All right.
So, and he moved into that election facing 36 governors, sitting governors, facing
read the comment section. Read the comment section.
So, two people should not come and say things that are baseless, and then some people that feel it makes them feel better start backing it up and saying, no, what he spoke is fact, it's true. APGA was bread and butter before Obi came and destroyed it. Labour Party was honey and milk before Obi came, and then they suddenly
you are giving them fact, so it's becoming boring to them.
It's not giving them fact, it's becoming boring for them. So it's not really fact.
I'm going to leave it here.
All right, brilliant. Let's hear from you, Akim. Akim, I left a message for you in the private chat. Let's hear from you. We were really speaking about this picture on the screen, which shows the chairman of the Labour Party and Godswill Akpabio showing off the dental work that their dentist did. The $1 million deal just being concluded. Akim.
Oh, thank you very much, one man. I've listened to. I won't say I've been listening to you guys because I just listened to this last part of it. Sometimes when we analyze issue, we have to understand that what people are not going to align with our position at all time. The time when someone aligns with our position, they are respected. They are talking fact. At the time when they don't align with our position, then it's a problem. And I'm going to come to this issue, but I want to quickly say something. People keep saying what Buhari said in 2015. Well, In 2015, a lot of the people on this platform were not even politically aware at the time. So if you're saying Buhari, people did not call Buhari out. Well, I didn't have access to a YouTube platform like One Man to come and vent my position. So how do you know who were not voicing against what Buhari said in 2015? So I am aware of what that Baba Ahmed said on television, and just like Soyinka, I think it was stupid. In fact, on Man, there are a lot of petition. This is where I don't understand where people come from when they talk sometimes. In all of those senatorial majority, or if not, overwhelming majority of those senatorial elections that held, the ones that they told us that INEC transmit the result in real life, you still have cases in court as we speak right now against those elections that oppositions are challenging. Governorship elections, you have cases in court that opposition are challenging. But nobody's asking for those people not to be sworn in. Nobody say, oh, no, the case is in court. Nobody say, oh, hasten up the tribunal, hasten, make it quick, so that you don't swear in the senator, so that the whole tribunal will be finished before you can swear in anybody. Nobody is going in that direction. So when we do things sometimes, we have to be seen to be fair in the way we analyze issue. So on the issue of this Labour Party chairman, look, Akpabio is within his right to consult across political party. He's running to be the president of the Senate, and he doesn't want to be seen that he's just got support from his party only. I think the more cross-party support he gets, the better it looks for him. So I don't have issue with him. I don't like saying it was dollarized or something. I don't have any evidence of that woman. So I cannot come here and just criticize the Abure, even though the allegation against him in court. When it comes to how do I put it? When it comes to wrongdoings, financial wrongdoings, but on this issue, I don't have any evidence that Akpabio is as dollarized them according to what you said, But in terms of what after I was saying just now, after your submission was so funny, man. It was so when I've said it on this platform, Obi and the Labour Party, they outperform my expectations. That is me. I'm going to be honest every day about that. They outperform my expectation. I never expected Obi to get that amount of vote.
Apologies, Akim. Rational mind, check your phone. Sorry, carry on, Akim.
So I've never expected them to get that amount of vote. So, in my opinion, and when I start looking at the election holistically, you can tell what Ajali Kuku was trying to explain to Obta was that why were they not able to replicate their performances in the presidential election at the state level when it comes to the state governorship election? And that was because those pastors across the country who were calling for their members to go and vote for the Christian candidate, those ethnic issues that was out there, none of those things were playing any part anymore. So people went out and cast a vote normally. NNPP in the governorship election got more votes than the Labour Party. That was how much that party crumbled in the governorship election. So there were a lot of factors that had nothing to do with Obi as a person that contributed to the number that the Labour Party got, one man. There's one man there.
It looked like one man dropped out. The system dropped him out.
One man dropped himself out.
Maybe the system kicked him out. But he'll be back. We are still listening to you. Continue now. Thomas, is Thomas there?
All right. Sorry, I came. Yeah. Sorry. Hello, can you hear me?
You went to quickly swallow some amala out.
No, it was don't worry about that. Look at that. Yes, no. You are unwilling to say that this is a dollarized. Anyway, whichever way this sort of.
I don't have any proof for it. But the only thing I'm going to say, Omar, is that the way people are now trusting these politicians that they barely know these guys a few months ago. This Abure man, a lot of people who are obedient, who are asked the way they are supporting Abure, telling you Abure is an upright man. They barely know this man 6 months ago. The same thing they did.
The guy is a criminal. The guy is if we go by the plethora of court suits around, they told us that he was forging judgments to. The guy is a gangster.
One man, can we say the same thing of Showore with all his plethora of?
One man, the way you are calling somebody criminal.
Everything his party said he did.
According to his party, or not according to me.
AAC say Showore has been sleeping for 1 year in Sheraton Hotel. Guy. But if we say it now, we know the people that will come and defend it.
Are you talking about AAC or you're talking about Abure?
No, I know what I'm talking about. So continue.
So the way and manner in which people who they never knew before Dati Baba Ahmed came into the OB team, none of these people know Dati Baba Ahmed from Adam. They don't even never met him, never heard of him. Lots of 99% of obedient knew they never knew Dati Baba Ahmed from anywhere. All of a sudden, the way they begin to tell you about Dati Baba Ahmed, the way they begin to carry this man, I'm like, what is going on here? What did you know this man from? Until the day he was picked, how many of you knew anything about him? Not a single. All of a sudden, Dati Baba Ahmed is now a saint. I understand if they carry Obi because Obi have been parading the media space, selling himself with the help of Donyo Okugbe. But one thing, when I've sat down and I've looked at the Obi campaign, and I looked at what would have been an Obi government, it would have been an Obasanjo-run government, easily. Look at it now, one man. Donyo Okugbe, Akin Oshutokun, Dati Baba Ahmed, all of these guys were all Obasanjo handwork. All of them. And the man was so invested. What will make a man like him walk to high-neck office to challenge election results? On top of that, this man wrote a letter. So I was asking myself, why was Obasanjo so invested in this race? Why was he so invested in the Obi campaign? Because he has a lot of influences. He wants to assert himself into that Obi's government, be it through backdoor, because you can see he was pulling he was already pulling the strings from behind regarding people who were appointed into certain position, people who were picked into certain position. So for me, I think if you look at it critically.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead with your question.
Okay. So you said Obasanjo supported the Obi because he wanted a stake in the government and because he There was he was putting some people there as well. Okay. Payo Debanjo supported Obi. In fact, the things Payo Debanjo have said in public, no other Obi's obedient have summoned the courage to say that kind of thing. He has said things like Nigeria will burn if Obi does not win the election. He said it twice. Northern Elders Forum had to call him out. Payo Debanjo put in Dele Farotimi as his representative in Obi's campaign as a spokesperson. Payo Debanjo and Afenifere fielded legal counsels to go and defend Obi in court. Their own representatives. So, in the same manner, what is Payo Debanjo's what is coming to get in the government? He wants to slice up the cake.
He has personal beef with Tinubu, so that is his own role in it. So forget about that part. I'm talking about controlling of government. Who were the people? Who do you think? Okay, let me ask you a question, Opta. Who did you think they wanted to pick as an Obi VP initially? Do you think it was Dati Baba Ahmed or right from time?
We all know very clearly that Obi did a headhunt.
Which headhunt? Which headhunt? Please stop that thing. Don't even say it.
But you don't know now. You just want to spin it. You don't know the story. You just want to spin it. What you feel.
Forget spinning it.
You want to say what you feel. Are you going to say what happened?
One voice. Yeah.
If you know what happened, say it, and then let's verify. Then I'll tell you my own, and then
yeah, hold on. No, you don't know it. I will explain to you. Obasanjo went and met Shekarau to be Obi VP candidate. Shekarau at the time showed loyalty to Kwankwaso. That at the time he was still in the NNPP because he moved from the PDP to the NNPP to go and join Kwankwaso. Before their agreement broke down, he turned down the position of being a vice presidential candidate to Obi before Obasanjo went to go and pick Dati Baba. But what do you mean it was head on who? What you say? What about Kwankwaso? Why do you want to tell us
did Obasanjo also push for Kwankwaso to be his VP too? Because we also know that was also Kwankwaso also was pushed to be Obi's VP. Was that also Obasanjo pushing Kwankwaso to be his VP?
No. You see, this is where you get it wrong. They were trying to create an alliance with Kwankwaso, not to make him a VP. They were trying to create an alliance. So it was the alliance.
What are you saying
now? Let's not get locked too long in that loop. But have it as a short conversation.
So they were trying to it was very clear. Kwankwaso came out and said, I cannot be VP as they want me to be, and that is why we have not entered into the alliance. So what are you saying?
Hold on. They were trying to create an alliance between Kwankwaso and Obi, and within that discussion, it was whether Kwankwaso will be the VP, and Kwankwaso said no, he cannot be the VP because he's also coming with structure. So he wants to be the president and Obi be the VP.
So what's the difference between what I said and what you're saying now?
No, the difference between what we are both
saying. You said they never wanted him to be VP.
No, it's like you're trying to make. No, hold on.
Nobody knows where you are both going. You're just
he's contradicting himself. So I'm trying to remind you what he's saying because just few seconds ago. I told him that they wanted Kwankwaso to be VP. He said no, it's just alliance, it's not VP. But few seconds again, it's like, oh no, they say in the alliance that he will be VP. You still ended up to where I was taking you to. So what are you arguing about?
Negotiation, they were in negotiation, but
for VP now.
Hold on. With Dati Baba Ahmed and Shekarau, there was no negotiation. There was the idea of, oh, listen, come and be VP. Do you understand the difference now?
Was the two cases not of a VP hunt?
Okay, I'm going to move on now.
Move on. I did say to move on. It's a space that you'll never get to a resolution. Carry on.
So my final submission on this is that when people who come out to analyze political issue, they should always try to take sentiment and emotion out of it, and things that you're not fully aware of, right? Stay clear of the space, though you don't have to talk about it. Okay, but most of the time, when someone agree with you one day, it doesn't mean they have to agree with you another day. That is what this whole thing is all about, one man. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So yes. So let me bring then. Let me bring Simba into the conversation. So Simba, I suspect you've been following in the background. In fact, I know you have because I've been seeing you in the comment section. But really, is this image on the screen that is exciting the conversation? Is just so many inherent layers of conflation within it. You have the Labour Party guy who is telling us that his mandate was stolen, and the person he is accused of stealing his mandate, the representative of which is the man that he's smiling next to. So, what are you making of this? Is this a compromising image? Has Abure been compromised?
Yeah, good morning, one man. Good morning, the panelists.
Good day to you.
Yes, I've been following conversation, and I want to say some few things before I comment on this photo on the platform. It seems like some obedience doesn't know why some people say certain things against the obedience. You know, when you claim to represent an ideology, and now people are now seeing you doing the same thing that the people that you are accusing of corruption and all those bad governance are doing. That is what is actually making people to be mad at you. The other time was citing examples of what Buhari did in 2011, all those statements that he made. And you cannot be using that because that is not what you claim to represent. You cannot be using such analogy to justify your action. I think that is where they are getting it wrong. If you claim to be a saint and you are the one that will save the savior, everything that you are claiming, you cannot not be doing something that is wrong, and you are now using the past wrong also to justify what you are doing now. Follow your ideology. Whatever you claim to represent, you want to see it practical. You want to see it manifesting in all your action. And that is what we want. So we don't want any other thing. You will not be doing certain thing that is wrong. And people are not trying to say, okay, see what you are saying. This thing is different from what you are claiming to be. And you still want to justify it. No, we will not accept such a thing. And I think that is what is actually happening in this conversation. Then looking at this picture, to me, right from day one, that this claim of a stolen mandate and whatever, we all know that it was predicated on lies and fallacies. And from this one, my own conclusion from this picture, it shows that they know what is actually happening. They know the truth. They are just, the people that I pity is actually the people that are following them. And the people that they believe they are their savior, they are the ones that I pity. Because from this picture, what I can just conclude is that they know that whether they like it or not, Tinubu will be inaugurated, we'll have a new government by May 29. And they just have to follow. And then so that they will not be left out. Whether they agree or not, for them to have accepted. And what this guy is saying, I made in the comment section when the rational man was saying that you cannot call somebody, you can in Yoruba. This man is Abure Yoruba man. And even if somebody comes to your house to come and ask for your daughter in marriage, and you're already calling such a person your in-law, what it shows that you have already consented. So you cannot be spinning it. So what I can say here is that I don't want to believe whether they have, because that I mentioned it yesterday that whatever anything in Nigeria, we tend to actually put it in naira and cover or dollarize it. Whether they are taking money or not, it's not an issue. What I can see here is the acceptance, the legitimacy of the election, and they have already accepted that come May 29, a new government in Bola Tinubu will be inaugurated in a year. That's what I can see here, and that is why they are following, and that's why they are giving support. It's giving support to Akpabio. They don't want to be left out. They are politicians. Obi is just using Labour Party as a vehicle to launch his own ambition. They will be there. Obi will leave, and they will remain in that space. And so they just have to follow and play along. And so they don't want to be left out. So that's what I want to say about this.
But does he even have the authority though? Because his status within the Labour Party is still subject to a court judgment. He came out today to tell us that he's now has full charge. But then when we looked at why he was making that claim, all he did was to file an appeal against the judgment that still subsists. So is Akpabio even missing a step asking to him at all?
Two ways. From what you just said now, what he filed an appeal, right? Then he went and then to his library, looking at the previous case that have been judged, that the judge doesn't have a jurisdiction on that case, whatever. So based on that, he's still claiming that he's rightful, that he has not been denounced as the Labour Party chairman, that is still the rightful Labour Party chairman, and because of also the recognition that the party faithful are still giving him, even their presidential candidate still giving him, is the one that they all recognize as their chairman, and that is why they are still giving him that recognition. And if you look at the status quo now, if you sentiment apart, yes, under the law, Apapa is the acting Labour Party chairman for now. But if you look at what is happening, at least between now and when the new judgment will be made, the Labour Party legislators will actually listen to Abure more than Apapa. So for Akpabio to give him that recognition and seeking his help to get those the legislators from Labour Party to support him in his ambition to become the Senate president, I don't think he has done anything wrong. This is politics. You go to where you think that, okay, that will favor you. To me, Akpabio cannot be going to Apapa. Apapa is a persona non grata as far as the people in Labour, the obedient are concerned now. So he is the right person for Akpabio to go and meet now. So, but whatever the outcome, that's what we cannot predict. Whether it has the influence to convince those who want to follow Akpabio, that is another discussion.
All right, I want to play you this clip and then ask for your reaction.
Take your phone, baby. What's your phone? Let's just follow the law. If you want to do this straight, let's follow it. Why did you take their phones? Why are you with our phones? You see a suspect. How was this? Mr. Leko, you understand, though? You understand? This treaty cannot work. So there's nothing you can find. All this treaty. There's very much law court doing without lawyer. It must say for you now. It must say for you to go late. Only our president, black president forever. She want Nicola Kokuti, turn #1. That's the terrorist. I'm a fella Nicola Kokuti, someone. Orisha, black president. Yes, yes, video, everything. That's the drop salary. You will allow him to wear shoes because I want you to conceal anything. Meanwhile, I'm allowing you to wear shoes in my house. You put the shoe as your weight. I think what I can't drop it. I know I can't drop it. This case file. It's a case file. Yeah. It's my money. Don't put it inside my pocket. You want me to remove it? I will remove it. I've already said it. No, I can't drop my money outside. No, I can't drop my money. Let me stop it. No, that's it. Because nobody wants to drop my money now. And they don't win for what? I don't see this. They won't find another thing. I don't have anything. No, it's fine. I don't know.
All right, so that was the entertainment that is the never-ending saga of the Sheung Kuti versus the Nigerian state. So there they were going to search his house. but then they subjected them to all manners of ridicule. Have you ever seen that before? A body search of a police officer coming to carry out his own search? Only in Nigeria. Nowhere else will that happen.
You see, Nigerian police have been so maligned, denigrated, and I don't. It's just they are just they don't have any recognition in that country, and I don't know what they can do to actually to improve their image in that country. And you can see the way the guy was talking. Sheung, what I know about Sheung, because at least his elder siblings, Yeni and Femi, they are more humble and calm and gentle. But Sheung seems to be different from the other member of his family. Even from what we know about their...
Is he the one that's taken after their father the most, would you say, Sheung?
Even the father doesn't behave this way. The father, at least what the father is the father is a human rights activist. He's not known to be that violent. I don't think I've heard anything about his father fighting in the public. He can say things against government to correct the evil doing of our government officials. And if he sees something that is wrong in the public space, he will condemn it. But I've never seen anything or heard anything about Fela Anikulapo Kuti about being violent and in the public space. But this Sheung seems to be different. Look at his other brother, Femi. Femi is making it and is very calm, and we have never heard anything wrong about Sheung. Even Yeni comes on stream every day in TVC. This thing that these women do every day. She's a very cool, humble woman. But this Sheung of 18, well, I'm not surprised, because at least in many families you have such people. But I think whatever they subjected the police people to, I think they deserve it, because they are the one that brought themselves down to this level. And I don't know what our government can do to actually revolutionize our police in Nigeria. People don't give them respect, and they too, the way they behave, it makes people to actually look down on them more. And for them now to be the people that came to search is now the people that are now also searching them. I think they have the right to search them, so that they will not go because Nigeria police are also been known. They can go and plant something that is not in his house and claim that those are the things that they find in his house. So I think they have the right to actually search them before they enter his house. I think that's what I can say about that.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So I'm going to bring Bishop into the conversation as I ease myself out of the conversation and hand over then to Rational Mind, who's going to guide that the session going on. So Bishop, come in. Good to see you, Bishop. So we were really we had a whole raft of topics lined up, but where we have now landed on is this image. This image, by the way, is a still from a video clip of Akpabio going to visit the chairman of the Labour Party, and the chairman of the Labour Party, in his own words, telling us that it was just like an in-law coming to look for a bride. So you can see how happy they all look, but how does this compute towards the OB petition? So your thoughts as I hand over to Rational Mind. Thank you, everyone. Sorry, apologies, Bishop. Before I hand over to Rational Mind, let me just do a bit of acknowledgement. Kulata with the super chat, and that's War Pacer coming in twice with the super chats. Thomas came in. Thomas, the moderator, he was luxuriating in Enigmatic. Crown comes in there. Thomas comes in again, and then the latest installment to the double dipping from Play Summer. So that, and then of course Ayo does as he always does with the coffee. So thank you, Ayo, and to everybody that super chatted. So keep the super chats coming as Rational Mind takes the reign, as we hear from Bishop. So Rational Mind, you're in charge. Bishop, you're up.
Yeah, Bishop.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, go on, please. You just heard one man. So what's your take?
Okay. Thank you. Good once again, everyone that's listening. I wish. I don't know why I'm echoing myself. I don't.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can see. I mean, I can perceive that too. Yeah. So, but just go on. Yeah. Maybe one man here. Maybe he knows whoever is doing that. Yeah. Let's go on.
Okay. I wish somewhere I love.
Your connections also sounds you sound choppy, like it just keep dipping in and out.
Okay.
Or can any other person hear him better than me?
He's dipping.
Oh, okay, all right. So
can you hear me?
His audio.
Now he better now. I think better now. Go on, please.
Okay. The problem is I've sent back. Why is echo? Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. Go on, please.
Okay. Okay. Let me go. I'm echo, but that's fine. Good evening once again, everyone. It's just that a coincidence that when I'm coming, one man was, and that's okay. I wanted to point out a few things before I go on the topic of the, at least the one that made me to come. I've listened all the while. It's been about 5 or 6 hours. That have been, and it's been a very wonderful and fruitful deliberation. Even though I really want to point out some few things about our arguments and its cause. I have a few observations to make. We are here, people listening on the listening session. So sometimes, even though it's important to express our views the way we want them, it's also sensitive to what we hear and to be kind of mindful to what we put out there, so that they create an impression. So kind of a little bit of to our listeners out there. And it brings to answer the question, why are we doing what we do? Investing sometimes as 8 hours every day. If it's not benefiting, then there's a problem. I know a lot of people enjoy. They always want to, so we need to keep it up. Before I go ahead, I'm going to Adaleko is still around there about some of the things he said yesterday. I listened throughout and I've also always listened all the days past. I want that.
Bishop,
yes,
are you driving? Are you driving?
Say again.
Are you driving?
No, because, I don't know why.
Yeah, it sounds choppy. We
okay.
Even right now, it's still.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have any other. I don't know why.
We'll hear you for a few seconds, and then the next seconds it goes off, and then you hear you. And then
okay, give me a second.
Okay.
If you don't mind.
All right, that's okay. I will add you back when you're coming back.
Okay.
All right. So I don't know. Simba, are you there? Simba, are you there? Maybe Simba is. Ekene, are you there? Ekene, can anybody hear me? Am I talking to myself?
We can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah.
We can hear you.
Ekene, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
So have you had your own say on that video today? I know you've been talking between, like I do sometimes too. Yeah. So have you had anything to say about the video?
Yeah, I've just like an interjection here, but I think I'm okay with my submission because the argument they are making, the opposition is making, I'm not buying to the idea. So I decided to just pipe low and just digest and understand their own view. But to me, their view is not giving me what I need to have.
Ekene, you're a fascist. You're not supposed to be piping low to digest people's view. Are you forgetting who you are?
That's what they called me now. So
Now. So why are you digesting people's view? You're supposed not to. You're not supposed to be tolerant to that.
You see, many interjection. Maybe now, if we maybe now, maybe this Akpabio now, at came here now, maybe I'm Abule lock up the whole place, and they call all his members. Let's all stay inside though, so that APC people are coming, so that they will not see us. Maybe the video man capture it now, then bring it to the news now that APC went to visit the Labour Party members and they locked them outside. So they don't want to see them because they are APC. Maybe that would have made that would have been more better. I think they would have loved it like that. You understand?
Emeka, what you said is just like a situation whereby Obi was stopped by briefly in UK airport, and then he comes back to use his own mouth to narrate it to somebody that said it to the public by his own self voluntarily. And then they say, hey, they deported him, or he can't go to UK again. He has committed crime, blah blah blah. As if maybe he hid it and then he was caught, that he was stopped. He said it himself.
And he just came back from UK.
And he just came back from UK.
So Uptown, you see what you just said now. Who were the one that said it was deported? Who did you hear said it was deported?
Go to Adamuga stage. Go to Bayo Ononoga. Go there.
No, Bayo Ononoga never said it was deported.
Go to his page now. He's retweeting
all
those
things. Even
FFK
never said it was deported.
Even FFK.
FFK. What did FFK say?
Yeah, they never said it was deported. None of them have ever used the word deported.
FFK said that Obi cannot go back to UK. That he has committed crimes.
Not true. He never said anything like that.
He has committed crimes.
It's FFK. It's what FFK said. Just go just go and verify it.
I don't know.
It's what
is not a far destination.
I'm telling you because I know it didn't say anything like that.
Anyway, let's not go
about everything they said about the deportation was retweeted by people.
Uptown. Let's give back the floor so that we have to go back round about. I think there's one more. I mean, there are other topics we have to do, but let's just have.
So there are many things I would have want to.
Yeah, but hold on to that thought, please. If you're still here with us, just hold on. Let's just allow Bishop, because I think it's been a while we heard from Bishop. But are you there, Bishop? Bishop, can you on mute? We can't hear you, right? Because I added you back. I don't know if you're back now. Oh, I think he left. Bishop left. So you have the floor again. Go on, please.
So there are many things I would have want to interject, but I think Uptown did a good job. So that's why I decided to keep calm, because when people are just talking things without facts, sometimes I find it difficult to argue. I find it difficult to argue. I will just keep calm. Like people coming to say, Obi pick Apuga, destroy it, pick PDP, destroy it, pick Labour Party, destroy it. I don't know where those things are coming from. But I think Uptown did a good job. Because if I would just lend my voice, who knew Apuga? When Obi became governor in Apuga, nobody knew Apuga. Apuga is nothing. It's nothing to write to. Apuga don't have anything. Obi decided I want to run. Just like the same thing they did him. He just used the platform. He used the platform to run. People were saying, "What are you doing? Nobody know Apoga. Nobody know Apoga. Nobody know Apoga." He campaigned throughout with Apoga. If anything you are seeing about Apoga in the southeast today, Obi made it. If somebody like Rogers Okorocha, about 2 or 3 of them won under Apoga under southeast after Obi had won. If all of them had stayed together, even Rogers couldn't even finish his tenure before he left Apoga. It was in his first year he left Apoga.
He left
But
with
at
their
least
mandate.
he even left with their mandate. Obi finished his tenure, did everything, campaign, handed another governor, then decided that I am okay before he left Apoga. But few of them that won under Apoga in Southeast, they didn't even wait for the first thing to finish before they left and used it to compare the man Obi.
So
You understand? This victim you are seeing today, this victim that won Senate under Labour Party today, yes. That is his chairman under Apoga. Victim is Peter Obi chairman under Apoga. Go and check it very well.
The issue is that this man left Apoga. He did remain with Apoga up to today. He left Apoga.
Must he remain there?
A party.
I'm telling you that victim you are seeing today is his chairman under Apoga.
Founding father of Apoga.
Founding father. That is his chairman under Apoga. The victim you are seeing. So what are you saying?
Look, forget that.
What am I forget? We are from Anambra. We know the politics of Anambra.
You guys should be.
See, Ekene, the question is, two people brought in Apoga into 2 states.
Hold on. Because of our audience, so that we can move forward to other topics. Sorry, please. I think we've overflowed this meeting that this guy had with Akpabio. So let's go to this list of what's his name? Bola has put in place, the INEC president-elect or the president-elect that we use I'm a one-man platform today. So that's my own personal view is INEC president-elect. But let's go by the president, the one that was going to be sworn in come May 27 or 29th. So anyway, first of all, I want to ask Ajere Koko, what do you see about that list that one man read to us? Well, what's your take on that? Ajere Koko, are you there?
What did you say, rational man?
Now, the list that we had, the supposed list of people. I've seen that list. I think I saw it on one platform. The list that people that were coming in to be ministers and to be head of pastors under when Bola Tinubu becomes the president. He gets sworn in. After he got sworn in, have you seen that list?
I've not seen it.
Oh, okay. I don't know if one man can still hear us, but let me see if I can go to that platform and dig that list out. The listed people, and people were making comments on that list. People like we said here some days back, when myself and what's his name, Ekene were arguing here about what's it called, that Abure Re-Asserts is going to be the chief of staff. In that list, Abure Re-Asserts was said to be the chief of staff of. Let me add this guy. Chief of staff.
And Fashola going to be the.
No, Fashola was not. Fashola, according to some news, they said Fashola said he doesn't want to have any role to play, but which I don't believe. But that's what people say. So, but let me dig out that list. I don't know. One man, are you there? If one man is there, let me dig out that list here. But then with this Binani is there. Binani is going to be the Minister of Power. That's what I saw. So I don't know. And then Ribadu is going to be the Minister of Police Affairs. But let me dig out the list.
I don't think we have to waste our time on that list.
Okay.
That list cannot be in that list. I think it's just some kind of Genji list that some people are posting around.
Yeah, I see it that way too. I don't know because the thing is that Binani.
Rational mind.
Yeah.
Rational mind. I think we are going to talk about this man that said he will come to court today. Papa. He said he will come to court today.
We shall see how that plays out now. What do you think?
I'm just watching the drama that will play in the court today. I don't know what will happen if he eventually made it to the court, because many people are. I saw some video of on Twitter where most of the, I mean, some people that will come to defend him in the court. Maybe if the obedient
APC influencers are going to Abuja to
yes.
defend their papa. APC is terrible.
Why can't our papa go to court?
They say APC is going to send boys to defend their papa.
Why can't our papa go to court?
The progressive, please.
Why can't he go to court?
Can I have your attention, please, guys? Now, I think sorry, I'm sorry to cut you guys, but I want to let us listen to Bishop or Bishop. So what you were saying something before you said we're going to
sorry, I don't know what was wrong. I was hearing myself back.
Better now.
It was awful. I mean, kind of, I don't know. Sorry for dragging you back. I've actually been listening all the while. I did the same thing yesterday, and I just wanted to stay on the listening session for a while. I had some private chat with one man. Like I was saying, it's very important that we put people's consideration, people that spend their time to want to listen to whatever we're discussing. It's very appreciated. I wanted to draw something. Ajale Koko's attention to something that he said yesterday. It's just a referral. I want to refer him to. I hope Ajale Koko was still there. To look at startup when he was talking about foreign direct investment. I know we are not where we want to be, and I really respect everybody that comes on this platform to invest. And I want to underline that word: invest hours every day. It is because we love Nigeria. I don't see anybody as a hater. We might disagree, and sometimes vehemently so too. But for everybody that sacrifices time to come here, it is because of your love and passion for that great country, Nigeria. And I respect that and I appreciate that. But we are not where we want to be. It does not mean that we are not making progress, no matter how small, that little, or how inconsequential that progress is. But we are making some very small progress. So I want to point Ajale Koko when he was talking about FDI, foreign direct investment, yesterday. He got some few things wrong. I just wanted to go and check in the past from 2016 to 2023 what we call startups and the unicorns in Africa. There have been about 7 or 8 unicorns. That is investment in startups area that attracted over $1 billion in direct investment to Africa. Out of 8, I think Nigeria alone has about 4 or 5. I cannot be mistaken. We have more than 50%, about 60% of direct investment in that area. The challenges we had over the past years as a result of the recession, the 2 recession and the COVID induced recession, is not just about Nigeria alone. Are we where we want to be? Definitely not. We could have done better. But quite honestly, considering the challenges of the world, when we talk of foreign direct investment, let us be a little bit objective and realistic. I agree with him. We can do better. But considering the fact of what happened in the world, honestly, we have not fared badly. So I just wanted him to look at the unicorn and the startups in tech, fintech, especially fintech in Africa. If we had about 7 or 8 fintech startups that qualifies to be unicorns in Africa, and Nigeria alone has 5 of 8, I mean, that's massive. And that's something that should be celebrated. And it is as a result of some certain policies of government that were put in place. Are we where we want to be? Definitely not. But we are making progress. Now, I had the conversation of enigmatic and rational mind earlier on. The little bit of it happened before, but probably is something I will not discuss now because of for certain reasons. But honestly speaking, it's a good thing that we're able to round it up. And so going back to the main issue, Peter Obi is a factor in Nigeria. Yes, please.
Bishop,
Yes,
when we
please.
are talking about foreign direct investment,
yes,
you just mentioned something that you believe that we are doing good, but do you compare that to investors?
What is happening?
The investors living in Nigeria compared
No,
to
no. Well,
We have yes daddy on the platform.
yeah, I just said that because
So
I wanted you to make a reference.
So look, when hold on.
I don't understand. Is it that we are not hearing anything from here, or what's happening? Rational mind.
Rational mind, is it there or he left?
Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you. I'm here.
I can hear you. I'm hearing you. Ajale Koko is the one talking.
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
I can hear Ajale Koko.
I'm on a
That's
different.
why I'm just wondering.
I'm hearing Ajale Koko. I can hear you.
Yeah.
You can hear me, Ola.
We can hear you. We can hear you. We can hear.
I'm hearing you.
Every one of you, I can hear everyone. I'm just.
Everybody can hear you, Ajale Koko.
Okay. So when we are talking about foreign direct investment on the year basis, 1 year before the other, as the year progresses, do we have that investment, foreign direct investment improvement on the year basis, or do we have it decreases? Do we have it decrease?
Okay. Can I answer you?
That is
directly.
That is the way you can really judge whether.
Okay. Can I answer you directly?
And in comparative to investors that are living, at what rate are they leaving your country?
Okay. Let me answer you.
Yes.
I just don't want to spend time on it. I just wanted to mention it in past. But now that you have a little bit pushed it further, let me answer you. Now there are two kinds of investment we were having in Nigeria. I'm putting between 2015 and 2022 in perspective. We have the portfolio investment and we have the foreign direct investment. Everybody knows everywhere in the world, especially in developing economies, that foreign direct investment dropped drastically between 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022. That is a fact. It is a global and a well acknowledged fact. So if foreign direct investment dropped in Nigeria, it was not as a result of what we did right or we did not do right. It was as a result of some global what do you call it now? Negative activities, things that happened that were not in control. It was not in our control. So, like you said, did people leave? But more than 67 or 77% of the investment that left Nigeria between that period were actually portfolio investment. Now, is there a difference between portfolio investment and foreign direct investment? Yes, there is. Portfolio investment are people that saw or that see an opportunity, in your what do you call it, stock market, in the market, something, the volatility, I don't know, I'm looking for the right word now, sees an opportunity to want to come and invest, and they do. People in the investment sector, in the financial sector, we know what I'm talking about. So if they are very easy to move, they are short-term investment portfolio investors. So if they leave, if 70%, either 67 or 77% of them actually leaves because of the environment, not Nigeria, the global environment, it is not. I'm not saying you were totally wrong. I'm saying we could look at it to balance the view, because we are not to condemn ourselves. We're just looking how can we get better. So
No, don't
let me finish. Let me finish.
Bishop, you see,
Let
when
me finish,
when
please.
you are
Let me
speaking
finish, please.
in the
Please let me finish. Ajale Koko.
okay.
What I'm saying, Nessas, is that we all meant well for Nigeria, but sometimes we might not necessarily get some information very correctly. So a majority of the investment that left in the period you were referring were actually portfolio investment, and they are always the very first to leave. I'm not saying that if things were working, but real foreign direct investment, which are long-term investment, because most long-term investment that is embedded in foreign direct investment, they don't look for profit in 3, 4, 5 years. Their profit is 5 years and beyond.
Sorry, Bishop. Land that point, but let's not get too heavily into all this investment, just for the benefit of our
No, I don't intend to. I just pointed it out. If you listen from the beginning,
all right, carry on.
I believe that's one man, right?
Yes.
I just made reference to it.
Yeah, but let's
And
not
the only reference.
Let's not go too deeply into it. Yeah,
No. I was not going too deeply. I've actually gone beyond it. If you are still there, what I said was just to reference Ajale Koko to check what the result of Unicorn and Upstart in the fintech sectors are, and that Nigeria benefited more than 60% of the total fintech upstarts and Unicorn in Africa in the year 2020.
But then, Bishop, sorry to interject. I think I'm going to have to interject you. I don't know if you've looked at that. If you looked at what, because I used to get a bulletin from my stockbroking firm in Nigeria. I get news and all of that. So about the investment and all of that. But I was reading one of the email they sent to me about banking. The bad loan. I've heard about the bad loan that, in fact, if there's no financial crisis, if there's no recession in Nigeria, when Bola gets in there, I just hope it doesn't spiral out of control. Now, what I'm saying this is because, one man, please, you allow us to talk a little bit about this for now, because I think all the other topic, nobody wants to talk about Bola's list of ministers that people like. Like Ajale Koko said, he doesn't believe in that's just fake. So anyway, so let's talk a little bit about, because invariably we talk about politics, we have to talk about the impact on the economy. So now they said over $500 billion. I'm sorry, I said $500 billion. 500 billion naira, almost $1 trillion naira, bad loans that banks they have. Now, if you factor all of that in, because when you talk about foreign investment, my point is, what is the impact on because we're talking about 40% unemployment. And we talk about, without this fintech, the startup and all of that, like as if it's panacea for the problem that we're going through. How does that translate to the common man on the street? People do, and we're hearing about this startup, some of them, as they start up, that's how they fold up too. A lot of them are folding up. You know that?
Okay. Like you said, I cannot quote this very correctly. I don't know. I might not be starting from the right place, but fact is that there are 2 or 3 banks in America that's folding up. That's actually bankrupt in the past 2 years. That's each of them is worth over $100 billion.
Okay.
We've been talking about what's this name bank, Silicon Valley Bank, and what's the other one?
The other one, yeah. I think
So when we talk about, you made mention of something in the past, and I would like to address. It is not my field. It's just out of curiosity and seeing what is actually happening in Nigeria that I read off some of. I'm not a financial expert, and if we bring some financial expert that want to speak to the figures, I'm sure they will be able to tell us certain things, and I can actually invite a few. Now, but what I'm saying is this: fintechs and startups, and the one that grows to be unicorn. They grow to be unicorn when they exceed $1 billion. And I can assure you, majority of their investment and inputs, more than 60%, is coming from outside. Sometimes it's not recorded at foreign direct investment because it's not an investment in maybe something like industries and manufacturing and the rest. Now, a greater part of the investment that lives at the site, at the nearest site of trouble, are the one we call portfolio investment, and those are the ones that see that, oh, one sector of the stock exchange is moving fine, and they put money there, and they can put their money before you say jack. They can put out their money, but not so for people that invest in the real sector. The real sector, whether it is in manufacturing, whether it is in agriculture, whether it is in, the real sector that creates job. Most times, the ones in the portfolio investment don't create job per se. I'm not saying that they are wrong, but I'm saying that we pay a lot of attention to them. So it is bad, or it is not good enough. But is it as bad as being painted? Maybe not. Can we do better? Absolutely. Are we looking forward to doing better? Oh yes. Now back to the unemployment. You quoted 40% now. I did my own personal something. I have a very large extended family, and I take care of a lot of people with my very meager income. And I did ask, what are you doing? There are lots of people, many of them, that are not fully employed. Some of them are underemployed. Some of them are well employed. Some of them are okay. They are doing this. But I personally have a quarrel, a problem with the 40 or 41%. Some states are recording 60% unemployment. And the truth of the matter is that it is because nobody registered them as being employed, even though they make enough income from what they are doing presently. They regard them as being unemployed. They regard them as being multidimensional poor, and they regard some of them as living below the poverty line. And I say we need to review the parameters with which we use to categorize people as being multidimensionally poor, extremely poor, living under abject poverty. I think the parameters we're using now did not really speak too well for us. I'm not defending Nigeria. I'm just saying that we could have a review and have a proper picture. The 40% unemployment. Are many people underemployed? Maybe yes. I will agree with that. And I will even say yes to that. But to say that in some states, if you look at the MBS, they claim that some states are 57% unemployed. That figure is a little bit scary, but it's not true. Some farmers are regarded as being unemployed. Bus conductors are regarded as being unemployed. Okada riders are regarded as being unemployed. Keke riders are regarded as being unemployed. Mama put sellers on the roadside, shoemaker, sobata, the one that carries, that makes 4,000 are regarded as being unemployed. So I'm saying that if we can
I'm sorry, Bishop,
review,
those things,
yeah.
those things, talking about conductors and all those things are not necessarily employment. You know what I'm saying? How much does a conductor earn? Because if you start considering those things as employment, that means
A
that
conductor,
almost every Nigerian is employed.
A conductor, a conductor earns 2,000 naira per day. And they say 2,000 naira per day, if you work 25 days in a month, you are earning 50,000 naira. But they say somebody that is earning less than $2. We have people in the farm that all they do is go to farm. Everything they need is in the farm. If they spend money in a day, maybe 100 or 200 naira to buy kerosene or whatever, that is if they are not using firewood, but they are categorized as being extremely poor.
Bishop, you don't believe in National Bureau of Statistics that is
So
the rate of unemployment
I'm saying the method, the
Why
methodology.
do you want to question the method? They are the
I'm not.
doing this thing. They know what they are doing.
I really was. I'm not looking forward to an argument on this. I just laid it out there. It's for you to take it or not to take it. Quite honestly,
No, you are going against it now, and you don't want.
No, I'm not going. I'm saying it is either for you to take it.
How can you? You are not an expert in that field. The expert and the Bureau of Statistics that is.
Okay, I will. Okay, if you want us to go that dimension, I will tell you this for free. The global parameters for gauging employment and unemployment has changed for more than 10 years, but Nigeria is still using the old parameters. And I will tell you.
So what's the international parameters?
Maybe you no. Let's work. Maybe you use that one as an assignment, but I'll give you an overview. The parameters they were using before is people that work under 20 hours per week are considered as unemployed. In the global recent updated parameters, it is no longer like that, because there are people that work just 15 hours that earns more than some people that work 40 hours per week. But I don't want us to go into an argument. I just wanted to, because I'm not
Bishop,
an expert in that field.
I think the question is, Bishop, do you think that if
let one person speak, please.
Say Uptown, you find someone that work 10 hours and make more than whatever you are talking about. It doesn't work that way. You have to look at the distribution. You want to use the average distribution to measure, because you are talking of exceptional case now. We call it when you are outside the region, you talk about an outlier. Yeah, that's outliers. You are talking of outlier, whereas you are supposed to use average. See, the method, I don't think there's anything wrong with the method they are using in Nigeria. That we don't know does not necessarily mean.
Okay, can you pause for a second, if you don't mind?
Okay.
Now, just a question on where you go. You don't think anything is wrong with the parameters or the method we're using, the methodology we're using. Has the global methodology changed? Just yes or no.
Changed by what?
No, the methodology that is being used globally to arrive
How do you know the methodology Nigeria Bureau of Statistics used? How do you know that it's outdated?
Of course, it's out there.
There was a method.
Oh, I don't know whether I can state it here, but I can. If I know who is talking, I mean, we can exchange that. I read it, and it has. I know what the methodology is.
You can put it in the private chat. See.
No, but you were categorical now. You were categorical, so you cannot say you don't know. So you can go and find out later what method it is.
No.
But you told us the method, the method.
Listen. See, let me tell you, our in Nigeria, we have both formal and informal sector of the economy. Now, for the formal sector, it's very easy for them to capture straight away. Now, for the informal sectors, there are ways you can capture it, that like how many people pay taxes.
But they are not being captured. You know that?
They are being captured.
They are not being captured.
How do you collect taxes? How do you raise internal revenue?
How many of these people in the informal sector? How many conductors pay taxes? How many taxi drivers pay taxes?
Are conductors earning normal wages?
How many Okada? Conductors are earning. They are earning above the minimum wage.
God, get me right. Are they earning normal charges? Because what you are calling minimum wage that you are talking about?
Hello, Ola. Let me give you an insight.
Okay.
Because what Bishop is saying might not be. I can see the angle where Bishop is coming from. What I think what Bishop is trying to say is that is Bishop is just being optimistic and just being patriotic, because some of the time if we see any statistics that is good coming from Nigeria, we can just use our hand to see fire. It's not true. But when we see negative, the one that is not favorable, we're always excited and want to say, yes, this is right. What is going on in Nigeria, let me tell you, there are a lot of people that are working in the informal sector, and they are making more money than even the people that are gainfully employed, working in banks, working in I've seen a lot of bankers. I'm telling you for free now. What I know, and they are my colleagues, they are my friends that left bank and become farmers in Nigeria. You understand what I'm saying? And people make millions. I have a cousin now. What he is doing is just selling fish feed. And the guy is a millionaire. I'm telling you, millionaire. And he's not, no, let me finish. He's not paying a dime as tax. Nobody's capturing him. Even his company, his business not registered.
Okay, Simba.
Let me finish. Ola, there are a lot of millions of people like that.
I want to push a position to you on that.
Okay.
A lot of millions of people that are making millions out of what population? See, the bankers you are talking about, what's the percentage of the bankers you are talking, and those people working in telecom? How many of them is because if
those are the ones that are captured now. They are the ones that the capture has been employed. I'm telling you that are not captured.
Simba, sorry, Ola.
Those one not captured we are talking about. Those one not captured that we are talking about.
I want to quickly interject.
They are exaggerating their income. Because
I'm not exaggerating them. I'm not. Believe me, I'm not exaggerating. I think you are. Let me tell you what because I'm not even basing it on. It's what I've experienced. I just left Nigeria three years ago. I was a farmer. Let me tell you. I'm a doctor. Let me tell you. Oh God.
Let me quickly
let me put my position.
Guys, please. Can we hear Remy out first? Remy.
Well, I've not finished my position and you are transferring to Remy.
I don't even know how to even start from now. Okay. Ola. I know Ola, can you
I interjected Ola, so let Ola continue.
Okay, I just want Remy Coca. So
Remy will come after Ola.
Remy, let's do this way, Remy. Let Ola have a say, and then Simba, you respond like you want to respond, and then Coca, you can continue. And then we'll go back to Bishop, please. Let's just have it that way. And please, Ola, be quick about it, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we have other topic. We have other topic to discuss.
As you know, those millionaires, right, that you are talking about. So I know some of them. But when I pick the ratio of those people that are millionaires you are talking about, and I put them side by side by those people that I know that they are not well to do, that are even graduates, that they are struggling, honestly, you are talking of like ratio 1:20. Because this thing is that we are talking of people we can relate with. Even as we stay here, we know people that are putting pressure on us. We even know people that are working that is as good as they are not working. So to me, unemployment that you cannot relate to your poverty index, because we are looking at the figure, oh, conductor is earning this. You have to relate that into poverty index. That's why that you have to understand how these people are measuring. So to me, minimum wage can be 30,000, and that can still be underemployment. It doesn't matter whether it's minimum wage or not. So when these people are calculating, you have to understand what do they term as underemployment? What do they classify as unemployment? So to say these people are not correct is just an assumption, because number one, you put this thing based on distribution, and distribution is not meant to be 100% accurate. Some will tell you that, okay, once they are above 66%, they take that accuracy. Some will tell you, okay, we want to push to like 80% for accuracy. But as far as this Nigerian Bureau of Statistics is concerned, you can still see the law of distribution. Number distribution still favor them. You can still see them at least at 60-something% accuracy. So we can't just use 1% or 2% we know on the street that are making it. We don't use that one as yardstick.
Ola, I can give you this one for free. At least it's been a while you've been to Nigeria. And me, by next week now, I'll be in Nigeria. So I'm a regular visitor to that country. And even before, I was in Nigeria until 2000. I left Nigeria in late 2000. And I go to Nigeria at least twice every year. And you understand, I have businesses in Nigeria. I have people that I relate with. So I'm giving you this information. If you think that what I'm saying is wrong, fine. But I'm telling you,
I'm in Nigeria
Can
too
I
now.
interject now, please?
I can give you for free. I know. Let me finish. Your own experience might be
Can I ask you
different from
just
my
one
own
question?
experience.
Sorry, so you can add it to your what he's saying. Just one question. It's an analogy kind of. So the question I want to ask is, if 20 million youths are not employed, yeah, and then 20 million youths find a way to begin internet fraud, and they start making money from internet fraud, the entire 20 million, will you now say that your 20 million youths are employed?
You are the one. I'm
yes
not.
or no?
I see my discussion.
No,
I've
just to
been
say yes or
talking.
no
I didn't
question.
mention. I don't. It's not a question. What you say is not a
No,
question.
I
Maybe
know
that's
why
your
I
own
asked the
space.
question.
I don't know any
You
internal
brought it home.
fraud.
I know why
I
I
am
asked
not
you.
engaging in it, and I don't know anybody that is. I'm not talking. Did you mention? Do
No,
you
you see,
mention
no.
internet
Okay,
fraud?
let me tell you why I asked the
I was
question. Let me tell you why
telling
I asked
you
the question.
about people that are doing their
I asked the
legal
question
business and
because
people that are farming.
wait, my brother, wait.
So don't link it to internet fraud, please. I'm not talking about internet fraud. I don't even like such.
No. Why I brought that narrative is because you talked
just
about
cool down,
Nigeria, and you made the inference as if anybody that has found or manufactured any means because they are not employed to be making 1,000 to 2,000 a day, that means they're employed. That's your analysis. So that's why I'm like telling you, can everything go
I
as
think
employment?
first, sorry, Uptown. I think first, Nigeria does not have the database. There is an informal
Exactly. Yes.
I will give you one example. In when Obasanjo was still the president of Nigeria, when they introduced the GSM revolution, there were thousands of people that they would sell Richard card in the street. I think that was a business I was doing that time. And I know how many teenagers and people like young adults that they were in the street selling Richard card. Initially, they were making stipend in a month. But before you know it, some of them are making thousands in 1 month. There's a lot of informal sector that this Nigerian bureau will not really capture. But when Ola said something about relating it to the index of the purchasing power or whatever, that is another case entirely. What we are trying to say here is that there are thousands or millions of Nigeria that they will not be able to capture because we don't really have a good database to capture everybody. We should put that one. Like, for example, when Nigerian economy was not rebased during the Jonathan era, a lot of African countries were put ahead of Nigeria as one. In fact, we were even to see that South Africa was the biggest economy for several years. But when the economy was rebased, Nigeria was put as the largest economy in Africa. And there are some all informal sector. For example, a lot of wealthy people, they have house help. A lot of people that have businesses like tailoring, they have apprentices. This apprentice will also become their own leader. I mean, have their own shop. There's a lot of informal sector all over Nigeria, which they would not really capture. But when we are now comparing the purchasing power of what they get at the end of the month, like Ola said, then if that is the yardstick they are using to calculate unemployment, it's another different scenario entirely. But you telling me that a lot of Nigeria, there's so many people that are doing something that in fact they don't pay tax and they're making their money. I'm not talking about illegally, like Opta I'm trying to say. Nobody says something like that. Because those ones that are being rounded up nearly every hour, every day in Nigeria by EFCC. So
can I please chip in?
So let me conclude, then you chip in. So to me, finally, I don't see that is the actual position of unemployment in Nigeria until we really have a good database. We have record of every individual in that country, what they are doing, which we do not have. We don't have it. We don't have the database. We don't even know nothing about most of our citizens. Until we have all of these things like all developed countries do, then we can actually be. But to be frank, there is unemployment in Nigeria. But is that the real true position, considering all other factors? I'm sorry. So if I understand what you're saying, Ola, please. So if I understand what you're saying, Coca, is that they is underreported or is overreported?
I think it's underreported, and at the same time, hold on, I think it's underreported. But when Ola base it on, you have to, like, how did they calculate unemployment? If you look at the indices, to me, I'm seeing the purchasing power of the money you receive at the end of the month. If you receive 50,000 as your wages or whatever you make, and they still calculate under unemployment, because I don't know the yardstick they use to calculate it under employment. But what I'm trying to say is that there are millions of people in the informal sector that they are handling money, and this kind of people, they are not captured. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, let me add to what Remy just said. Can I please talk?
Go ahead, please.
Go on, please.
All right. Good evening, everyone. This thing about taxation, it is everywhere. And let me not say everywhere. Let me talk about the places I know. Even in America, the informal sector don't pay regular tax. In fact, even in America, these things I want to say is only people who do business will know. People who are not in business will only talk the way Ola talks. I am into business in America and in Nigeria. In America, barber shops,
Sorry,
they don't pay tax.
how do you know that I'm not into business? How did you arrive at that?
Because of your position. That's what I'm saying. If you are in business, you will know. Let me land, then you will know what I'm saying. Even in America.
Your statement was even based on fallacy from the beginning. You started from the wrong premises. How did you arrive at that?
Because if you are in business, I know you live in Canada. If you are in business, you know what I'm talking about.
That's the assumption. Don't make assumption of what you don't know.
I listen to you now. I listen to you. I say based on your submission.
Okay, just please, just use as a provisional statement and let Ola be.
Ola, please. I'll let you continue. Just hold on. I know Plesoma just put some, he was about saying something, but Plesoma, allow Ola counter you a little bit and make it so snappy. Then you go back to Plesoma, please.
You see, Plesoma, you don't just come and just assume that people that are not in a business. How did you arrive at that? I'm shocked. I'm incorporated Canada-wide there with extra provincial incorporation. What are you talking about? So
all right. Let me rephrase.
Let me finish my statement. Please. Now, when you talk of this thing, we are only talking about the data of unemployment in Nigeria. As of last data, we know that the informal sector in Nigeria, employment in informal sector in Nigeria, constitutes about 81%. And so that means that the formal sector that you could really capture in Nigeria is about 90%. Then you have those metrics. What's the employment rate annually compared to those people graduating? Then those people in the informal sector you are talking about, they are subsistence farmers in villages. There are hawkers. There are all those things. So are those things that you are calling employment? Government will be looking at the type of direct investment that is coming as a form of employment, and they'll be benchmarking all those things. You know, this thing, you benchmark the last one with what you have now. So the thing is, we are talking of data science here now. This is the work of data scientists. Because I see when people say, we don't have parameters. See, this thing, there's a way you take sample and we give the true representation of the entire population. So
and you extrapolate.
So discrediting these people, you just this thing. Because you will know the poverty index, a lot of things that you are going to.
I think we are not disrespecting them or trying to say what they are doing is not right. But what I'm trying to say is that you work with science and with data. You know right whether Nigeria does not have a foolproof database. You know
that's what I'm trying to say.
There are lots of ways. Okay, for example, how do they calculate your population? For example, this thing sometimes you take sampling.
So that is why the population that they have taken in Nigeria is not the actual population of the country.
It's not the actual population, but might not be far.
So it's just an estimate. So that is why people do not believe in the population. That is why we continue to guess we are 200 million, we are 160 or 140. And that until we the one thing I want to say is this: until we tell ourselves the truth and we go on we embark on things with the truth and reality, then we are still deceiving ourselves. Because when it comes to population census in Nigeria, ethnic and tribal
the question I want to ask Ola is, if they say the unemployment rate in Nigeria is 9%, what will you say? You will say it's not right. I'm very sure. You say it's wrong. It's not right.
The analysis of what Ola just said now, he said 81% of Nigerian population are in the informal sector. That means the report they are turning out about unemployment rate just about 20%. So according to what Ola said, I'm not a data scientist or data manager.
Look, I've told you that the formal sector of Nigeria is now about 19%.
Ola and the rest, please. My intention is not to start a controversy. I'll just
No.
give
What you are doing is good, though. So
I'll just give
please. You didn't let me say anything. You just shut me up.
No, because you started from what's different.
Guys. Ola, I think you have said. I mean, Bishop Joe, Can you just go straight to it?
Thank you, Ashamai. Yeah, it's just based on what Bishop said, and I believe Bishop is right. Sorry, Ola, the way I came in, it's not personal, like you don't know business. You are doing business, but businesses are different. But you are doing like formal business. Bishop was talking about informal business, and it is everywhere. That's why I mentioned barbershop in US. Barbershop in US report tax, but they even get more money from the government. So that's why I'm referring to what Bishop said, that even in Nigeria, conductors make money than people who are working formally. So whatever they report might not be accurate. That's where I'm going. People who sell foodstuff, African foodstuff in America, they report tax, but they still get money back from the government. So even though they report, so that means whatever statistic even America is using to report their tax base might not be right. There are even people who make money without government knowing in America. The one we copy. So why don't you think in Nigeria people are making money that I have business in Nigeria now. I have never paid. I never paid tax. Except if I want to get contract for the government, that is when I'll go and package one tax thing to get contract from the government. Kangaroo, something, you know. So whatever they are using in Nigeria, it's not accurate, and that is what I know, and I'm backing what Bishop started with. Thank you.
Can I respond to that? See, no statistic is 100%.
I think we should let Bishop continue with his.
That is why waiting now. That's why you always have confidence interval, and you just have sample, and you just have some degree of your accuracy. Nobody says everything is 100%, but we are trying to understand the methodology these people are using. That is what we are trying to understand there. So what we don't know, we can't assume, but what we know, we say. That is what I'm saying now. Because all those people are saying, oh, people are making 1 billion somewhere in the form of this thing. Those are unknown. It's just an assumption. But the one that is critically,
that is why the statistic is incorrect.
I think what you are saying, that's what I'm saying. You assume that we are telling you facts, and you are still saying we are wrong.
Simba, I know how many unemployed graduates in my family. So I know that for sure. I know how many guys on the street where I live are not working. So what are we talking about? So
let me give you a scenario. Please listen to me. Okay, because I always refer to where I know. I have a fish farm in Nigeria. Now, in fish farming, we have people that hatch the fish, and then that is our own. We have area of specialization. They will hatch and they will sell to farmers that will crop the fish. Then the farmers that in that same sector, you have the people that what they do is only to dig the pond. As I'm telling you now, you will see 4 people that will dig the pond, an average size of maybe 30 meters by 40 meters. They will dig it in 2 weeks, and they will collect 250,000 naira. 4 people. These people, they will classify them as unemployed. 250K. Even if they don't work for the rest of the month.
How many civil servants? 4 of them that will hand 250 in Nigeria. Those ones that will classify as being employed.
Making that in a year? How many times
let me. I'm telling you what I know. And you are trying
And
to
what is the
these
guarantee
people.
of the job?
In fact,
What is the
sometimes
job security?
wait. Sometimes you want to dig a pond and you have to wait for like 2 months waiting for them because they say they have a lot of work at. I'm telling you what is happening.
Simba, in addition to what you said, those people that are digging the pond, they are not digging pond alone. If somebody is building a house and they want to get this kind of maybe you want to have a borehole or you have to have this, they also do this kind of job. So they are not.
In fact, these ones they don't even do any other thing. That's what they do for a living. Adamu, the guy has been doing it for years. I've known this guy for more than 9 years. And that's what he's still doing now. And in fact, now he has people that are working under him. He's not a contractor.
I agree with Ola on the former setting about graduate not getting job or some. I agree totally with him. But I also
let me tell you, one of the problems that we have about our education in Nigeria. I have a cousin who also graduated. He was staying with his father. And he said he's waiting for, because most of them will just sit down at home. If they have uncles like Ola abroad, they'll be disturbing them for money. They don't want to think outside.
Why are you using Ola now?
Because he said he has a lot of them in his family.
Okay. Can I please?
Let me finish.
Okay.
So they will be calling them for money. They will be calling for them for money. This my own cousin. I asked him, okay, now you are finished. Your father is looking for money, maybe as a civil servant or one company that will be earning salary every month, because that's what everybody wants to do. You don't want to think outside the box. They just want to wait or gota, as Yoruba used to say. The money will come at the end of the month. They get their salary. This guy comes to Lauren every weekend. I used to go to my farm. I asked him, come with me. And after a while, his orientation began to change. After a while, I attached him to one of my friends who was selling cement. Then all of a sudden, the guy said, okay, should come and work for him. I'm telling you now, within 3 years, the guy now is building his own house. He's attached to this guy selling the cement, and he has his own about 3 or 4 ponds that is operating. And he's making an average every 6 months when he sells fish, we will not make less than 500K. You understand?
I better go.
Believe me. No, I'm telling you what I know. You know, every time, even Rational Mind can testify to this. Every time I used to tell people, the other time we argue about these things, there are a lot of things. You know, it's the orientation. Everybody that goes to school in Nigeria, they just want to work in the formal sector, going to work every day, talking and all those things.
I've already said there's no more white collar job anywhere in the world.
Coca, please. Let's go back to Bishop. So I want to move to another topic because I'm getting feedback from here that I should move on to another topic. So Bishop, can you just round it up, guys? I know we have a lot to say on that.
Yeah, as much
Bishop, please, guys.
As much as I do not want us to, I just mentioned that in a passing because of what I had. I was on the listening session throughout yesterday and 2 days ago. I just mentioned it on the past, but I will just give 2 examples here, which are very valuable because it happened to me. My friend, female, is working with somebody in Ibadan selling. Let me just mention her name. In Baggy, selling clothes, helping somebody to sell clothes in Baggy. I don't know what they call them now. When she told me that her daughter was graduating, I thought it was in Nigeria. Her daughter had gone abroad to study medicine, but she was not owing 1 penny. She has paid all the money for her daughter to go and study abroad, and she studied medicine. And she was just, I don't know what they call them, Tomba or Passion Baggy. And so, but by every standard, she's unemployed, she's poor. But there she is. She's living in her house. She had 2 children, and because the husband died many years ago, and by standard of Nigeria, she's poor and unemployed. That's our standard. I'm not saying it because I want to deride. I'm saying it that, yeah, we have challenges. I'm always the first to admit that we have challenges. We still can do better, but we are not doing as bad as it's being painted. I have two, but I won't mention the second because we need to move ahead. I just said that on the past, that 4 of the unicorns we had out of the 7 unicorns in Africa that exceeded $1 billion in foreign direct investment are actually Nigerians, and it's something to celebrate. Now, moving forward, enigmatic and rational mind, I don't know if I'm correct, had something the other time. Yeah, sometimes these things are healthy, but we are humans. Sometimes we can push ourselves over the edges. I had my own kind of experience a few days ago, which was a little bit not there. But yeah, the interest, our interest, the ultimate goal is, hey, we want the best for Nigeria. So I don't really see anybody as an enemy, even though we might be in opposing camps. The ultimate thing is that, look, we are all working in the best interest of Nigeria. I don't know, somebody's microphone is on that is making some background noise. Can that person fix it, please? And mute.
Okay, let me see. I'll see here. So.
Yeah, thank you. Somebody. So basically, yeah, we can always disagree to agree. The important thing is that we should not can cross the line sometimes, but it is not.
I muted you, sorry. I muted you. Sorry, go on. Yes, go
Okay,
on.
okay. So please, I mean, I know we've gone past that, but yeah, I have people that I introduced this platform to, and they are listening. Now back to the main issue, Abure and Apapa and the visit of
Rational Mike, can I interject Bishop for 1 minute?
Okay, go on.
Let me interject him now,
real quick,
because this foreign direct foreign investment is trying to paint that Nigeria is not doing bad. Or
I thought we have passed that stage.
Hold on now.
All right, go on, please.
Yeah, look, foreign direct investment into Nigeria plunged by a third last year as a severe dollar shortage and deferred company from expanding in Africa's biggest economy. Investments fell to
where are you reading from?
Hold on.
No, I only asked the question. Where are you reading from?
Hold on. Would you let me land before? Hold on.
Let him land. Okay, go on.
Let me read it again. Foreign direct investment into Nigeria plunged by a third last year as a severe dollar shortage deterred companies from expanding in Africa's biggest economy. Investment fell to $468 million in 2022 from $698 million a year earlier, the National Bureau of Statistics said on Tuesday, April 4, 2023. So this is National Bureau of Statistics. And a lot of things that are, one of the major things that are responsible for this is the bad monetary policy of your country. That
Can you pause for a second? Can you pause for a second? Can you pause for a second?
Stimulate economic growth. That's not
Can you pause for a second?
attractive to
Bishop, hold on. Let him land. Please.
These are the things. It keep on falling every year in and out.
Okay.
So that's to tell you that we are not doing good enough. It is not as a result of, the world is suffering from economic. We have suffered about 3 recessions under this administration. I mean, how on earth do you see an administration back to back going into recession? It's just completely bad monetary policy that doesn't stimulate economic growth and it's not attractive to foreign investors. And the little one we have, they are packing out of the country, moving to a different country. You know, a lot of things are responsible for this. Corruption, bad court system.
Even Kenya is even attracting more. I mean,
yes,
more when it comes
corruption,
to
you know,
Nigeria. By market size, Nigeria might be bigger than.
Can I respond?
But Bishop, you're going to respond now. But my question is to you is that you have to make this very, real quick so that we can move to another topic.
Yeah, well, I was. I mean,
one moment, please. I gotta go call. Bishop asked you, where did you get that? Where's your source? What's that source from?
National Bureau of Statistics.
Okay, you get that. Okay.
Yes.
Wrap it up now, Bishop, please.
Okay, good. Thank you. I was going to ask 2 questions, but you want us to move on. I will just ask. It might end up to be a rhetorical question. Number 1, that drop in our foreign direct investment, how is it compared to other African countries and global economies? 1. That's number 1 question.
That doesn't matter to us. We are talking about Nigeria. How does that matter to us? What is happening?
It does matter. If there is a global...
Hold on. Let me even tell you this. As a matter of fact, Nigeria should even be making a lot of money now as a result of this work that is going on in Ukraine. A lot of countries around the world are making, particularly oil-producing countries.
Now, you are missing 2 things that are not related. Making money because of the crisis going on in Ukraine does not amount to foreign direct investment. I'm making money because we are. It is not. No. Ajale Koko, no. They are not related.
We'll continue arguing this every time. Bishop.
Listen, let me tell you. If you make your sector where you have comparative advantage over other, the sector where we have comparative advantage over other is oil and gas. If you make it attractive to investors, European countries are in desperate need of gas. So if we are make it attractive to foreign investors, this is the time that investors will have jumped in when they are fighting war with Russia. They will have jumped into Nigeria, and a lot of money will have come in.
The Russia crisis,
and they will have expanded that sector for us.
The Russia crisis started in March last year. The Russia crisis you're talking about started in March last year. If you are talking of patronage, we don't have access to selling our gas. The only advantage we have that can put us in competition is gas. Shortly before that, the AKK pipeline started. The only area we sell gas is through our LLMPG in Bonny, but we are piping through Trans-Sahara through the AKK pipeline. So if you are you are putting 2 things that does not add up. But let me go back to the focus of our discussion. What you are saying is our foreign earning. Our foreign earning as a result of our product we are selling, whether it is petroleum or gas, is not the same thing as FDI. Foreign direct investment are long-term investment. Some of them does not even break even until about 5 years after investment. So if you are referring to the Russian war that started, Russia-Ukraine war that started in March 2022, and you are equating it to foreign direct investment, I'm lost. But I don't want us to dwell on that.
Did you listen to what I read to you? Did you listen to
listen.
it?
Okay, if you want me to go back to what you read,
did you
if you
listen
want
to
me to
it
go back
at
to
all?
what you read, listen. If you want me to go back to what you read,
Did
I
you
know the
listen to it
statistics.
at all?
Number one,
They
you
make
made a
a
mistake.
comparison between
No, hold
the
on,
year after
please.
and this year.
Hold
And they
on,
are
hold
telling
on.
you
You made
figures
a mistake.
that
You
will
made number
drop
one mistake. The number one mistake you made.
of a third of investment. Where on earth can a country lose a third of investment in a year compared to preceding year? A third.
After Adanle Koko, hold on, calm
And
down.
you are saying that, oh, we are not
Hold
doing
on,
bad.
calm down. Don't say what I'm saying. We are
No,
saying
sorry, I want to step away. Let me make a statement. For everyone to see how MBS does the gathering and the methodology for the unemployment, I posted something there, and you will see how they capture all those areas you think they don't capture, they capture it. So thank you. I'll be back later. So I posted it in the private chat if you want to go through it.
Okay, thank you. We'll look at it. We'll take a look at it. All right, go on, Bishop. Is Bishop still there?
Yeah, I'm there. If I'm not lost. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Now, I just wanted to round up very quickly. I'm trying to make a distinction between what Ajanle Koko said about foreign direct investment and foreign
Bishop,
earnings. When you're
don't you
talking
think
about
we should move on from that space? Okay, it's never gonna end now.
okay, thank you. I will
Like
maybe
2 hours.
sometimes with that. So let's go back to no, it's not to us. It's not to us. I joined though. Anyhow, that's by the way. I understand you. So going back to Abure and the visit of Akpabio. Number one, I had every conversation and disagreements we have, but I want us to lay a premise. These people are playing politics, and it is for self-preservation and self-interest. Number one, that's their motive. So, was it proper? Akpabio's visit to Abure? Was it proper? Abure's hosting of Akpabio? Irrespective of how we want to look at it, if it is in the best interest of Nigeria, then it is not proper. If it is for self-preservation, they will, in Yoruba land, there is something we used to say. We can call Malu brother if he's going to give you nama to eat. You can worship cow. If it is in the best interest of Nigeria, and we want to play politics of ideology, I think we should all be cross with both Akpabio's desperation and Abure's what do I call it now? Doing whatever he needs to do for relevance, because Abure only give an indication that look, there is no future in whatever they are fighting. So it is better he begins to align, irrespective of what your interest is. Let us put Nigeria's interest first. Did those people put Nigeria's interest first in considering the moves they are making? I will question that. So when we
Can
were
I
having,
ask you a question?
hold
Sorry.
on, please. I'm coming. Keep that question in just a second. I'm sure I will just land my thought. So it is immaterial how we want to drag this front and back. We can dice it, we can cut it, we can switch it, we can twitch it, whichever way we want to do. Both Akpabio and Abure are actually working on self-interest and self-preservation. It is not in our interest. Go ahead and ask your question, please.
All right. So the question is very simple. Based on the last thing you said they are both working on the self-interest and not on our interest. Okay.
Yes.
So the
My view, though.
Yeah, sure. So apparently we all know that Akpabio has been going around. He's meeting everybody. Whether even now Babalawo Akpabio never meet. He says he's
Who
gonna
is
meet
Babalawo?
every single. No, like I just say now Babalawo remain make him meet. That's just a figure of speech.
Okay.
But apparently, what I meant was that he's been crisscrossing everywhere. He has said it categorically that he is going to talk to every single party in Nigeria that has at least one senator with them in their party. Yeah, just to show. So, personally, me, only the gesture of Akpabio today has already freed my mind up for the man, because for me, what he showed to me was, I was like, okay, looks like this guy seems like an all-inclusive kind of guy. That's the impression he gave me as an Obi supporter, who would normally not support these guys, or just be indifferent, because it's not like I have an alternative of who to support if I don't support him. So I'll be indifferent. But now he made me a little bit less indifferent. I'm like, okay, even though I don't care about them, the Senate president is not going to come from APC. But if you keep Orji Kaluna and keep Akpabio, just this single act of Akpabio, of him going everywhere, meeting NNPP, meeting everybody, even kings and all of that, it looks like he's quite more serious. It looks like an all-inclusive guy. He looks like, and the way he sounded very liberal and everything. So that touched me a little bit. I'm not going to vote that day, obviously. But then for you to know, for me to feel like that about it. So imagine the sense that he's going to give to senators that are going to vote that day. Some are going to buy into that kind of gesture. Some are not going to buy into it. But then some might still be like, okay, well, this guy looks like a more inclusive guy. Let's go with him. So basically, is it against national interest? And again, if Akpabio does not visit, maybe visit every other party and skips Labour Party, does not visit them, and there are 8 senators, how does that translate to national interest?
Can I quickly interject, please? Sorry. Just 1 second. Politics is a game of number, and these are elected senators. They are going to do election among themselves.
Remy, the question was posed to. You are answering the question. You are not interjecting. Let Bishop answer the question. You are answering the question.
I'm not answering the question. I just want to clarify.
I think he's asking his own.
I want to talk more about what Optan just said. Because when it
comes you are answering the question. Let Bishop answer. You have your own time.
Okay.
Remy Koka, can you just you come after?
Okay.
After Bishop, please. All right, Bishop.
Okay. Yeah. If I'm still on, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, good. Like what I said. Number one, the question is, how is it that it is about self-preservation? And as it is today, if APC has one voice and they go into election, Akpabio will win the Senate presidency if it is truly the candidate of the APC. Sorry, there's somebody microphone that is making so much background noise. Am I on?
Go on. I think I have to meet you, Simba.
Yeah. So the fact is that if today there are 109 senators in the National Assembly, already APC is in the clear majority. So if APC's house is in order, they have one voice. Akpabio does not need to go to any other party to solicit for votes. It is because of certain things that has happened behind the scene. He is not sure.
Bishop, hold on, please, Bishop.
Yes.
So you said as a single one party, they have the majority. Agree?
Yes.
But even with all their 60-something, candidates, if all of them, they say they want to vote for Akpabio.
Yeah.
If PDP and what's it called, Labour, NNPP, APGA, SDP, they all form one block. they can outdo them.
No.
Numbers, yeah, they have the numbers.
No, they don't.
What are you talking about?
They have the numbers in House of Rep, but they don't have it in Senate.
I'm talking of the Senate.
But I think what rational mind.
Not in the Senate. Okay, not in the Senate. Okay.
See what rational mind is saying is very simple. Look, unless Akpabio will run this election as a single candidate, that is when what you are saying is applicable. But as long as there is
That's
more
exactly
than
what
one,
that's exactly what I just said. I did not say
but it's
anything.
obviously not running it as a single
Now
candidate.
that
So
is where
you
the
are bringing
issue
in another
comes
reality
in.
that is not the reality. So let's
I
speak
wait
to
to.
the reality on
I
ground,
think
and
that's what Bishop is
then
saying.
relate it.
Uptown.
Yes, yeah.
That's what Bishop is saying. Go on, Bishop. Hold on.
I am saying, I said it before, Grant, that if APC's house is in one order, is in order as one. I said that before I started. If APC is one going into this election, Akpabio does not need. I'm not saying it is wrong to cut other party members, but as it is, APC has the simple majority in the Senate, in the 10th Senate. So the going around is for self-preservation, number one. Number two, this man, Abure's hosting them is in a desperate attempt at self-preservation also. I'm not blaming them. That is the kind of politics they play.
How is the self-preservation coming in here in what you just saying?
Did Abure invite them to Labour Party office? Like, how is it desperate to?
That's what I don't know what he's saying. Yeah.
Okay. Abure did say something in the course of that interview. I don't know how many people listened. A woman played it here.
No,
that
we all
three of the members of about a week or thereabouts ago, there was a rumor that Ireti Kinjigwe was going to decamp. That's one. The rest of the Senate members, the new senators elect, at least about 3 from the South and the Southeast have already aligned with Akpabio because being from the South, they want that to come to the South, even though they are minority senators in the South. So that man, Abure, made reference to that he has had that. So it is either he played along with them because it cannot stop them. We had rumors about 3 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago that Ireti Kinjigwe was going to jump ship to APC.
It was an obedience rumor, and I can tell you about how the rumor came from. Ireti Kinjigwe posted a flyer when he was addressing Abuja indigenes, normal flyer that she posted, and apparently the obedience started complaining that why didn't she put Labour Party logo on the flyer? And then decided saying it looks like you want to go to APC and all that. Why didn't you put Labour Party, which was really a big nonsense, because that was just a memo.
So what did you put on the flyer?
Sorry, can I quickly?
How does that come into this? Because
but what did you put on the flyer now? What did you put?
No, he was just saying. I think it's
Bishop, can I quickly add to your submission, please?
Yes, please.
Please. Yeah. Let me quickly add to.
Please, Coca, you have a floor after me. I want to ask him, Uptown, what did he put on that flyer that made the obedience start?
Okay. I think she made a flyer where she was. I think it's a congratulatory message of. I think there was something was celebrated that she just said happy blah 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 to my Abuja indigene blah blah blah. Yeah, so I'm saying. So say the obedience, overzealous obedience. Was like, oh, why didn't you put Labour Party flyer? Are you trying to go to APC? You better put it because we have not seen you in court with Obi, as if they have seen other senators. And now you don't put Labour Party flyer. Maybe you're going. So it was obedient that generated that, spread it online, and then some days later, the same Ireti was in Anambra State with Obi to go and felicitate with Osita Chidoko of the PDP. because the mom died. And then they were like, oh, okay. Maybe, you don't want to move to APC. So that's just an obedient thing. There was nothing, there's no substance to it. So I don't know how he came into Akpabio.
Bishop, please, before you go, you put your thoughts there on what you just said. Let Remy come in because I've been asking it to her.
Okay.
So Remy,
So thank you very much. In submission to what Bishop has been saying, first, politics is about self-interest because you want to aggravate your interest to the higher level. A lot of these guys in every of this political party is a vehicle for them to achieve their whatever they set up for themselves. I'm trying to say, if the crisis that is happening in labor is not put in the board as soon as possible, some of your senators or some of your rep, they will start jumping ship. That is about Nigerian politics. So as you, as an obedient, or whether you're an APC or PDP, there will always be a realignment. And when that realignment happens, you shouldn't crowd foul. Some of them will leave your party and join other political party because they knew that in the next 4 years, what happened in 2023 will not happen in 2027. There might be a new player in town. So before that time, there'll be a realignment. And I can foresee it in the next 1 year. Some of these guys will join ship and join another political party. And when this always happens, most of them always join the political party that is ruling. So don't be too much in a haste. Everybody just use this vehicle. So that is why sometimes I just wonder, we Nigerians, we are just fighting for nothing. Because at the end of the day, whether you're obedient or batify or something like that, no matter what happened, the election has come and gone. So don't be fixated that okay, it's a labor. He gets elected through labor. There is not going to leave labor, or you get elected through APC. It's not going to leave APC. Everybody can jump seat. So you should just prepare your mind. Anything can happen. So don't die because of their game. Everybody is just trying to survive.
Who is this speaking?
This is Remy.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Remy or Chief Remy. Three trophy for you. Yeah, I've said it.
Trouble indeed.
No, I did not mean trouble. I mean 3 trophy. Trophy move so Oti Elisha. The truth of the matter
understand.
3 trophy, 3 goals and 3 trophy for you. The truth of the matter is this. I'm speculating. I might not be too far from the truth. I might be wrong. Abure sees what is playing out. What Abure did today about the High Court and the Appeal Court is an aberration. It's a primitive pastime. I just assume that he sees one last opportunity to hit the bullseye, and he has thrown his weight tacitly behind Akpabio because there might be a soft landing for him somewhere in the future. Has it bothered any one of us to think, why is Abure not talking about the real charges, which are criminal in nature? I want to end it there.
He himself doing this kind of thing, I'm afraid that in future, the court of law can use it against Labour Party.
Exactly.
Because now the court already recognized your acting national chairman. And he is still presenting himself as the chairman. You guys, you don't know the politics. You don't know it. That's what happened to APC. They lost everything in Zamfara, in Rivers, and everything. If it happened to you in future, you obedient and labor, just take it. Don't
why do you care about so much?
I'm not caring.
What Abure has done.
I'm trying to tell you that if it happened in the future, like it happened to APC, like it happened to
in summary,
that it happened to APC in Zamfara, they lost everything in Rivers, so many states like that, they lost. So don't cry for that. It is APC.
That should be good news now. I don't know why you're lamenting about it.
No.
So we're not lamenting.
I'm
really
trying to tell you the precedence. So if it happened to you,
it sounds like you're lamenting now.
No, I'm not lamenting. This is not about lamentation. I'm telling you the real fact. We have precedents. And this is what happened to most of
But you're crying more than the bereaved. I should be the one crying.
So I am not crying more than the bereaved, because when it happened, you will spin it and you say it's APC in Jews. You will say blah, 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 blah. So when you are crying that time, I will be here and make mockery of you too. Thank you.
No, there's no need. I mean, our interest is Nigeria, that Nigeria may progress and prosper. So for me, on that issue of Abure, I mean, that's where I want to learn it. Abure was just fighting for self-preservation, because if he has people to analyze and see what is playing out with his accusation, because it's amazing, it's surprising that nobody is talking about the criminal nature of the allegations against him in the Abuja High Court. You have
you see, hold on, Bishop.
Yes,
it's true that nobody is talking about it. Maybe that's what it seems to you. I think the factions.
They did a press conference, a 1-hour press conference addressing all the criminal charges against Abure.
Yeah, I think I heard that.
But you didn't watch it.
I don't know, maybe you didn't watch that. But then the point is,
which one? The one that he did today?
Some days back they did a 1-hour press conference.
Yeah, there was one they did last.
Addressing, they picked it one by one, and they addressed every single thing.
Yeah. Well, we can say what about them uptown, but we can say that that's those members, because maybe members that were just supporting him. They don't want us to know the truth. But what I just want to say is this: whatever it is, the truth about that matter, if Abure is guilty or not,
he will go.
Hold on. Is that what?
Don't you Coupe went now? He's gonna go.
He will go definitely if he's found wanting. But my point is this: if you remember when this guy Arabambi started this whole narrative of corruption and everything, and said they have the evidence, they've even taken it to the IG of police that now there is even an arrest warrant seeking to arrest the arrest, what's his name? This guy, the Labour guy, the chairman. And he said personally he went there to see the IG of police.
Yeah, he went
they never arrested me because there's no case. So I want to believe that based on that would mean that press conference that was given later that you are making, you alluding to, or you just reference uptown, could be possibly there could be truth to that. But then at any rate, if there's no truth to that, let's assume that maybe the both of them are lying. Now, what they said is submitted in this appeal, because mind you, if you understand this issue of ex parte, from what I understand from one lawyer explain it, ex parte it only can be used by the person who is being who's going to lose. Like for example, if you Bishop or just a Bishop, you are party chairman here.
If the party is on threats.
Yeah, if you are your party chairman here, I want to remove you. Or some of us want to rebel against and remove you. You can go seek ex parte. You will be in the right position to speak ex parte, because you are preventing us from damaging you. Because if I go ahead and get a court injunction to restrain you from acting as our head on this platform, then by the time you can answer, because I have already gotten it, so you can restrain us. You will be in the right position. It's not for me to be getting ex parte. But
it's supposed to last only 2 weeks normally.
And ex parte is something that it's the way they abuse it in Nigeria. And that was why Justice Ariwola, the former justice that left, that Sharia justice that was there after Onoe. I mean, so the point I'm trying to make is that, you see, the point is that now that they've appealed in court, because they did not hear Abure's side of the story. They just went and get that from Mohazu, Justice Judge Mohazu, and that judge is notorious for such ex partes that are not.
That's an APC judge, normally.
So, but let's forget either it's APC or not. But the one I just want you guys to look at it from that point, that with all of these things that we're hearing about, the way they filed this case, they did not hear Abure's side of this story. And you're getting
that's it. I understand you. Very quickly. Number one.
Please, Bishop, let me add one thing to what you say before you can address that, please. Let me bring to the knowledge of the platform as well that the lawyer that is representing that they sound Senior Advocate of Nigeria, because one of the arguments is that how did Apapa afford the Senior Advocate of Nigeria? But then the Senior Advocate of Nigeria has been found to be one of the people, the lawyers currently representing APC in the tribunal. So they gave him one of their lawyers.
Which senior advocate is that?
They gave his name. Go and watch his.
We can get his name, but he's the guy. He's on Tinubu's legal team.
Listen, number
He's
one,
also
let's
doing
put
the case for them.
Number one, let's put something straight. There is nothing that stops a lawyer because he's taking a brief, except they are direct opposite in the same case. There is nothing that stops a lawyer from taking a brief from another person. That's one. Number two, I really want to know who that lawyer is, because in the case that was brought against Abure at the Abuja High Court, there was no senior advocate representing them there. Not a single one. The
guy representing them is the senior advocate of Nigeria.
No, not the one. Which of the cases? Maybe there are many. The one that was brought against Abure. No, which one? Which case now? Is it the case of the forgery?
The last case they went to now.
What's the last case?
The one they went recently.
Abuja High Court.
Abuja High Court
they
again.
went to determine.
What's the name of that? What's the name of that senior advocate?
I can get the name for you.
Hold on. I don't have the name.
And even if a senior advocate is representing, what's the big deal about that one?
No, there's a big deal because
no big deal about that one. No big deal. He has been in politics for more than 20-something years. Are you telling Tritalus is a poor man? You cannot.
That's just one side. No, that's just one side.
You cannot insinuate like that. That is illogical.
Okay, what about wait, rational mind.
Let me ask. If the senior advocate is representing him,
it's okay. It's okay. We don't need to shout now. It's fine.
I'm
Wait
not
now.
shouting, but I don't like this illogical
Okay. It's okay now. Let's just have a civil conversation now.
This is not about you always play this
calm down.
Calming down. I don't like this guy you play this kind of game.
No, calm down. It's not.
I don't like
it's
it.
not personal.
Guys, can I get a word in for you guys? I mean, hold on, Remy. Uptown, if you don't know Remy, I mean, myself, I find it very difficult to really accept the way he speaks, but I come to realize that's how he spoke. I mean, he speaks rather. So I just want you to understand.
No, it's not a confrontation now.
But that's how he speaks.
If I thought I allow you to talk,
I'm not doing any confrontation.
You're doing as if I flogged you, or I took your sweet away, or I took your chewing-gum.
It's okay.
Okay, Rational Mike, can you give me 1 minute to talk, please?
All right, please do.
I beg you.
All right, go on,
Uptown, this is just a platform. I'm not here to disrespect you, and I don't want you to disrespect me too. Please take that to your left hand, so don't eat it with it. I'm not being confrontational with you, but I don't want you to sell a narrative by somebody son is represented or not. That means he has a motive. Or
no, you won't tell me the narrative to sell.
Let me finish. I said, give me 1 minute. Give me 1 minute.
You reply. You
give me
have
1 minute. Give me 1 minute. So I'm not being conversational with you. I am just saying that a son representing somebody does not mean he cannot afford it or the party cannot afford it. There are several times that Falano, the son, has represented a lot of poor people based on principle, based on justice or fairness. So you don't know any. So if his son is representing him, to me, it's not a big deal. Son is a person. They might represent him.
So are you saying? Hold on. Are you saying Papa is a poor person? That's
what? No. The justification you are trying to say is that it cannot. The justification you are trying to say is that Papa is a poor person. How can his son represent him? So because the narrative you are selling is because somebody is behind.
You didn't even listen to me. That's your problem.
Because they already asked you a very good question. They asked you who is the son? What is the name of the son? You could not give us the name of that son.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You need to go look at this channels.
No, Uptown. Remy. Don't get agitated. Uptown always come here and tell us until we ask him to give the fact. We say we give us, I will never give us. So it's not for that. So don't be surprised.
I'm not the only person.
Don't be surprised.
Rational mind, please. Didn't you hear this? Am I the only person that said this?
Don't be surprised. So let us move on. Let us move on. Let us move on. Rational mind. Rational mind.
Can I finish, please? Rational mind.
Okay.
Rational and I, we have a bit of a beef before because I call him a lot of names, which I already apologized for. I call him the bitter mind the other day, and I apologize for it. And there was a time we were having back and forth because I believe in my own and also believe in his own assertion. But you, Uptown, coming here and talk, you don't know me and I don't know you. I don't have anything against you. You shouldn't also have anything against me. You said something like a sweet or something. If we are going to look, I'm not trying to quote age or nothing like that, but I know that no matter what, I'm way ahead of you.
You don't know anything, sir. Sorry.
In terms of age, I'm just in terms of age.
You don't say that.
So just when you talk,
no, address what my point. Don't address me.
Mind your language.
Hold on,
when you
have
talk,
right.
When you want to.
Hello, Remy, calm down.
Rational mind. I want you to address this space.
Okay, let me address
rational mind. Please address this space. See, don't take things personally, please.
Okay.
Age has nothing to do here, because if we want to talk of age here now, everybody go be gambler, because we start from Ajale Koko, we start from then we go to rational mind. So even Simba, even looking at Simba, you know that Simba is not a young person. So we can't be talking of age and age and age. So we see, one thing about this forum is this: we are all behind the scene. We should not let this thing. Sometimes we can react, but don't let it get to personal level.
So I just want you to say the sarcasm is just too much for me. I tell you.
No. Please, I'm just begging. I'm pleading. Please don't let it get to personal level. This has nothing to do with age. Because this is adult discussion. So
and then we should also Uptown too. I just want to say this to Uptown. Please let's refrain from saying words that would trigger people. Like what you just said a while ago. You said something that really triggered him. Please, let's
no. So that was a joke I made, yeah. But
there's a joke, but then some people don't like just take that.
Yeah, no. What happens there? It's very simple.
You say you flogged him.
Mind. You know me.
Found some out.
If there is something that happens,
you cannot
Uptown. Remy, let us address him for you. Let us address him for you. Uptown. No, Uptown. Let me just draw your attention.
Simba, let me land.
No, wait. Maybe you don't understand what they are trying to say. You will respond.
I understand, and I was addressing it.
You cannot be talking to an adult that if you carry his food and it's not.
I heard it when he said.
Just apologize. There is no defense. Just apologize.
Do you want to apologize for me?
Simba, hold on. So, Uptown, what do you want to say now? Let's just hear you so that we'll move on, please.
All right. So, as I was saying,
they call us fascists. They call us fascists. So that we don't live by that.
Yeah. Sure. So, as I was saying, rational mind. In this platform, the culture usually is you say something, and maybe in a heated whatever, and then somebody makes a joke, or seriously say something, and somebody picks offenses. What they do is they say, "Oh, see, this thing you said here and here, I don't like it, this particular thing you said," and the person takes it back, and not for the person to start talking for the whole whatever, and the person does not take a break to even listen to himself talk. So if what I said, which I said is a joke, but then if it offended you, I'm sorry. What I meant to say was that you were all over me. You were almost choking into my mouth. I was speaking. You were all talking. I would say, calm down. I'm listening to you. We're not fighting. Is that
no,
I kept saying,
I was talking after Bishop. You were not talking.
I kept saying that for
after Bishop. I was talking after Bishop. No matter what you said,
I heard that.
Your apology is accepted.
Thank you very much.
What I would just want to tell you.
Thank you.
Let me just 20 seconds. What I want to tell you Uptime is this. I know your sarcasm. I know how you talk. I know the pretext you bring here or whatever you. Just mind your language.
It's okay.
It's okay. Thank you, Remy.
Okay.
Again, please,
thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Like I
But
did
please,
say,
let me finish what I'm saying. Sorry, Bishop.
I hope we're not going back to that issue with
I crave your no. I crave your indulgence. So you have advised me. What the reason why this is an adult platform is that adults can advise each other. Nobody is a kid. For people that is trying to stereotype people through age. What you have advised me, say this and this and this. The joke you made, I don't like it, and I've taken it back and I apologized, and you agreed, and I said thank you for agreeing. And then that means that I have my moral authority as well to advise you the same way you advised me and took offense. And this, I know I'm speaking for a lot of people.
I thought we said we're done with
No,
this.
no, it's not anything bad. It's the same way you advised me. Let me just advise
The more
me.
you talk again, the more insulting will be going on.
No. I'm
Can you
nothing to
just
trigger
say
him
like 30
unless he wants to be
seconds?
triggered.
30
Nothing
seconds.
triggered him.
Can you just do that in 30 seconds, please?
And I know when I'm saying this, I'm speaking for so many people on this platform, including people that are not on this space. Please, everything is not personal. Everything is not. You can't tell people that what they say. I cannot watch you do this. I cannot watch you say this. No. You can watch them say it. What you can do is, if you have a counter narrative, you say no. What you say, I don't agree. This is what I think. But don't say you cannot do this. You cannot say this. No? What do you mean by how can I say? Should I shut up?
I think uptime you are getting it wrong most times. I do not say you
so
cannot
that's the point. We can move on now.
I'm trying to tell
guys,
you that
can we
Hassan, I told you my reason.
Remy,
I said Hassan can take up case because of principle, and I give the example of Femi Falana doing a lot of work for a lot of people without taking a dime. So I'm trying to tell you that the narrative you are selling is that Apampa is a poor man or somebody is behind him paying the
That is not the narrative. That is the problem. You don't know what I say.
Okay, whatever is just let us
what I said is that the senior advocate. I said the senior advocate is working for Tinubu's camp. That's what I said.
Uptown, Remy. Let's just move on now. Let's move on. Let's go to one topic. I think very soon I'll be shutting down because I have some things I have to concentrate on here. Yeah. Now, real quick, I think one of the topic that I think one man wants us to discuss. I think that is all for discussion. I think it's about I don't know. Somebody just drop off. Let me see if I can. I one more person. So anyway, so yeah. So I don't know if you guys have heard about this going back and forth between Matawale and the EFCC guy. I don't know if you guys are aware of what happened. According to Sahara reporters, some other news outlet, that Bawa went to Saudi Arabia, and he went to Sheraton Hilton Hotel for about 10 days. He spent about $15,000 with his family just to lodge at Sheraton Hotel. A civil servant, maybe of his grade, of his class, grade, his pay grade, how can he afford $15,000 worth of 10 days hotel where he went to do the Umrah or whatever he went to do in Saudi Arabia? Now, the question I want to ask all of us is this: that we know that Tinubu is going to let's just hope. Let me just hope. I don't hope, but apparently it's looking like it's going to be sworn in, and it's coming in. And some people are saying that Bawa wants to escape. Matawale wants to escape. Now, why I'm giving you guys this background story, you can go and read it online, and maybe if I make any mistake, you'll correct me later. That Matawale will be leaving office, and Bawa said he's going to be arrested because they're investigating him for over 700 billion or 700 million naira fraud. And then Matawale had to reply that Bawa also is corrupt, that they have so many allegations. So now, looking at when Tinubu coming in now, and we knowing Tinubu who he is, myself, I have my own personal, when you ask me that, I'll tell you, but I've said it on this platform that Tinubu has never, in Lagos there, nobody has ever been said to have been arrested by EFCC for corruption. Is that how clean that they are in that Lagos state? And not even one chairman of the local government or somebody who's serving in the has been arrested for corruption. So the point is that now, do you guys think that whoever is coming in, or either Tinubu as it's looking, do you think they will be able to bring Matawale and bring this guy to order, like bring them, question them for their corruption? I don't know if any of you have read that story. Has anybody read that story? Or is the story just so strange to you guys? I should bring another one again because I don't know. That's
no, it's not strange. I read it.
You read it too?
Unfortunately, yes, I read it. I tried to make some searches. Unfortunately, I read it on Sahara Reporters.
Okay.
And whatever I read, I want to kind of double, to read from other sources before I take it. About the guys, the allegation against Matawale. The only thing was that I did not see how it was linked to Bawa's alleged stay in a hotel in Saudi when he went for Umrah. I thought there was going to be a link. I read snippet of it, but because I read it only on Sahara and I checked a few other online news, I did not see. So that's why I will not be able to speak authoritatively on that particular topic.
Okay, rational mind. What exactly do you want to speak with?
Well, I mean, I was looking at the point I'm looking at is all these corruption allegations going on around because Matawale is going to live there, and I think Matawale too is looking to get some political posts because if you look at him, Tinubu, everywhere you see Tinubu, most times you see Matawale hanging around him because mind you, he didn't win his election, he didn't win re-election, so we live in that post. So after we leave there, we're going to see the humongous, as they say on one of the platforms.
Let me, let me say something about this.
Okay.
Go on.
Okay.
Bishop, go on.
Let me. When Buhari was, hello.
Please. I think I said Bishop should go on. Who's talking? Who's talking?
Yeah, it's me. I want to take a bow. So
okay.
I just want to greet you guys for.
Okay. All right. Go on. Well, listen.
For the section today, and so thank you everybody that spoke. To everybody, one man, and thank you especially again, Rational Mind. You're doing a good job, just like we commended Ola the other day, who also did a fantastic job. And I want to thank Bishop. I think Bishop was one that made the submission about what APC did in the last 7 years. And the reason why I want to thank Bishop for that submission, which has eaten it's the most time under Rational Minds leadership. The reason why I want to thank you, Bishop, is that I say that you are the only, apart from the other guy that spoke the other day, you are the only, again, true APC supporter that I've seen on the platform. Somebody that's really willing to try to sell the last 8 years of APC to us, try to point, okay, things are bad, but these are still some gray areas that are good. You are the only person. Other ones, they just run on tribal narrative. Other ones, they just run on emotions, tribal narrative. So I want to thank you for that. And I wish more APC supporters can come and start saying things like substance. Tell us what we don't know. Tell us what might change our mind. That's the kind of supporters of APC I want to hear from. So kudos to you for engaging us for almost an hour with that topic. And kudos to Rational Mind. You made it possible that we were able to discuss that topic, even when we wanted to end it. You insisted that let's go forward and discuss it. Some other people, for the next 3 hours, we will be discussing as if we're in Yoruba nation, or we'll be discussing tribal and ethnic whatever. So thank you guys, and see you tomorrow. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Have a good night. See you in a few hours. All right. So I mean, if that topic doesn't interest any of you, I think Bishop, you want to say something? Is it Bishop or
no,
Simba?
I was just going to say something, okay. But Simba even wanted to say something, but I yielded to Simba, so let Simba talk. Then I.
All right, Simba, you want to still say something about that, or you're busy now?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
We can hear you.
Okay. But I'm hearing myself.
Okay, let
me go out and come back.
Okay, all right. So Ola, you want to continue? Let him go.
Okay, now your concern is that Tinubu is going to surround himself with corrupt people, right? That's your concern.
Yeah, that's the concern. Yeah, is it not looking like it? It's not looking like it because
you see, Rational Mind, based on where I've worked in my life, and it's only this place that I can say I've not really caught people red-handed. You see, corruption is human thing. That is why that in an organization you have internal control and you have inspectorate. Some people will even engage external auditors to make sure that they put the right process in place to plug loophole. See, if like I keep telling you, one of the first things that can use to disqualify any candidate that preaches I will fight corruption to me in Nigeria will be that when you tell me you will fight corruption, it's like a red flag to me, because already I want to tag you a liar immediately. Because every organization knows that people want to take advantage. Even as we speak here, we even take advantage of the loophole within the tax return. Everyone here. You understand? So I'm less concerned about those people around Tinubu. I'm less concerned for now. Even if you go and bring someone that is a saint to the core, until you are out of that place without blemish, that is when I can trust you. Even I can still be suspecting you till the next 10 years or until there's nothing against you. What I want in any government is process. What do I mean by process is this? We've seen what Tinubu did. We can't say this one more than enough. Before Tinubu got into power, got to become Lagos State governor, the corruption in Lagos State was so fragmented. Everybody was having free day. You know, someone can sell the same land to about 10 people. You can do this, you can do whatever. At the end of the month, you say, oh, the revenue accrued to the Lagos State itself is like 600 million. But this guy put a process in place. Yes, we may say Tinubu is corrupt, but his own corruption is concentrated, because there's a difference between fragmented corruption and concentrated corruption. Even as of now, even I didn't even pinpoint, I could not even pinpoint anything on Awolowo. If you tell me tomorrow that Awolowo was not corrupt, I will not believe you, even though I can't find any evidence. Because as long as human being, with the experience that I've gone through in my life, it's difficult for me to believe that any human being is absolute saint. We just put human being under control. That's why you see law everywhere. So my interest in Tinubu is just about how he's going to put process in place. I don't want another storyteller. I will fight corruption. At the end of the day, the corruption will even surpass that one of your predecessor. So how can you plug the corruption? Like the one Tinubu plug in Lagos State now, it's not easy for you to repeat it. And I see people still saying, no, this guy, Jonathan, didn't do anything about fertilizer subsidy. Okay, that's their own story for me. They may be correct on their own. But to me, with what I know, is the one they did, that they blocked that fertilizer subsidy fraud. I'm okay with that. How we eliminated corruption in telecommunication by giving license, by deregulation. That's the kind of thing I want. You look at the entire thing, instead of pumping money to one nighter that will be gopping money, I will not give you anything. You brought MTN, you brought Econet, everybody is working. That's the kind of thing I want. How you can deregulate power sector, that even all this corruption, that people can work and people can actually be productive. I'm more concerned about those things. You know one thing, institutions evolve over time. You don't say you want to kill corruption today, you are wasting your time, because in fact, the most inefficient way to run a government is to focus on corruption alone. Yes, some people did it, they were lucky. Maybe the like of Jerry Rawlings, they did in Ghana, but was Rawlings able to remove corruption totally? Even the corruption he removed the other time, now people are back there already. The same thing in South Africa. So over time, the proven way of solving corruption problem is to put a system in place that will make it difficult for people to be rogue. Like someone that spent $50,000 now, how did he get $15,000 to start with? We should focus more on restricting them from even we block the ability to even bring the money out. Simba is telling you that he's back also, in case you want to bring him to the screen. Rational mind, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. Yeah. So let me see.
So those are the things. EFCC, all those things. I don't care. I don't know their processes, because all I know is that when I work in a bank, I know that we have a particular amount of estaco we have access to today. Some of us about 600, some of in dollars, some of some people about 1,000 or thereabouts, depending on your category, right? So as some people will just go like that, they can even collect for 60 days. It depends on whatever they are doing for that. So I don't know how that guy managed to accumulate his own 15,000, but to me, I concentrate less, because since I can say that, I may not be able to talk of 72 much, but let me just talk of 80s down, right? Since I've heard of corruption in the 80s, right? The same corruption, they will never solve the problem. It keeps escalating. And the only situation we solve the problem so far is a corrupt man putting a system in place to tame other corrupt people. That's how institution evolve. If that's my belief, our institution evolve everywhere. Not be doing some damage control. Someone stole money, I put it in again. No. Me, I don't want you to steal the money. Even if you are going to steal the money, I want to reduce it and keep improving until it becomes almost difficult for you to bring money out. I work in bank, people still steal money. That is why you will send internal control to the branch. So people still do insider dealings. People still become contractor to the bank they work for, despite the control there. So this thing is not limited to the government. But what we do is to put process in place to checkmate. Are you not wondering why the bank haven't run out of money, for example? You think bankers are that saints? With what we've seen there, many in the banks are rogues. But how did you put this in? Doesn't mean that they are not stealing money. They are stealing. But you put something in place that protects your billions. Sometimes you catch some people that even stole money from the bank, you don't even want to prosecute them because it's expensive for you to prosecute. By the time you carry them to EFCC, Lagbagia, come and be witness, they come and be witness. Lagbagia tomorrow will tell you, say, I have other things I'm doing, I cannot go there. Before you know, the case will die. So what will the bank do? Will they continue to prosecute a rogue? No. They put system in place to make sure you are not able to steal. We've seen situation whereby, when there was robbery in the bank, the cash officer or the branch head of operation will quickly go and steal money so that they can put it on the robbery. By the time they made example, because of the security within the bank, they made example out of one or two. People don't want to do it the next time. So by the time you plug the hole that people will use to that, they don't want to do it next time. So to me, I want Tinubu to tell me that what he did in Lagos, he cannot repeat it. If I'm worried, if he likes, let him go and carry Anini to that place. You can actually work with Anini, and Anini will not be able to steal. It is very possible. That is all those things that I've learned in the banking industry. You can work with a rope, you can work with armed robbers, and the same armed robber will not be able to see your money. So, what are you calling the name of that guy? I don't care. Whatever it is, none of them is the same. So we just have to accept that we want a system that will work. And Stephanie, I will tell you I'm not over patriotic. Like I just want to hit Simba, play Summer and Bishop, and Remy Coca. I don't go look for trouble. So I'm not over patriotic to the point of I'm looking for play Summer trouble and the Bishop trouble though. So to me, that's the way I see it. So I don't really.
Yeah, that's a point. That's a point. Yeah. It's
Rational, can I?
Okay. Yeah, go on, please, Simba. Please. Go on.
Okay. I agreed 120% with what Ola just said. If you remember, during Jonathan regime, that guy kept on emphasizing that he want to fight corruption with technology. And that was when he introduced this IPPIS, the one that they used to pay the federal civil workers. You'll be surprised. We have some people in Nigerian civil service
now that are collecting salary in 4 different places before they started these PPIs. And that's why you see that even an association, a union like ASU, were fighting tooth and nail not to be enrolled because we have so many of the lecturers that are working in 2 or 3 different universities. So fighting corruption by putting an institution like EFCC, ICPC is just a waste of time. The only way you can fight corruption is by using technology. And even when this administration came to be in 2015, they started, even it was even started during Jonathan, this national single treasury account. And when they started, every money, any transaction you have with any of the NDAs, the money go into single account. But after a while, all of them, they fought it and they reverted back to what they were doing before. What I want to say is this: there were a lot of corrupt, in fact, let me tell you, monumental corruption that took place under this Buhari administration, just because the guy is clueless. He doesn't understand 1 + 1. And that's why it was a free for all. And that's why we are seeing all these things that is happening. To me, we cannot even exonerate Tinubu. Tinubu is also corrupt. But what I can see is that if you look at his antecedents, what he did in Lagos, before he came to Lagos, they were realizing less than 1 billion as an IGR every month. They came, introduced technology, and that IGR shoot up. I think that's what we need in that country. You have to put processes in place that will checkmate people, because there's nobody, even among us, that you put in charge of money that will not like to steal. The very nature of any human being is to do a wrong thing. It takes conscious effort for us to do good. So to me, let me tell you, I have experience with the EFCC guys. Those guys are just using that institution to extort people how to make money. They know what they do. By the time they arrest an alleged corrupt officer, what they do is that they will be the one that will spoil that case in the court. They will not give the court enough evidences that the court will use to nail such a person, because money has exchanged and most of them are millionaires. So, and it's not a space that you can say you put somebody there that. To me, it's only technology. This one that we are getting excited that somebody will prosecute. The case will go on and on for several years, and nothing will happen, and will not be able to even actually sentence them. So I agree with Ola totally.
Okay.
And technology is in place to check corruption in Nigeria.
I partially agree with both of you. Sorry, can I add to what?
Go on.
Okay. I partially agree with both of you. When you talk about putting the right technology in place to check corruption, is it not we human beings that are going to put this process in place? Now, Simba said, I think somebody's phone is ringing. To me personally, I think we should have good institution. What EFCC is doing does not need to put everything in media space. Do your job, for God's sake. Whether we are putting the right technology or not, it's still the same set. It's people that will manage this technology. It's still human being. If technology is super proven or is the best, why are still that people are still stealing money with all the technology in place? I think if we have good institution, and I'll still continue to say it, the orientation of Nigerians have been fabricated, because every Nigerian, including me, is all about what is in it for me, not what is in it for the country itself. Everybody just think about their own. I think the single treasury account is a good way, and I think there should be a good reform system in the service industry. And I think it's high time we continue to elect good leaders, especially in the state assemblies. When you look at all the state assembly in Nigeria, what do? Nothing, practically, and collecting money every month. How many bills or what do they do in all those 4 years? Nothing practically. Even so the current expedition the corruption. So I don't know why EFCC continue to put it in the media. Just go after him and prosecute him. But most times, as Simba said, they don't have a watertight case. Because when you present all the evidence to the judge, it's what you present that the judge will judge upon. And most times it's not what
Simba, sorry, let me just interject you. You know, one of the reasons why they cannot prosecute him right now is he has immunity. But another question we should ask him is, why should governors have immunity? We can understand that of a president.
I talk about partial immunity. But as we know, Nigerians, I bet you there will be a lot of court cases. The guy will not even have time to even govern at all. Everybody will write petition. Everybody will take him to court. Some people, frivolous thing, they will go to court.
Well, you cannot say partial. Partial doesn't even mean anything then. But then I can understand that.
So I think the best thing just to let them be with their immunity, and why they devolve more power to them, giving them more resources to control their state without going to Abuja.
That's why we're having this problem, because
and then the people cannot handle their state governor. Instead of talking, my president is what I do this. Handle your state governor, because he has to get the resources right and use the resources to develop the state. If it happened that way in the nearest future, I think what I'm really waiting for is this. Now they have opportunity to generate electricity. I want to see in the next 4 years, which state in Nigeria would at least have 15 hours uninterrupted electricity. I'm not talking about 24 hours now. I'm talking about 15 hours in the next 4 years, uninterrupted supply of electricity every day. I want to see which state will try. Let's say, because this is the start.
Remy, your hope is too high.
15 hours is too high.
Even in Canada, as I was speaking to you, I've had although it's very rare anyway, I can't compare. You know, I was surprised that within the last 6 months or thereabouts, I will just see my system shut down and restart. Light don't go. You understand? But although that was by the way anyway. But what we are saying that for light to be constant. Do you know the irony of it? I said this thing here before, and I say it again. When I used to live in Abado, because there's a feeder, 33 kV feeder called Papalanto. You understand? Except for when they started doing load shedding. Otherwise, there will be sometimes that even in the day, the light will not blink. As I speak today, there are some places in Nigeria that the light will not even blink, or that they will have light at least 20-something hours a day. If you ask people like that about power situation in Nigeria, they will tell you something has improved, but they won't know that it's their own peculiarity. Even Oregon, where I live, power was not that bad there. Even where anytime we were having problem with power, I had 2 inverters. Then I have at least 2 generators. So now, the issue of power is this. All states will not necessarily generate power. But ambitious states like Lagos State and Ogun State, probably Oyo State, be killing to that such kind of projects, because they have a lot to gain by generating electricity. But a city like Ekiti now, I don't know, I may be wrong, may not necessarily see any reason why they should invest so much, and they may decide they may depend on the national grid. So if Lagos State, Ogun State, if they take some burden off the federal, then federal, maybe Genco or whatever, Genco Disco or whatever they are calling themselves, they may now have reason now to lash onto the national grid and redirect their energy to maybe Osun State and Ekiti State or somewhere else where they cannot invest. So if you are expecting all the 36 states of the federation.
No, I'm not. I just said maybe I'm expecting which state we give.
Yes, you can be rest assured that Lagos State will do. You can be rest assured that Rivers State will do, and you can be rest assured that Ogun State will do, because they have the basis, they have reason for them to, because they have industries. It will allow them to generate more revenues. Even Lagos alone to power is trying to power a lot of things, you know. Now
I think
that
they have a dedicated power for the train itself.
exactly, and you know that I think they will soon the Lagos BRT will soon start introducing electric buses now. You know,
Yes, yes.
so
And I think the buses are from China. Yuzhong.
exactly. So people like that they will, and because they will make their money back for sure. Even as I speak to you, I won't lie to you, Remy. If I'm able to push Manitoba Hydro to Nigeria today to invest in Lagos, honestly, the only thing you'll be looking for my number to call me now for, because I won't have time to call me, because I'll be so busy with that to make sure that they succeed. It just give us a clear look.
I think you should go ahead if you have the connection.
No, I don't have the link. I'm just making an example. Okay. I'm just saying that if I have an investor in power, that's just it.
So for me, the reason
I don't have the link, so I don't want to brag for what I don't have.
I'm not the reason why I'm happy now is because for the first time in the history of Nigeria, we elected a rounded politician, an accountant, somebody that is vast with the economy and financial. No matter what, Emefiele cannot just go. Let's just say, for example, Emefiele will go to Buhari and start to talk about this monetary time. Buhari will not understand. But he cannot go in front of Tinubu and start talking all of these things. This man will understand easily. So if we can fix our economy and that country is organized, and then the state started generating, because now I always support the idea that the state, the people in every state, should continue to hold their governor responsible before you shout to federal government. Hold that state responsible, whether you are collecting zero allocation or you are collecting millions or billions of allocation. For example, I am just trying to say the state, the people, the citizens in this state should start really, they should handle their governor. Okay, that's the first priority.
Yeah, you see one thing. I was fortunate to handle some leadership position, either in project capacity or as a functional manager. You see one thing. There was a time I had about 14 people that reported to me directly, and out of them, about 19 women. You know, women can be very difficult to manage.
Yes, it's true.
Almost every morning, you will see every one of them be fighting. They be fighting. But you know how to solve the problem? I allow them to solve the problem themselves without me even coming into their midst to solve the problem. Because if I try to enter into their midst, then they start accusing me that, oh God, you are partial, you are this, you are that.
Yes, it's true.
You know? So what happens whenever we have issue is, oh, when you know how they do in that company, we come and tell you, oh, that guy, that lady is not doing the work. This guy is not. So we now call a meeting. Okay, everybody start bringing your suggestion. Honestly, the suggestion that I could not think myself, they brought the suggestion, and they were abiding by the same suggestion they brought themselves. You understand? So
yes.
Why the story I'm talking about is this. The like of Buhari, the problem with the like of Buhari is this. When you cannot identify those key creative people among you, or you just don't want them to optimize their skill to develop, or you favor someone because of nepotism.
Yes, I think he did something like that. Yeah, I think that is one of the basic failure, because it just like I was shocked when we had this farmers fathers clash, and I was, what is this man going to do? This is the person I really like.
Others clash is not only other clash. He has not even allowed his vice president that has shown capacity to even do something. That's the problem. Now look at a person like Tinubu. You know, not everyone understands what Osinbajo did as the Attorney General of Lagos State.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what it means that you have litigation, some court cases about industrial this and that. We just pile up in thousands, several thousands. And this tag guy went to that place and resolved everything. Then you will see the person in charge of is it work announcing or all those people, work announcing, whatever. You will see them performing too. You will see everyone bringing their own creativity, and we're doing the right thing without even being disturbed. Or so everybody was just performing.
Yeah.
As how he managed to build them today.
Generally, for me, I'm not expecting El Dorado in 4 years, but I will be very happy if that country is organized. Because if a country is organized, then things will fall into shape. Fashola said something the other day. He tried to compare both Buhari and Tinubu. He said, Buhari will give you a free hand once he give you the job. But Tinubu will give you that free hand, but he will monitor you and support you. Because you as a leader, if you as a subordinate, if you know that your leader is going to check you and monitor you, you do the right thing. But if you know, it's not going to check me, I can do whatever I want. So at the end of the day, when the thing already go bad, that is when the leader will now come. It's not done.
No. You see, even though I know that Fashola is a politician, he play politics there, yes. Because of those politics.
I think to me, he's telling the truth.
Of course, he play politics there, because if he give free hand, then he should have accepted that it's a VP run things, instead of trying to allow some people to subordinate the guy. So the thing is this: in any organization, you must know the purpose of that organization. And not to know the purpose, there must be what they call authenticity. Authenticity is that you have the real plan to follow all the necessary processes to achieve the purpose of that organization. That's Tinubu for you, because Tinubu wants this.
In the next 1 week, after next week Sunday, we will start to know his plan. At least all those people, because now we know he has done some wonderful things in Lagos State, and we hope he can bring it to the national level, or even surpass what is in Lagos State. I am not expecting a 100% turnaround, but if it's a 50% turnaround in that country, that would be a good news for most Nigerians. Because what we need now is that it cannot afford, it can't fail, really. Because
Remy,
the country is already on edge. Yeah.
Remy, 20% departure from the jokes we have now, sorry to use the word jokes, will be so massive for that country.
Yes.
Just 20%. Because see, now when that guy, I hope the guy will be able to do what he said. That recruit.
He has to recruit. Continue recruiting.
Recruit soldiers. If you recruit
soldiers, everybody.
The first thing I'll be expecting from those soldiers is this: don't recruit soldiers that will just be combatant alone.
Mm-hmm.
Those that will be able to design simple drones. Those that will be able to design local weapons.
I also want him to recruit more into Nigerian intelligence, Nigerian police.
Do you understand? Do you understand where I'm going? See, cassava, people just laugh at those things. When people laugh at those things, I look at it. Did they really understand what this guy is saying? Now, this guy went to Chicago, or where did he study? I studied in Illinois too, so I understand some kind of terrain there. You understand? Like, there's a small town called Urbana Champaign.
Mm-hmm.
When people can live by corn, corn farming alone, you understand, it goes a lot of way to make people prosper. You understand? So when this guy talk of cassava again, now what will these soldiers be doing? I expect them to come with innovative way of sending those schools.
Hold on, Ola. Anybody dash your friend? Anybody dash your friend? How many investment does he, as somebody who is talking about the get farming and everything? Does he have any farming? Does he even have farming himself?
No, forget. He doesn't have to have a farm. He doesn't have to have a farm.
I know he doesn't have to have a farm, but somebody that's telling you that is going to make you super rich.
Okay, rational mind. Let me tell you something. No, rational mind, let me tell you something. It's not as difficult as people want to see. It's just to make the enabling environment. That's just the problem. It's not about this thing. Okay, personally, there was a time I wanted to invest in tomato farming. Not tomato farming alone. I wanted to be processing it. Do you know why I'm not doing it? I just sent one of my cousins to go and make some experiments, and he didn't get back to me. That alone sent some kind of signal to me, because now that would have been very easy for me, because I want to process it to just like you. We see that just like you are doing pure water. Now, what we make, even assuming that I've gone ahead, what will make me run away from my farm? Maybe I'll be scared of one S-man coming to my farm one day with some kind of weapon that I do not have. And how will I defend myself? I want federal government from somewhere is not even defending me. Even maybe my shakabula or double barrel, he wants to take it away from me just because of his own people. So what I'm saying is this: Tinubu doesn't need to be a farmer. You know, when Simba talk of where Simba, please let him come. When Simba talk about I do farming, I do all those stuff the other time. What I'm saying is this: some of my colleagues that work together in the bank, some of them were not farmers, but they saw opportunity in farming, and they borrow money and they into farming. Probably if I'm in Nigeria today, apart from that tomatoes, something I'm talking to you, maybe I'm into another farming too, entirely. Some of these guys, they are into farming too, but it's expensive for them to guide their farm. Some of them will buy dogs in addition to cluster off local security to guide the place for them. Not an easy thing, not a very cheap investment for them. So if this guy is coming and you employ soldiers, I will expect you that what those should be a part of what you are going to do. You will train them how to enter, how to go into the bush, and send these people they brought in 2015, 2014, 2015 to prosecute election, to do election. You find a way to send them away from our bushes. If you send them away from our bushes, from our forest, you've already created security. You've encouraged people to go back into farming. Now, you will not only stop at that. You have to make that farming lucrative for people, because if farming is not lucrative, nobody wants to do farming, right? So you can't expect people to go and plant maybe 3 acres of this year. They will make it 300,000. No, maybe you find a way. Maybe you make 5 million. People will just be carried away with that, because what am I saying? You find a way to raise the floor, the price floor, and you find a way to guarantee whatever excess that will be coming from that place. You know, I think that's what the US is doing. That all those corn you produce, you find a way, government find a way of buying them. That's the kind of subsidy. That's why when we say they should take away all this fraudulent oil subsidy away and replace it with the real subsidy, that's what they call subsidy. Maybe the corn a bushel of corn that's supposed to be selling that's supposed to sell for let's say $1, for example, you raise it to $5 for people to see value in it. Even though in the future it's going to correct itself, but people are already into that business, they can no longer pull back again. So to me, the guy definitely know what he's doing. Cassava, again, all those things, because those things will create immediate job. We need immediate job in Nigeria, and it will come with huge loan. If you need to go and incur loan, go and incur loan and do that. So he doesn't need to be a farmer. I'm optimistic, honestly, because of his antecedent.
Okay.
I'm very optimistic.
At this stage, as I said before, we cannot fail again, because everybody knows where the country is now. He has to do.
Even if it's Obi, it's
the same thing.
It's going to be far better than Buhari.
Yes.
So I only believe that Tinubu is better than Obi. That's just the difference.
So because why? What was the reason? Because of Lagos,
rational
right?
mind. If you are there today, you are likely to be better than Buhari.
Can I lay credence to what Ola just said?
Go on, go on.
Please go ahead.
Okay. Hello?
Yeah, go on, well, listen.
I think the two of us are flowing in the same direction today. You know, we don't need government to even give loan to farmers in Nigeria. I'm telling you, rational mind. We have a lot of people who have the money to invest in farming. The only impediment that we have now presently is marketing. Let me give you for poultry, especially because I have poultry and producing egg. You know what? We used to experience what we call glut. A time will come in the season whereby we have so much egg that we have to be selling at ridiculous price because the egg will be too much and the law of demand and supply, the supply will outweigh demand and then the price will now fall. If government can actually, as Ola said, buy this product from farmers so that if at the time of excess they will mock it and the price will still be maintained, I think they don't even need to give loan. There are a lot of people that are ready to invest in that.
Simba, I think you are right. That is why Tinubu is talking about the commodity board. But I see something that is going on in Nigeria, which I think the government should try to talk with the bank. Because sometimes when people want to source loan from the bank, the interest is so high, it's unbelievable. How can you want to borrow 1 million and they're talking about 20 to 35% interest? That is
Remy, you cannot borrow in a normal commercial bank for farming. I think I mentioned this in this platform before.
Okay.
We have what we call
have the Nigeria
Bank of Industry and we have Bank of Agriculture. In Bank of Industry, they are giving. I said that I got a 10 million loan in 2020. Yes, that is mid 2020 after COVID. I mean during the COVID. I at least about 10 million naira. And
what is the interest on that?
9%. 9%.
Oh,
9%.
Is it per annum?
Simple interest. Yes, per annum. Per annum, simple interest. It's not the one that you'll be paying 9% every month. No, 9% per annum.
So
what I pay on my loan. Hello, can you listen?
Okay, I can hear you.
Okay, what I pay on that loan, because at the end of the day, there's also they do insurance for that money. So about close to 1 million naira was taken out of that money for insurance, which they are going to refund me after the repayment of that money, just to ensure the money in case anything happens.
Okay.
You understand? So on average, I was paying monthly interest on that loan. It's not more than maybe 30,000 or 35,000 every month. And they gave me 6 months of no repayment, like what do they call it? So I don't
interest-free month or what do you call it? I don't know.
Not even I don't both interest and capital. I don't pay within 6 months. They just use it for me so that they expect me that by the time I'm started selling my produce, that's when I'll start paying. Start taking out of the money to pay loan before I use it. Yes.
Sorry, I have some questions. Now that you're talking about this, maybe for also our audience too. The question I asked for me, because you're speaking like somebody who already, apparently from what you're saying, you're already in the business. Now, how easy is this loan accessible to farmers? Is it that you need a collateral?
Yes, you need a collateral. You need a collateral.
What would be the collateral?
No, you can't get without a collateral.
So, like, what would be an ideal collateral for that? Your house?
Me, I use my own house, landed property. In fact, what they ask for me is just the CFO. It's just the CFO of my house. Yes.
Yes, it's
true. Only CFO. And then I use my brother as guarantors. That's all. 2 guarantors. That's all.
And then this was it when you were in Nigeria you started this business, or when you came? Why after you left Nigeria?
I've been doing this business since 2015.
Oh, okay, so a long time ago then. So
yes, it's not. I've been doing it before I left Nigeria.
Personally, what I would just advise is that People can start with us, because if you're in diaspora and you want to, you can start as little as with your 2 or 3 million by yourself, so that you can see the nitty gritty of the business.
Remy,
but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I remember some years ago, I tried, let me not even some years, like 5-7 years ago, I tried starting this farming business because I was like looking back at, okay, what other things can I do in Nigeria? Then you know that everybody that I asked to go do that thing for me, they just can't do it.
Are you ready to be coming from America to
That's
Nigeria?
the problem. I cannot.
I have a terrible experience by myself too.
Yeah,
okay?
I
It's
cannot
a
be
terrible
that.
experience. If you stay in this your abroad and you are not coming to Nigeria, and you give it to your brother or your sister or your relative, he will finish you. I'm telling you the truth.
So I was thinking maybe I wasn't.
But if you are going by yourself, maybe once
Okay.
in a while, or maybe once in 6 months, you can see it by yourself. But with your people, it's your people that will finish you first, not to talk about people that are outside.
Yeah, I mean,
so that everybody have this experience now. But you think, okay, I make this money. I believe in my brother. I believe in my sister. I believe in my parents. They help me to do this, and then you fold your hand. That is the beginning of your loss.
And then another thing again is that looking at this farming business, because I did a lot of research. In fact, I was trying to get some, how do they call it? Because I live in a farming community here, not too far, more of countryside here. So I wanted to bring in some into Nigeria, like I want to bring a franchise of like some of those feeds. Like recently, there's this kind of feed that you can feed animals, like poultry farms, and they are organic feeds, not the one you just blow them up with hormone. So, I think they said there's this company in Colombia. Let me not give out all the because I'm still hoping to go back to that business.
No, sorry, rational mind. Why does your system make noise like?
Is it making a hoofing song, noise?
Yeah.
Yes.
Why?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
Maybe it's your coffee machine.
No. Although I have something in my oven here, because whenever I'm home like this, working from home.
So that is the one that is making noise.
Yeah, sorry. Is it really disturbing you guys?
No, it's okay. It's okay.
I'm sorry, please. Yeah. That's why
No. I just want to know whether we can find solution for you. It's not as if.
Era laptop for me now. Era laptop. You could move a laptop for me by. Only for laptop. You win.
Let's ask one man. Maybe one man will buy for you, or maybe we guide for you.
Yeah, but bro, I have about 3 laptops here, so I mean, I don't think one other desktop here. I mean, 3 laptops. So anyway,
if you want server, I can send you a server. You just need money for you. 700 watts per day, so that we shopping your money.
I mean, Starlink. If I try, if I get Starlink from my dad back home, so that the guy can be watching Netflix and all those kind of things. So, Nigerian, but Starlink is just too expensive. So, my share it's like no, it's not going to work. Let my dad know you use the whole.
How much is Starlink? How much is Starlink?
I think it's almost like $100 by Nigerian standard. I think it's about $170. After you buy the whole.
Why don't you use MTN, this Wi-Fi, something that?
No.
It's just sometimes you have to watch Netflix and all those kind of things from there. I don't know if MTN has a very good. Yeah, they have a very good network.
I used to use Visa. I used to use Visa Mobile while in Nigeria. The one there, and the way that thing they shop my data, no be small thing. See, data is far cheaper in Canada than Nigeria.
It's cheaper, yeah. I just don't know. You see, the cost of doing business in Nigeria, that's what I'm trying to say here. So let me just go to that topic I was just right here. So, I was trying to do like going to farming. I want to okay, there's this. I want to ask this question. Somewhere in Akpabio there, I think they said they have somewhere very close to Ogun State too. There's this company. They call them farming community. I don't know whatever they call them. They will sell you land, and you'll be farming. Other people also have farms around there too. It's just strictly farming. So people have poultry. I forgot what they call them. So they were somewhere around that going to Akpabio Expressway there. So somebody was saying I should go through them and they can help me manage my whole thing. But somebody said I should not use it because anything I do would not. I'm not there. So I'm just trying to ask you guys. But I think Remy has already answered the question. If you're not there yourself, trying to give it to people to manage for you, forget it. They'll just do business for you. They will run you down, and you just come back to America with your tails between your legs. Nigeria, I don't just understand, why can't we?
I think generally what you should do is, to me personally, maybe that's what I'm also. Simba can also give more advice. I also like farming, especially poultry. I'm also looking at cow or maybe goat farming, because food is very important in
very important,
all over the world. Okay, but I've learned my lesson. I want to really do this thing. I have to find a way to apportion my time. Maybe every three months I have to go home without telling my workers. So I just have to be there. I just have to see what is going on. I cannot just stay here and then monitoring them by phone. I'm just deceiving myself.
Yeah.
So if you are not ready to be checking it on every maybe 3 or 4 months, Nigeria is a good country with a big population. And I bet it, whether even Simba that is into farming of whatever he's doing, I don't think he can meet the demand of Ilorin alone, talk less of the whole of North Central. So whatever you produce, the population consume a lot. It's not easy to meet all this demand. When your koro eyes, I beg my brother, must be there. If your eyes is not there. So how you are going to fashion a way to be traveling down, monitor your farm or something like that, or whatever you are doing, to me, I think is very important. That's just my own.
So Simba, so how are you able to do it? You have even that you go
his
home.
family is there now.
Okay, so you have a very
you already said that his family is still in Nigeria. So
My wife, my children are still there. I have grown up children also. So they're there. Then my brother, so I've already established it to some extent before I left. And now let me tell you if you want to do farming also, you just also have a way of monitoring your investment. Let me give you an idea of the way I'm monitoring my poultry farm. I know what they spend every day. I know how much I make every day, as even as I'm here. Let me give, for example, if you get a chicken, especially the layers, we call them layers, one that lays egg. There are 2-3 ways of getting them. It's either you buy them right from the old, and you start feeding them until when they start laying, or you get them at point of cage. At that time, that is the time you put them inside the cage. They will be around 12 weeks that time. Or you get them at point of lay. That will be around 16 weeks to 18 weeks, because most of them, they start laying around 18 weeks to 20 weeks. So the mistake most people used to make is that, by the time you buy them, you start feeding them. So the only thing you'll be doing that time, you just be spending your money. That you are not making any money from them until when they start laying. And then by the time they start laying, it's not, they will start laying maybe, usually they start with 1 egg, 2 eggs like that, 1 crate, 2 crates. And so you get to a stage whereby what you are putting in, the egg that you'll be selling will be more than that. So you start getting some. Let's say you spend 100,000. Your sales today is about let's say 140,000. So you get 40,000 from that. But the mistake some people used to make is that 40,000 they will be looking at it as if it's a profit. Meanwhile, you have your capital that you have already expended on these beds that you have not recouped. So what I have a farm book whereby I know the price of each bed in my farm. Like I have a crop now that their price is about 2,000 naira now, as at today that I'm talking to you now, 2,000 naira. But by the time I started feeding them, their price was around 4,500. So as I'm making the money, I'm deducting the excess from the one that I'm input. So the price will start falling until when the price get to 0. That's when I would start telling people that I'm starting making profit from these beds. But some people, by the time they started selling, okay, they spend 100,000, they make 140. They will spend that 40,000 as if it's their profit. At the end of the day, by the time they now want to sell those beds, they will not be able to have enough money to actually buy a new one and start raising them again. That's the mistake they used to make.
Simba, yeah, that's good. One thing about you is that's what proper business person we do. Because, like, if I will advise person on business now, the first thing is this: bring your business. Let us forecast. Let us even calculate the time you intend to have a break even. You know, when
Exactly.
so when you have break even now, you start making a profit going henceforth, or you want to bring in another capital in it. But one thing I want to ask you is looking at your status, what makes you go into poultry that was just 10 million? Because your status is sure worth more than 10 million. Is it just to create job for your people?
No.
Or you just have passion, or it's something
It's not. You know, when I got the loan, it's just for expansion. No, it was not when I didn't use the loan to start it. I told you that I started since 2015. I got that loan mid 2020.
Okay.
Actually, let me tell you what actually pushed me into farming is I have people around me who have been doing it. I have a friend who started, because I started with fish farming. So I just wanted to diversify. That was why I
do you raise cows too, like cows and goats?
No, I don't have time for that.
So basically, fisheries, you have.
It was fishery and poultry. That's what I'm doing.
No, what type of fishery you use, like pool, or you just make some containers to raise those fish? Or
No. I have farm. I have yes. You know, in Ilorin, the advantage that we have in Ilorin, if you know Ilorin, we have what we call the Asa River in Ilorin, and we have Asa Dam. That dam is very huge, and it extends to almost about more than 20 kilometers. So people lying along the banks of that river, they use that river so for the source of water. So we have a pumping machine. So all of us there were ponds along the banks like that. In fact, sometimes it can be almost about 500 meters away from the dam, even almost 1 kilometer. People would channel the water like that. That's what we are doing. In fact, when I get the film, because there was this film that they use, you see that is a multi-billion naira business in Ilorin, and there is not only Ilorin or Kwara that we are supplying the whole of Nigeria. People come from Onitsha, they come from Port Harcourt, they come from Warri, they come from Lagos to come and buy fish in Ilorin. We are the largest producer of catfish.
Okay, there's another question that I will ask from you now. Did Saraki efforts in farming, did he play any part, or did he inspire you?
Not at all.
I know that he borrowed a lot, Shongai farm. Because
what Saraki did in Shongai, because that Shongai also, they are using the River Niger.
Okay.
You understand? So, but basically, what they are doing there is actually poultry, but not even egg. It's all these broilers, meat for chicken, broilers, and they have cows, all these dairy cows. But most of the things that they are doing there, the guy has personalized it, so they are just exporting them out of the country. So the what he invested is not for the public; it's just for it's a PPP. They brought some farmer from Zimbabwe. They are doing it. When you get there, what they do is that they can grow these broilers within 4 weeks. It's an enclosed place. They don't expose them to natural environments.
No, the grow broiler, you mean like at the chick level or full grown broiler? Because if my memory doesn't fail me, I think it takes 8 weeks for broiler to
no. The normal thing now is 4 to 6 weeks for broiler.
Really?
By the time, yes, 4 to 6 weeks. By the time you are getting, but no, it's not like that. Yes, and they have feeds that they are doing now that they are using to feed them. After 6 weeks, you will not get, you will not
89,
you will not be able to
recoup.
You will not be able to recoup your money, because as at that age, it will not be economical again. So they grow them under control environment. They have AC in their pen. They call it pen, where they used to grow them. and so they grow them.
Okay, knowing that farming is so risky, because that's one of the riskiest business someone can embark to. So, how do you mitigate against such risk? Because although I know someone may want to say crop farming is riskier in Nigeria than animal farming or whatever, but knowing that farming is so risky, so what inspired you to just ignore those risks and still go into animal farming?
The risk, yes, there is no business that doesn't have its own risk. If you ask me which one is more risky between the two that I'm doing now, I think the poultry one is more riskier than the fish.
Yeah.
So, and yes, it's more riskier than the fish. But when you are looking for everyday today money, the poultry will give you everyday money. Fish will only give you money, but the money we get from fish when you harvest, it will give you huge money, huge one.
The providers of people are not stealing your fish before that time. So how do you?
You made mention of something now, like what we do now along that farm settlement that I mentioned for you along that river now. We now have clusters. Do you understand? We have farm clusters where we have joint security. We have gates to our farm. It's not like gate to each person, like a general this thing. We have we have security. We have we do meetings. You understand? So, and we use that one also to control the price. Whenever we see that the buyers want to bring the price down, we talk to our members and we create artificial scarcity. By the time they come and say we are not selling for 2 or 3 days, so they will also align with. So sometimes we have discussions.
Simba, sorry.
Yes.
So many questions we could ask you. I think I wanted to ask you one, but I just realized there are some other people among us. I think Adewale, Thomas, and the new guy. I don't know if Femi is a new guy among us. Femi, can you unmute?
Even play somehow. I haven't talked so much today.
Yeah, I don't know. Play somehow. Are you still there? What is so long? I think, but let's hear from Femi. Femi, are you there, please? Can you unmute? Femi, because he came in. I think I don't know if he wants to say something. Adewale, are you there? Adewale?
I did.
Yeah.
You didn't call his name properly. That's why it's not.
Yeah. Okay. Femi, I think Femi just unmute. Adewale, please, can you just hold on, please? Let's hear from Femi. Femi, are you there?
Okay. Yes, yeah. I'm here. Yes, this is because I was listening to Mr. Simba, and I think it's a very good topic because me also, I did animal farming in school, and it's something I'm very interested in. I'm listening to him. It's a very good topic, talking about fish farming and poultry. I think, in my way of seeing, I think crop farming is more safer than livestock farming. Because if we look at it,
yes, when expense were not there, right?
Expense is there in crop farming also, but it's a like someone that invested in pantry. We are talking about a business that can give you millions in 20 years, in every year. But
Femi, let me show you. Some guys went to Nigeria to plant hibiscus. You know, after like 2 months, everything was just blooming, very beautiful. You know, within a week, pests, not even full and cattle, pests just wrecked the entire hectares of that farm.
Yeah, this is the issue. Like, this is what if you ask Mr. Simba now, when he started his own farm, there will be a consultant, a supervisor on ground that know this business more than him. Some people just come into this business and you think you can just read a book and you will know everything. No, it goes over. You have to have experience. Like, if you want to do animal farming, like Mr. Simba now, you want to do fish farming, you have to talk to him. He has his own layout, he has his own map, he has his own way of building his own pens. These are what you have to ask from people that have been into the business. But this, like this, you are a hibiscus now. It's possible he does not have any idea about it. He tap it from somewhere, and I think there's money in it. It's long than that. It's more than that. When I look at some people, they just come into. I see my in-law. He go into fish farming. That I think is last 3 years. Yes, he did it for 6 months. He has a huge loss. He cannot continue. When he told me, I told him that, why do you come in? You did not, like me that did animal farming, you did not talk about, you did not discuss it with me at all. But you believe that family things or no family, this is a different thing. Something that you know about and something you does not know about. You live in Canada, you give it to your brother to be handling the business. And you say that they are eating themselves. I just smiled at it that this man you have, and he told me that he has spent over 5 million into it. I said that's a big loss. But what I can just say is that any business, find someone that have been through the business for a very long time. Some people they mislead some people, but no how if you have like 2 consultants, you will see out of the 2, one will be good.
So
2 of them will be good.
Femi,
but some will be better.
Femi, let me ask a question. You sound like somebody, because you said you did animal husbandry, right?
Yeah.
So you sound like somebody who is knowledgeable in this field. Yeah, but you're more like somebody who did that as like a course in school.
That is my course.
Yeah. So are you a consultant? That's the one question I want to ask you.
No, I'm not a consultant. This is what really happened is that I did it for a short, when I get out of university and I just go into transport business. I believe also is the easiest way to make money, and some people can think is the best way to make money. The fastest making of money is transport, and I'm not into farming much, but I know people that are involved, like my colleagues, my friend in school, my classmates. They are into it till today, and they are making money in it.
And they're making money from you said, yeah?
They are making money.
So
but me as a person, I will advise someone to go into transport. It's the easier way to make money.
So
transport
with all this, what Lagos State is doing within Lagos, whereby they are breaking in their land.
No, not that. You go into truck transport, properly truck.
Okay.
That's another topic.
Hold on there.
Please don't go there at all. Rational mind.
No.
I can tell you because that's okay. Let's go.
Hello.
Femi is not wrong, and I will tell you why.
Why is it all wrong?
He already told you when you want to do a business, get a consultant. He just told you the foundation. You can't get it wrong. See, I have friends that are into that, but you know, when they started their business, they were the source of their own. They started with as the source of their own content to transport, and you know, some people they manage their transport business to the point that if your truck just got broken down in Kaduna, they don't mind, just to make sure they discourage all these kind of shady practices. They will send a personal mechanic to that place, or to go and tow that thing from that place to the workshop to make sure you don't get penny. They don't encourage driver to play funny. You understand? So even take it this way. You can even go to your business of truck to the point that everything you want to put in your truck, you can even engrave it. So that, see, Femi told you, and I agree with him completely. Anytime you want to do a thing, get a consultant. Don't just hear, because some people they use mouth to make profit. Oh, if I go to this, no, put everything down and find a way to monitor it and get those people knowledgeable. You see, my friend,
sorry to cut you short. The word you said, find a way to monitor it. That is the most important. National mind over there. how to monitor. That is the most important one about this business. If you're not there, oh my God, that business, those people will finish you.
Remy. Wait, let me just conclude. I have a friend that bought 2 tippers for Lagos State. All this their construction this thing. He bought 2 tippers, and I don't know of now. To the best of my knowledge, that time he was making his money. He fell over bought 1 tipper and thought about buying the second one. Then, so some people, they do the business of logistic brokers that you just buy them truck and they will give you, even if it happens here too. Because if you want to do transport business here, if you don't do it properly, you are going to get busy. You understand? Even in this environment, you must know the business. I almost ran into cargo van business sometimes in 2015, 2016. You understand? It was just a friend of mine that just called and say, "Oh, Benny, take it easy. This thing you are saying, okay, let us just put pen to this thing. Let us start calculating." Man, we never even do the same thing that the company that was supposed to be using that cargo van that they just pack up from Calgary. You understand? So Femi said consultant, and I agree with him completely, because it's one of those things. Those things is one of my competence. Like a lady wanted to be doing fiber concrete. Then just asked me, so how will you do it? I just sat down, build that business model for her, and I even did forecasting at the time that she should be expecting a break even. So you don't go to business.
So how much is your consulting fee if Richard and mine want to consult you?
It depends. If I want to build a startup for you, it depends. There are some startup you say you want me to do documentation for you, because it might take me like 3-4 months to do, because I may need to buy some materials too. You know, when I want, okay, you say you want to build a business.
How can I consult you? You are here in North America now. How can I consult you? How can you be doing that for me when you are here now in North America?
No. It doesn't matter. One man. It doesn't. National. It doesn't matter.
But I'd rather use people on ground. I mean, Femi, are you on ground there? Are you on ground in Nigeria?
No, I'm not on ground.
Okay.
This is what I just want to make people to know is that what I say, transport business is the fastest way to make money. But you can buy a truck today and you can make. So I see some people that buy a truck for 22 million naira, and in a week they are making 1.2. Within 4 months, they have already got the money. It's all
about Remy. Let me say something to what Femi is saying. You know, Femi, what you are saying, you mislead a lot of people.
Exactly.
With the way you are saying it, you mislead. You have to don't say. Excuse me. Let me talk, Femi.
Okay.
You know why I'm saying this?
Okay.
My immediate elder brother is into transport business. You have fleets. When you have a fleet of trucks, trailers, and he has some people that invested under his company. But let me tell you, when he started, there was a lot of. So don't let us be painting it as if it immediately you invest, then this is what you are going, because that is what is deceiving most people. And then by the time just wait, Femi. Wait,
bro.
Wait.
Okay, I'm listening.
But then another thing that the people we have to be careful about, that once our people know that you are abroad, there is that tendency that they want to swindle you.
Yes.
And that's why the experience of people in diaspora trying to invest in Nigeria was so bad. Let me give for example. There was a day I was traveling from Ilorin to my hometown in Osun, and then my brother that I said he's doing this transport business was coming from Lagos to attend the same function. So we arrived at the venue of the function. Then he received a call that one of his truck had an accident. This truck traveled from Lagos to Kano, and was supposed to be coming to Lagos through Ilorin to Gumosho, Oyo, and Ibadan axis. But this driver went to Bida, carry these scraps, all these metal scraps, unknowingly to the owner of the vehicle. So, and was taking it to Ikirun
there's a factory in Ikirun that melts this metal and convert it to all these ions that they use for building, and had an accident in a town called Idofion in Kwara State, which is actually away from his route to Lagos. So, and when they called him, so he was not telling us that he has to leave or that one of his truck has an accident. We're not asking what type of truck. He said it's a Mack truck. I said, we saw it. I said, where? This place, this also place. He said, wow. But the guy was painting another place for him. So what I'm trying to say here is that
he didn't put tracker in a nutshell, right?
That was
destroy the tracker. I have
no. In fact, that was actually what made him to put tracker in the. So now he has tracker. He track all his vehicle. If anything happens, he will know the location of the vehicle. But that's still not what Allah said. What Allah said. Let me tell you, what Allah said was actually very true. Some of them they will call you that the truck breaks down along the road, that they require this also amount of money. Some of them they will go and remove the tire, sell the tire, and put a new tire. If you buy a new tire for your truck, they will remove it, and that was why these engravements that Allah is talking about, and you have to write the date and everything. You know, there's so many things that have to go. So just painting it that if you invest this, what there's a lot of things that have to blame.
I agree with you totally with every point. Like I agree with you. This is just all about. It's same thing with animal farming or plant or crop farming. You have to be on ground. But I think plant farming and crop farming is better, more secure than transport, because transport you can give it to someone and that person will be making the same amount of money you are making every day.
Even more
they will make more than you. They will make more than you.
Yeah, you are right. Like you have to be on ground. That is true. But I'm not talking about a long distance truck business. I'm talking about a business like Tipper. Tipper is a very good business.
Femi, let me tell you, any business that you want to do, any form of transport, whether it's short distance or long distance, whatever, you need to be on ground. And there's no doubt, let me tell you, that you can make a lot of money in business in Nigeria. You can make a lot of money, but the problem with it is the people. Our people are so corrupt, they are so dangerous. If you are not there, they will spoil everything for you. So you just have a way of monitoring your business because they can ruin it for you in a very short period.
Can I say something real quick? I think I want to say something, but let's hear from Thomas and Adewale. Thomas, you want to say something?
I'm not here to say anything. I'm here to shut down. Continue.
You want us to shut down?
No, I'm not shutting you down. I'm just joking. When you get finished, I can shut it down.
Okay. Is that?
Well, I'm telling Thomas, may you not go sleep like yesterday.
All right then. Adewale, do you have anything to say, please, before we shut down?
Man, you didn't play the video. We always play at the end of the show day before you.
I don't have access to it. I think only Thomas and
you see, Adewale will tell you that Herbalist is the best business now.
I think that's why Thomas is here, so that after you shut down, we will play that music.
I knew you're not going to play that video. When you showed it, I was like, I knew that man would play that video.
No, I don't have access to it. That's just it. If I have it, even if I have it, I won't even play it. What's the point of playing it when I know it's not something that represents my view? I represent one man's view or maybe Thomas' view. Yeah,
I thought you guys were asleep. I just logged in and I was saying you guys. I heard everybody talking about animal rearing and all that. That's not my line, Jerry. Just that any other topic.
You are free to say anything you want to say. Anything that catches your view.
Is the minister's list, is it authentic or is just online rumor stuff?
Now rumor it go be for now. Nobody is so sure. Now rumor it go be.
When one man started, rolling out earlier, I wasn't paying attention. I just left the group there.
Imagine Ganduje is the Minister of Agriculture.
It is possible, there's some way the politicians reward each other. Is it not Nigeria? I mean, it's possible now. Anything is possible. I know one thing for a fact is that This administration is going to be a mixture of both old and the young. He's going to try to introduce some, people to the some younger, probably some technocrats, young technocrats into, to the national stage so that at least they can shine. This man is reputed to be a good talent spotter. Let me put it that way. And but he's also is going to reward some of the politicians that helped him. I know for a fact.
Adewale, have you seen that list?
No, at all. I haven't seen it.
The list looks terrible in my own opinion.
What are the ones that feature most?
Ribadu, Binani, Wale Edun, foreigner. You and I, we had that conversation sometime back. Was it you and I? I said your former governor is going to be Minister of Foreign Affairs. Same thing I said. Same way we said. But Abure was going to be his chief of staff, and some of us were like, no, it's lying.
Which former governor?
I mean, what's his name?
Fayemi.
Yeah, you're going to be Minister of Foreign Affairs.
One of the best in that position.
You say what?
He's going to be one of the best.
I know. I mean, by virtue of what he studied, is it war studies?
But me, I don't want us to believe that list. This will be the top list that we are seeing after the election.
I don't believe. I don't believe in this too. To be
but
honest.
Another thing, rational mind. You know, have you ever wondered when you have, let's say, a manager in a corporate setting working? From time to time they move middle management.
Guys, I have to go now. One man is in the background. He will shut it down. Thank you, guys. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
All right. Yeah. Thank you.
So, sometimes at the middle management level, you see managers come in and go, and then you realize that the same team that you have different managers working with these folks, and then you realize that some at the time they perform better, than another. It is possible to have the same team, but you have a good manager. Remember what Fashola said when he was being interviewed on Channels Television, that Tinubu is a micromanaging manager. That if he gives you a task, it will stay at your neck until that task is completed. That whoever is going to be his chief of staff should know that he's going to be picking up calls midnight. I'm not saying that is the best practice to manage.
He used the example of a football coach.
Yeah.
He said that some coach that they will just go and sit down and they watch you play, and some they will stand up and start coordinating.
Exactly, because they know it's going to reflect on them if you fail. And then if there's an area that you need to buckle up or to, then they will be, quick to redirect your attention. So it's a possibility, even if sometime when you bring the worst team out, but you know that you give them a task that you know that you're interested in. So even the list, I haven't seen it, but I don't believe that, because everything for now should be taken as a rumor. But of course, we're here to talk about, there's a possibility that 50% of the those names that are being paraded is going to be in his administration one way or the other. But I know for a fact that Fayemi will feature in his administration. The Ribadus, I think the Ribadu has a lot to offer the country. You just have to empower, whoever is working for you, because in some cases you see ministers doing things in the name of Mr. President, and in our country, president is like a monarchy. Whatever the president says is the final. So yes, but at the same time, you don't want to have someone who has no medical experience or who is not a medical practitioner being assigned Ministry of Health. I mean, we all know it's going to be a disaster. So I think it's the right time we start putting, professionals in all these ministries so that they can make use of their expertise and their wealth of experience. But of course, politics is politics. Well, you see, we're even dealing with the principal officers in the National Assembly. I haven't even. That one has not even been done yet. Minister's list is coming out. So that's that about that. I don't believe in it, and if it is, then whatever they do will reflect on their principle. Speaking of Abure, yesterday I drew at woman's attention to it. I'd wanted to copy and paste the link to him, but I guess he already had his talking points, made available before the show. So, but then I watched the video yesterday, and in my mind I was thinking, you see, work has started already. It's just President of the Senate, Akpabio, is visiting Labour Party, and then who is acting in the chairman's capacity? Abure. Abure that was already been, asked by the court to step aside until when the court case is resolved or the party elect the substantive chairman. He was the one that received them, and just like one man said, the language, the tone that were being used during that meeting was a little bit. Sometimes you just have to read the body language. Talking about the
Adewale, just sorry for cutting you short. When we were speculating yesterday that Apapa was bought, that was why it was behaving like that. Do you think if Apapa was bought and is being used by APC, then why is the APC guy in the person of Akpabio give credence to Abure?
Because, I think I heard it from someone on this platform today that Apapa doesn't have that much clout per se in the party as of now.
I think I said it. I said it.
So, and you want to go with the person who you think can, help you talk to the elected senators or the House of Assembly members. So, going to Apapa would be a waste of time at this point in time. So Abure is still very much in charge. It's just the fact that of the factions but I don't think going to Apapa would have yielded more results. But I think this is the right step in the right direction, going to Abure. But Apapa, I was yesterday. I was trying to support Kulata's suspicion about Apapa. It is possible to combine the two submissions. That it's possible that he's being bribed by the opposition, at the same time also have a grievance against the Abure faction. At least if you have been putting in your sweat and your time to build a party for more than 21 years, and all of a sudden you are no longer being seen as or not given a recognition per se, you will be aggrieved. So, and I think they are doing it in a way that they believe they can they can also insert themselves and command some respect. And those kind of people are the easy target for opposition to use in order to destabilize the party. And that assumption is not out of of it, because it's possible. So to me, I'll combine the two, both of bribery and at the same time trying to do it. It's possible. A politician do promise each other. I won't give you money now, but maybe after you've got this job done, then you can come back and we'll talk about reimbursing you or giving you or compensating you per se. But obviously, it looks like the Abure is still very much in charge. Apapa and the likes. Today, I watched his interview at Arise Television News. I don't even call them Arise. I call them Asleep Television. Obviously, they are biased, and I was trying to read through the line.
Can I ask you a question, Diwali?
Yeah.
Between Arise and TVC, which is more political? Which is more?
Both of them are. Both of them. At least we know where TV stands, right? Arise TV is trying to paint themselves as if they are, their news is balanced. They are not biased, but we know where TVC stands. You know, at the beginning, China News was trying to behave that way, but I think they also knew that they also have viewers that are not obedient linear per se. So they begin to go back to their original way of carrying news. But when the Arise News crew were trying to find dirt on that man, they try to the point that they were trying to ridicule his performance as a party member. You know, the man said he won his ward for Labour Party, but Rufai was trying to point to him that the state was did not give Labour Party. They went the APC way. So how could you use that as a performance? But we've seen even a president of a country lost his own ward, lost his own state rather. So I was looking at that. How does that got to do with the issue on the ground? You know, have you invited the Abure faction and questioned them the same way you are trying to ridicule this man? And everything that man said, all his submission are within the line. The man said things, but unfortunately, the obedience won't listen, or the Abure faction would not listen to what he said. And but as something I observed in what he said, when he gave an interview to China's News, he said some things. I knew that his emotion was, not in the right place at that time when he was talking about Obi was lying. But when he got to Arise News, he was trying to paint a different picture, talking about he support Obi's mandate and all that. But when it was on China's News, he was talking about he's a liar, is this, is that. That's why I didn't want to, cancel that collateral submission. That it's possible that, hey, money already exchanged and he's trying to catch up, but it's already, it's like great. So that's that about
So
that.
you can see now that they are not in double jeopardy now. So what can you now say about Abure now?
Their papa or their Abure?
If just finish with the papa, so what happened with Abure?
Abure, I believe this is what I believe will happen to Abure. There's a chance
talking about the way they welcome, because some people are giving me, I didn't see it as any issue. Anybody can approach anybody. But some people are also speculating that because he entertained this Akpabio group, that maybe are also involved in selling out. So, what can you say about that?
Simba, all of them. See, I sometimes I laugh when I hear people. I won't call them novice because it seems people believe that politics is about business. Let's do it in a clean way. There's no way in the world where politics is about fair game. It's about whoever gets the last, the last laugh is who wins. But sometimes they're trying to do things according to the rule. But behind the curtain, nobody plays according to the rule. Yes, those are the things that happens in politics where opposition party will come to lobby the other parties, knowing fully well that, they have the chance to convince them. But nothing goes for nothing. That's what I want us to understand. You see Akpabio coming to Labour Party, to canvass for support. Nothing goes for nothing. There'll be a lot of deal. It may not be, cash in nature, but it could be maybe juicy positions, juicy committees, and those are the things that the party usually use as a leverage because it's about negotiations. And you and I will not be privy to all those deals that they are cutting behind. What we've seen in front of the camera is what we believe, but at the end of the day, behind that, I believe they will be communicating on what you need to put. They need to push that optic out for people to know that at least they've gone to them. They are the same. That's one thing I want.
I think what is happening now, maybe we are not aware of what is actually happening in our political space in Nigeria. 2 days ago, I watched this guy was interviewed on this Rise TV and Abure Re-Asserts. He's going to the house for the 5th time as a senator.
I watched the
this time under Abga.
Abga.
And he was asked about what is happening now and what from his experience, what has happened in the past. He said before that Obasanjo will just call them and tell them that this is your senior president, this is the deputy, and all of them will abide. But now, and all of us were clamoring for the dependency of our legislatures, and now we can now see people that are contesting for all those principal positions in our legislative house, canvassing for votes, campaigning. I mean, I see it as a good development, but rather some people are seeing it as being sellouts, being this, being that. Because before, it's the position that we're having. We are not having an election.
Simba, those areas that you talked about, those areas are where you have an incumbent party having, we'll talk about majority, not just this half-baked majority.
Exactly.
That's when,
right. Maybe that time PDP used to have like 80-something, and they don't have any.
Yeah. Whenever I hear politicians talk about the party is supreme, look, it's all lies. It's about the president and the chairman of the party and the deputy chairman say, you know what, this is what we're going to do. Most of the time is the president that will say, this is the way I want, and the party will follow that direction.
I think two things is responsible for what we're experiencing now, because of the dominance of the three parties that we're having now. You know, before it's only going to be two parties. Then two, anyway, we're having transition from one person to the other, like what happened in 2015. I think the experience of 2015 is also one of those things that is making them not to sit down and believe that everything will work out. And that's why they don't want to leave any stone unturned, and they're also extending their...
Both Jonathan administration and Buhari, those ones are just laid back precedent. They won't they really don't want to utilize the power that they have. Not everywhere that they're just there just to say yes, sir. They didn't exercise that power. But now we're talking about someone who has exercised power even at the party level. Obasanjo exercised that power because he was the president. He was the one that handpicked LRM. And at the end of the day, the House did not want LRM. It was the Akpabio that they wanted. Eventually, they got Akpabio, but he did not want Akpabio. So this time around, the APC didn't really have the numbers that they can really command that, invocation of a particular candidate. So that's why they have to go and lobby so that they won't go behind.
No, they still have the majority. They have 59 or 60.
But we can't really bank on the number that they have.
Exactly, because there are still some disgruntled ones among them also.
Of course.
That will prefer to go with the opposition.
Of course.
Like what Saraki did in 2015.
Yeah. But we'll give them 6 months into this parliamentary session. You'll be seeing a lot of cross carpeting from one party to
another. This one, if Tinubu perform well and it comes back in 2020.
No, wait now. Once this
it will not be like this. It will be more easier than
they
now.
Won't even wait till they perform. They won't wait till they perform.
No, I'm talking about his chances, because if Tinubu didn't perform, the Obi will can still come back and give him a fight for his money.
Yeah, but yes, it's possible. You also talk about the incumbency power. There won't be anything like this CBN directives or all those roadblocks and all that. This time around, is the one going to appoint the chairman of the INEC, except if Yakubu's tenure is about to end. So he has all the machineries to perpetuate themselves in power. Second, most of the time the incumbents always come back, except Jonathan, which, like I said earlier, he didn't utilize the power that he has being the president of the country.
No, it's not as if he didn't utilize it. He doesn't have it. Yeah, let me tell you, the one thing is for you to be the president, and another thing is for you to have the clout. You understand? Jonathan was the president, but he still feels that there are so many things that are bigger than him in that country. that are still, just like what will happen to Obi, I'm very sorry to say, like what the Obasanjos and everyone that are supporting him. Obi will get there and they will be the one dictating what he will do for him. You understand? Nobody can, or the only problem we have with Buhari is that he's dumb on his own. But that Obasanjo cannot go and dictate, even Babangida and all those power that be in that country, they cannot dictate to Buhari. It's only that he doesn't know what is good. Doesn't know what
utilizing the power, I mean, is to be foresighted. I was reading Mike, what is it? No, not Mike. Reno Omokri's.
Omokri, okay.
Yes.
Well, Omokri work with Jonathan.
Yes, but these people, they are very politically savvy than another. And Omokri was trying to draw attention to the fact that Tinubu has been planning all this for a very long time, and he ensured that he has his, people in a very important, to the point that he actually mentioned that even at the tribunal, that one of the judges is one of those judges that, they are judges that he appointed when he was a governor, in Lagos State.
He has planted people everywhere.
What are we talking about? Even Yakubu well, those are the rumors, but those rumors sometimes also, important. You have to pay close attention to it.
Even if you are not looking at it even that way, that they may be giving me support. Those are the kind of person. You will need that personality for you to be able to control people and say this is what you want. And you need that, they need to fear you as a person. But the word Jonathan cannot even try and say I want to remove somebody. If you so if Tinubu appoints you as in any position and you are not performing, you know that he can remove you, and he will not remove, and that is what the same power that Obasanjo has that time. So, and I think those are the things that he needs, that will be working for him. Look at it this way. The people like Obasanjo, they have something that they're enjoying in that country, that they know that if Tinubu comes in, he might block those opportunities. And that's why all of them are against
They would have settled all that before he becomes the president. There's a way the system itself, we have deep states, that the deep state will try to make sure that areas are being taken care of. Government keeps secret. Government, they have a lot of secret that they keep away from the citizen. And in some cases, all those things you just mentioned, they try as much as possible to take care of it. That's why hardly you will see, even though the incoming president or administration might want to probe the previous one, but you hardly see them taking them to court and dragging them around like they're using EFCC to hunt them and all that. It's because that deep state are already taking care of those areas, right? But Tinubu, Obasanjo, by now, I don't think he will have any, because it seems that his hands are already up, in this situation. So, but no matter what,
it's not over. It's over when except this court case is get its logical conclusion before one can say all of this. Well, anyway, guys,
let me throw that line as well. I said it's not over until it's over. Let's just be optimistic. But the Nigeria factor will always come to play every time. We are who we are. Judges are also part of the society. They know what's going on around. They will interpret. I was listening to the news yesterday, and the correspondent was talking about the fact that the Labour Party were unable to submit a particular document, and that also necessitated adjourning the case.
Yes, they said they only got about 30% what they need from INEC.
Yeah, and the burden is on the plaintiff, not on the defender. You are the one to bring the case and table the evidence, and system always has a way that it take care of itself. And if
do you know how much you were charging them to just to get whatever?
But
1 million naira. 1 million naira.
pay the money.
Just for Sokoto alone.
Hey, but they could pay, but they know. I mean, you compared to how much the party is paying those signs, right? I don't believe the party doesn't have that 1 million.
Adewale, do you know how much? Do you listen to this guy? What's the name of this guy that was in PDP before? This Osama Bu something. He's now working with Kwankwaso in NNPP. He used to talk that time.
I know the one you're talking about. I think he was on on Arise today, right? Was it Arise?
Was it today or yesterday? He was talking that he said they asked him. Yeah, it was on Arise. They asked him a question that why didn't they, when they were asking question about this meeting between Kwankwaso and Tinubu, and then why did they withdraw their case from the court, or why didn't they go to court? He said that they knew that they didn't want the election, but for you to prosecute an election petition in Nigeria at that level, that you need at least 5 billion naira. 5 billion.
That is, you can say, I don't know if he said they didn't win, but what he said was that they don't have the money.
Yes, I agree with you. He said they didn't have the money, that they needed about 5 billion. You can, this, and that is why sometimes when I look at the cases, the lawyers, they will never tell you the truth. Even the case that they know that they cannot win, they will still be giving you because they want to collect a lot of money. I know a lot of sons that became millionaires after just prosecuting one election, at least winning a government. I know a lawyer, a son in Ilorin, that became a millionaire through Ladoja when he won case for Ladoja in Oyo State. Just that one case. So they are just catching out. The lawyer are just catching out.
You see the retinues of lawyers in the court. Who is going to pay those people's fee? Is the party and the candidate, or the party itself. And that's why it's so expensive, to embark on that. That money will have been used for,
But looking at the amount that they are spending on those lawyers, why can't they just, so 1 million is 1 million too much for them to get whatever this thing they want to get from Sokoto?
That is the question.
It's not for just for the whole result that I am asking, just for Sokoto alone. That's what
but even, how many states did they bring forward?
So if we say they all 37 states now, then how much that would mean? That would be like almost 50 million.
Okay.
To get those evidence.
Do you realize how much they are paying those signs? They won't disclose it, but they're paying those. Those signs will be handling all of them combined, maybe billions of nairas. So, and if that document will be, good enough for their case, why can't they come up with it? Or they didn't put that into budget in the first place?
But some people were saying that when he was talking to Dele Momodu, I think we laughed over this. There was this a few hours ago. When he was talking to Dele Momodu, he showed him his flight ticket, his itinerary, how he's going to go from London to Nice. I think it was Colata that brought it up. He says, France. What did he do in France?
He has gone to see Tinubu.
He had to stop over in France. So what did he go and do in France? Tinubu is in France.
That one will become the news now. I won't be surprised if the media are really meaning to that and say, well, maybe he has stopped by. See, it's possible that they talk. It is possible.
But actually, what do you think will happen to obedience if they know that if they meet, they will kill Obi?
They won't kill
Believe
him.
me.
They won't kill him. But that rumor must not be true. That is just the point. They will try to deny it, because if it is found to be true, my brother, some people may even decide to kill themselves.
Let me tell you, I have a colleague here that is working with me, Adewale. After that election, the guy nearly went into depression. I had to invite him to my house, and I tried to cancel him that. Why did you put your trust in this politician so much? He's an Igbo guy. He could not talk. He became so. The thing really weighed him down. And I was before the election, I used to tell him, I said,
you don't even know, like.
I don't know. The hope they put in that guy
is so much, they so much believe in him. I don't know where this thing is coming from. Even we that were saying we are siding, if anything happened to Tinubu, what is my business? We're only talking, we are not so much engrossed in his life.
I wasn't even the Tinubu's enthusiast, because in my mind I was thinking, you know what, I was wishing secretly that Obi wins. But when you look at the event, how it is unfolding, then you begin to question a lot of things. Things that you believe that but things that people ignorantly believe. The one that ever surprised me the most, even in my office today, a co-worker of mine who is from the Southeast, who for once never really, being a pastor, never really follow politics per se. Every time I try to bring in, every time we're having a chit chat in the office, the man will say, "Man, I beg daddy, I don't concern me." All of a sudden, it now begins to even he's the one that will come to my office and say, he brought the Apapa case up, but at that time I hadn't watched the video, so I couldn't comment on it. I was just looking at him like, so now you are interested in what's going on. I mean, you see, the politicians see politics as a game, but the Nigerian people say that, it's a big deal. And Nigerians say it's a big deal because their decision affects their lives. And it's good that they say it that way. And the awareness that they have now, thank God for, social media. But what is being propagated on social media, not true. Most of the time are always rumor, But America has had their own fair share of that. Now,
it's only people that are novice in politics, especially even before the election, that will tell me that Obi will win that election. Because I don't know who knows Obi in my village.
Even the Nigeria factor.
I have one of my brother who is in Niger State. I used to call him. I said, "Well, who is going to?" Those are the issues. And sometimes, in fact, thank God that Rational Mind is here today, because there was a day you said you are convinced that would be. Can you spend maybe 2 or 3 minutes and explain to you why do you believe that Obi won that election? I want to know.
Oh, well, that's a good question you ask.
At least we are not many today, so we have peace.
Before Rational Mind
disturb
proceed, the Rational Mind really say Obi won?
Well,
yes, he said it.
I believe he won that election. I believe he won. Yeah, I believe. Okay. Yeah. This is the reason. They changed some of the results, both PDP and APC. They suppressed. Let me use the word suppressed. Labour Party votes in some states. You can't tell me that Labour Party does not have at least up to more than 5,000 votes in places like Sokoto. Not even if anything, the Igbos that are there, who are more like other tribes that are there, who are more like they will vote PDP, Labour. You can't tell me that they don't have more than 5,000 votes in Bauchi and Borno State, where the local government, if they were looking at it in real time as the result were coming in just one local government in southern part of on Borno State, and at the end of the day, they only giving 500 votes. I mean, they just allocated votes for them. We saw what played out in Edo State, how they changed figures, how they changed the
Edo.
Yeah, Edo. Yes, they changed figures in Edo.
Obi won Edo now.
He won, but the margin is more than what they declared. How they did it in we saw the BBC. I don't know why one man has not even brought up that BBC recounts that BBC did, or their own expose they did, which it looks like they've been paid by some maybe Tinubu.
So, by your own estimation, what do you think? Especially in the Northwest, did you think it will have scored?
I'm not saying he won any state in the Northwest. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that, but he had enough votes
to get 25%.
No, well, maybe not 25%. Hold on. The thing is this: that
they got
Tinubu, those numbers those numbers that Tinubu and the APC are having from, PDP are having from the north, those numbers are all false numbers.
Do you,
numbers.
Yeah. Do you also think that the same way we are being skeptical about the figures emanating from the north, the northern people also, and some southwest, might also be wary of those numbers coming from the southeast?
Well, I'm not reading that far that they did not do manipulation, they did not do overvoting in the south. But it seems from what I see, what I gathered, because unlike before, would have been hearing like 3 million votes from maybe Castina alone, 4 million votes from Kano alone. So what happened in this past election? The whole total vote was not even up to 2 million, perhaps. Not up to 2 million that came out from Kano, most of the KKK states. So, but then, and you wonder.
And the same thing, the same thing goes for states like Rivers, Delta, even Akpabio, because even Anambra used to give more than 1 million votes.
Well, okay, yeah.
So it's everywhere that is, and that is bias for you.
Wow.
So you cannot use that one. It's not isolated. It's all over the country.
Hold on. The result they have from like places like Plateau State, Lagos State, they had over 900,000 votes in Lagos State. In Lagos State, that's what I gathered.
How did you gather it?
Hold on. They have their own score sheets. PDP has their own score sheets.
Let me tell you what they did after election. Maybe you don't have that information. They employed some people to compile the results. Then when they started compiling, and that was when the initial apprehension started that, okay, we won the election. They started in the south and they started gathering the result, and Obi was leading. But at the time, they had to stop when they discovered that he was not actually getting what they wanted. So all these things that you are saying, they are just based on speculations.
Well, you asked me. That's what you asked me. You asked me, and I want to believe that.
Continue.
I want to believe that what you just said too is your opinion, not as if it's something of some set of facts there. We're all just speculating based on what I've heard, and I've heard from different obedient, even from the Labour Party. There was a situation room back then. So that's being said. You see, the only thing I feel, if only INEC could be fair, there will be that umpire that they are, that fair umpire. But it is like they are it's looking to be like they are also like a political party on their own now, that they are part of the APC. And I understand why they were doing that, because they want to defend the sham result or the sham declaration they made by saying that Bola won the election. They're trying to cover their backside because they realize that they don't have all the figures to prove all of this. These were just cooked up figures that Bola had 8 million votes, because even what we're seeing on the IRF does not even show that he even had up to that. So where are those votes coming from? So from what happened in Osun State, I think that would have been something we should employ. I don't know how far the legal team of Obi are going with that, but with all this story we're hearing that they're not giving them access to some of this evidence that they need. If in Castina, don't get me wrong, they might have that 4 million people on the voters register, but are these people real actual humans that you can place their faces, their fingerprints, and it will match whatever is on the IREV or whatever, IREV on the real voters list that INEC have? Because I know that if somebody has maybe had multiple registration in different local government, let's say it's a part of North or any part of Nigeria, if they come forward for an election and they want to go and stop, or they want to go and revote under somewhere else again, that thing will catch them. It will catch it. Now the point is on the Beavers machine, when they're doing accreditation, if in a single polling unit there were 500 people that were supposed to vote in that polling unit, but at the end of the day, only 250 people, or let's say 200 people came out. Now, APC knowing that, we have 500 people in this voting unit, in this voting place. Now let us now manipulate the figure. Or it could be any, let me not just say only APC, but I want to speak like APC is the one doing that now. It could be any party, don't get me wrong, it could be even PDP to do the same thing. Now, if 500 are supposed to vote in that polling unit, at the end of the day, only 200 people come out. and that 200 people, they did accreditation for them. Maybe at the end of the day, only 180 people voted. Maybe the other people, the team could not recognize their faces or whatever reason. Maybe they were just all imposters or whatever. That's a 20 people get out of the 200. But mind you, there's still another 300 extra. Now, this 300 extra, if maybe in the eyes of where people are not looking at them, they could start printing for these people, printing. But on the Beavers machine, because it will capture everybody that voted in that polling unit, that 180 people. Now, if there are over voting, say maybe at the end of the day, 400 people now voted in that they get 400 ballot 400 ballot papers at the end of the day. Now the question is that who are these people that voted that were not captured on the Beavers? That their faces, because when you do the accreditation, either by your fingerprint or your face or whatever you do, it will be stored there, and that the data will be stored there, and they can count it that okay, 180 people voted, but now we're having like 400 people or 400 or 300 or something.
I don't think the number of overvoting is going to be, you know what? Because if you look at those.
But we saw videos now. We saw videos.
No. I think what they would do, is that if I'm going to manipulate numbers, if I record, let's say 500 in my polling unit, whatever figure I'm going to cook out, I'll make sure everything still tallies to that 500.
Of course, that's what I'm saying. It will tally. I mean, even though if it's not.
But then, how do you prove that?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I think I was trying to explain it. Maybe you didn't catch it or you didn't understand what I was doing.
Oh.
I said to you that 500 people were supposed to. Maybe that's the number of people on the register for that polling unit. But at the end of the day, only 200 people came out. Maybe for some other reason, people did not come out, or maybe they were just really fictitious people that really doesn't exist, or maybe like people like me who had my voters card in Lagos, but I now live in America here. I'm no longer there in Nigeria to vote. Maybe it could be whatever. But let's just say at the end of the day, 200 people came out to vote in that polling unit. And then APC or whatever party saw this as an opportunity for them to manipulate because they felt that maybe they could use the remaining 400 people, the remaining 300 people who are not present and use their vote to just shoot up their own votes by printing that those names or trying to claim that those people came. The Beavers would disprove it to be wrong because the Beavers will capture the amount of people that actually voted. Because if the Beaver machine does not accredit you to vote that very day, you cannot vote. And if you vote, that vote is null and void. Because when they open
but that was what happened. That was what happened, personally.
That happened where?
No, that was why we have reduction in the number of voters turnout.
Oh well, yeah, I agree with you. Your phone is ringing. I agree with you, Simba. But the point I'm trying to say is that in the north, I believe that was what happened. They overstuffed ballots. But in those polling units, like I just give an example, if there were such thing that happened, like it happened in Washington State, that overvoting was said to have been used, but it was the Beavers that they used in verifying the actual numbers of people that actually voted, and they did the plus and minus from there, and they found out that everything tallies.
In the north, they are challenging Sokoto, and I wonder what do they intend to gain in Sokoto. There's no way Sokoto will vote for Labour Party.
Mind you, what they are challenging is not just, even though they did not put APC, they did not put APC in their petition, but also by inference, because somebody who is third is.
They did not put PDP or they did not put APC.
I'm sorry. PDP, I mean to say, I'm sorry. Thanks for the correction. They did not put, but that's to tell you that I'm getting tired. I need to go shut down this eye a little bit because my people have been telling me to come to bed. Anyway, so yeah, the point I'm trying to say is that, mind you, by inference, because they are third, they came third in that, according to INEC.
PDP won Sokoto though.
I know. I get it. I totally get it. But what I'm trying to say is that PDP also did some kind of shenanigans too. So they want to prove that not just only APC, because they want to prepare themselves to number first from third. But mind you, there is a second person that has been declared who has like 6.something million, 6.9 million, and you have 6.3. 6.1 million.
I'm talking about Sokoto now.
I know.
If they refuse to join PDP, then that's so. So what is the logic?
Yeah,
What is it?
that's what I'm saying to you. They don't need to put PDP. That's what I'm trying to explain. They don't need to put PDP. From what I understand, they don't.
Well, it was the PDP that won the.
I know. The argument is that they want to prove that both PDP and APC. Okay, fine. In the process of saying okay, in Sokoto, APC rig, PDP rig other places too. PDP won the place, but then they want to prove that APC did not get those numbers that they said they claim to have in Sokoto, and also during that process they were able to also calculate what PDP also did not have in that place.
No, they're not. I don't think they're going to touch PDP vote because if you don't make them the defender, that means you have no case against them. That means their number is correct. But if you don't.
One rational mind. The way election petition goes, nobody they cannot award figures, and what they will do. Let me tell you, the only thing that you can prove.
What's the point of election petition tribunal if they can't award figures?
No, they don't. They don't award figures. They cannot remove. They cannot remove what belongs. What you say they rig for APC and say they will give it to Labour.
No.
They don't do that. They will not add to their. They will not add. The only thing they can do is cancellation.
That's
if they can prove. The only thing they can do is cancellation. Nobody will remove anything from APC and join to Labour and give it to Labour.
Hold on, but
no, that is not true. That is not true.
They can also award.
They can hard the result if you prove it. If you can prove it. And this is what
I've been saying. That this result belongs to you. How?
Exactly. This is what I've been saying, that it is not something that is easy. You have to go back to the ballot paper that fingerprinting they were thumbprinting on. So let me tell you something. There was the petition. There was an election tribunal petition because the problem with a lot of people that they have not followed cases before now. When they are making submission, they don't even understand what they are talking about. The first petition tribunal between Obaseki and Izeyamu. Then Obaseki was in APC and Izeyamu was in PDP. So they said that the APC at the time rigged the election, that they want to prove it. So they asked for certain polling unit, a lot of polling unit. But once the tribunal starts, each party have certain time to present their case. So PDP at the time wasted their time doing other things. When they left with about 2 days, then they started counting ballot papers. They ran out of time. And when they were counting the ballot papers, they were seeing some differences, not that much, but the problem they had was that they couldn't count enough. So that was when I said, that you wanted to prove that these people cheated. Why didn't you start counting ballot paper earlier? And rational mind, this is where the problem is. Beavers, you don't vote on Beavers. Beavers is just for accreditation.
Exactly.
Any number that is written on EC8 form, whether they shade it, they rewrite it, they do it, the only way that you can prove that number actually belongs to somebody else is to bring all the ballot paper back into the courtroom, and then they will physically count the ones that they think thumbprint for Labour Party and the one that they thumbprint for APC. So when you can show that, okay, in that polling unit, Labour Party get 200 instead of 20. If you can't do that rational mind, forget it. They're not going to take somebody's result and give to the other person because somebody used Biro to change a number. If they change the number, how are you sure it was not a mistake in the first place that they corrected?
I mean, as long as
Akim, that is why the narrative that Rational Mind painted initially, that okay, we have 500 registered voters in the polling units and only 200 comes to vote, that they can now use the other one, and what is not possible. Beavers should not allow
they would never award any result that they did not prove through county ballot paper. Never do it.
Let me go and sleep, Jerry.
Okay, all right. I think myself I have to show, but then I think let's just trash this real quick before. What I'm saying to you, Simba, Adewale, thank you so much for joining us. What I'm just trying to say is that Beavers will not tell you who voted for who did not vote. But what I'm saying is that the Beavers, the number in the Beavers should correspond with what is on the eventual voters on the Form EC8, whatever they call it, EC8, whatever. Yeah.
Yes, they should have the same number.
So if it doesn't
they should have
correspond,
the same number.
if there are 180,
that is how they discover overvoting, and that's why you see them mentioning that they cancel this.
It's multi-pronged.
So are you now saying that there are more overvoting in the north? But that's where you started from.
Yeah, there are overvoting. So it's, you see that this election, what they're going to prove is not just overvoting alone. They're also going to prove that their numbers were stolen. I beg to disagree with the progressive on. Although me and you agree that they can reallocate your vote to you if you can use those ballot papers to prove, which will require a lot of efforts. I mean, a lot of forensics on that. They have to bring every ballot papers from those whatever polling booths. It's going to take a long time. I don't know if they could start earlier and start doing that. But my point is this. But yes, on that form EC something, they can show it. Because if you listen, this is forensics. On that form EC something, if you have a copy of the original one that was signed and you have a doctored one showing, there's a way you can, I mean, this is forensics. You can just you can put them by side by side.
Where are you going to get the original one that was signed from?
No, that's what I'm saying. That's why I don't know if you listen to one of these people that were commenting, one of these lawyers that was interviewed on Arise some time back. He said, "This is technology here. That every agent you have at every polling, as they are doing that, as you take a picture, they will have their own record. Your own record will be you're taking a picture of that from EC something that they."
It's not only a picture that they took, or they have a copy.
Well, a copy.
I think they give copy to each agent.
Yeah, whatever copy, either they give you a copy or not, but you have to take a picture of it too, of that same form. That's why you can see. Listen, I don't know if you've seen online when people say, "Oh, what we have here it doesn't correspond with what we're seeing on." I don't know if you listen to this guy on Arise.
That is not. It's only in River State. Look, they were collecting this result online themselves. They wanted to check that if IREF was on IREF was different. Initially, when Obi was leaving, I was following that news on Twitter.
Did you see this Stanbic guy? Did you see this? Hold on. Did you see that? Hold on. Did you see this Stanbic guy?
You know, I mentioned it earlier, Akim, to rational my very discarded. He said that I'm just speculating.
No. I followed it on Twitter Space when they started insulting the guy, because when the result turned, because they counted the southern one first, as soon as they turned to
exactly, and Obi was exactly, and when they discovered that Obi was,
they quickly start insulting the guy.
They stopped it. Yes.
But my point is this. The point I'm making is that if you take a picture of the original one that the agent had, I mean the INEC agent have their own copy, take a picture of it, send it to the situation room. They will keep it. Now, I don't know if you watch what this Stanbic guy from River State